to Hove for day 2 of this county championship match between Sussex and Glamorgan. A very good morning wherever you're listening, either online or watching the club stream or listening around the ground. And I don't know whether you have anyone who's listening with the headset on. Tim is listening. The hat is being waved. There we are in the top tier of the Spen-Karma. The interesting thing at the top of the Spen-Karma today is that there's
the what?
The Spen-Karma.
Is that the sponsors?
Well, no, Spen-Karma was a beneficiary of the club.
Ah, right.
Who left an awful lot of money to the club.
There we are then.
When he passed away, which helped the club enormously. So that's where Tim is sitting, waving away furiously. Well wrapped up because it is a little chilly today. And Tim, I think he said he's not going to be here tomorrow, but the cricket season ends, and then the Albion with a big game at the weekend. They go to Liverpool at the weekend, so that's going to be previewed in our programmes leading up to that game at the weekend. But it's cricket we're concentrating on now. The good news is it's good and dry. Delighted that Nick is with me this morning. Edward here as well. Chloe, the other member of our team. I wonder what Glamorgan had to say at the end of the first day, Nick.
David Lloyd was pretty happy. I mean, I think he was probably disappointed they didn't stay on the field for a little bit longer, but he was too polite to say so. It's positive attitude. He said they didn't particularly go out chasing the game and looking to go hard. It was just the way things fell and opportunities to score quickly and so on. And he was very complimentary, obviously, about Shubman Gill and his presence in the dressing room, and people are able to learn off him, even though he is one of the younger members of the side.
Yes, and his 6 down to third man was on social media quite a bit last night. That's worth talking about. Now, we do have some team news, and not good team news as far as Sussex are concerned, because Charlie Tier, the young wicket-keeper, and Finn Hudson-Prentice are both unwell this morning. It means that Ollie Carter is keeping wicket and James Coles is fielding. In fact, that looks to me like Delray Rawlings is in the field. So it looks like Delray who's out there. Sean Hunt is on his way. Over the wicket, comes in and bowls, and driven straight away by Gill, who gets his 92nd run to deep square. So that looks to me, we were told it was going to be James Coles, but it looks to me like Delray Rawlings who is on the field. So Rawlings is on, Hudson Prentice and Charlie Tier are on well. I doubt they're listening to us, but if you are, fellas, get well soon. We don't know the nature of the illness, but not playing today. And clearly when Sussex come to bat, we were trying to sort of understand what the rules are in terms of... I'm not sure they can. As in comes Hunt running away from us, coming into bowl to the left-handed Billy Root. Lets that go through to Carter, no run.
Yeah, in some cases it depends how long they're off the field. You can't bat higher than 7, but we'll have to clarify that if and when the occasion arises, and if they don't return to the field during the course of the Glamorgan innings.
But certainly Carter and Rawlings will not be able to bat or to bowl. That would only be the case if it were a concussion replacement or COVID.
Indeed. So yes.
In comes Hunt, running away from us, over the wicket bowls, and Root chops that to backward point, followed by Rawlings, no run. I'm assuming we're going to have 104 overs today. Yes, we are. That's what the scoreboard says. And
so it's no subs for batting or bowling apart from COVID and concussion. And as far as we know, these two gentlemen don't have either of those, so the subs won't be able to bat or bowl. But presumably the stricken two will make some attempt to bat if at all possible, as and when the time comes.
Yeah. Sean Hunt running away from us up the hill, comes in and bowls, and Root is full to bowl of good length, plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. That concludes the over that we didn't finish yesterday evening. Glamorgan 222 for 3, Billy Root on 17, Shubman Gill on 92, so 104 overs to be bowled from now. Whether we'll get all the overs in, the weather forecast I saw was a little more promising than yesterday. In fact, I think there's meant to be less showers, but if you do get a shower, it's going to be heavy, so who knows. But actually, the shame of yesterday was But once the game finished, the light was really good. As I left the ground, I was driving out thinking we should be playing, really.
Yeah.
I thought the umpires were a little previous in calling off play yesterday.
Well, I left the ground about 6:15, and although there are obviously long shadows across the ground, there was sunlight as well, which was strange to see.
Yeah.
It is the pick of Sussex's seamers on day one. Brad Curry, 2 for 54, and you had a little word with him, Adrian.
First of all, I've really spoken to Brad last night. I've seen him sort of on away trips, and we've said hello to each other. I have to say, he was really engaging. It is his last game, and he was saying how he's been desperately trying to make an impression. Now it's been the dream playing cricket, playing at Test ground. He spoke about bowling to Shubman Gill as well, and he's just a thoroughly enthusiastic cricketer and a really nice guy. And on that experience, I hope he gets a deal next year, because I think he warrants it. I think he's been the pick of the bowlers for Sussex in this game.
And he comes then from the Cromwell Road end and bowls to Gill, who is forward and defending out on the offside. There are 2 slips. And no third man. Tut, Edward. Backward point is on the boundary instead of third man.
I'll accept that.
Oh, that's all right. Okay. There's a third man, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Square leg is on the boundary, which is not the longest boundary in the world, and a fine leg. In comes Curry and bowls. That's down leg side, and it escapes the substitute keeper, and it's run away for 4 byes. So that's a disappointing start for Ollie Carter, who scored 185, of course, playing for Sussex against Glamorgan in Cardiff, his major innings of the season. But an awkward start for him with the gloves ball down leg side that didn't really bounce much either.
Yeah, tricky one, wasn't it? I think it'd be fair to say the reason that Charlie Tier was given an opportunity behind the stumps, Ollie Carter perhaps hasn't quite hit the straps keeping this season. A couple of catches have gone down that perhaps he might have caught. But that was a tricky one, as you say, not easy down the leg side. 226
for 3. Curry into Gill, who works this one on the leg sides. They might think about 2. No, the man from square leg is round rapidly, and there is just the single there. 227 for 3.
Chloe is sitting at the back of the box, and I think she's every reason to feel disappointed, because we do have a biscuit rota here, and Chloe bought them yesterday, and I thought it was Edward's turn today, and there aren't any. No biscuits, not even Welsh cakes have we got today.
Oh dear.
Well, we'll have to remember tomorrow.
We were supplied with cakes by the club at tea time, to be fair, and very nice they were too.
I'm pulling Edward's leg.
Well, here's Curry, who's switched to over the wicket for left-handed Root, and Root is forwards, playing it gently into the offside. There is no run. It's a bit of breeze around, certainly down on the seafront. It was quite chilly this morning, and there's very surprised to see people out jogging and exercising in just the summer sort of vest and shorts type.
He's taken by Carter, no run.
They've organised stay-away trips for Glamorgan supporters since 1975. So well done to the Balconeers, keeping going despite the switch away from St Helens and looking to support cricket in the southwest at Neath instead.
Why are they called the Balconeers? Is there a reason behind that? What's the balcony?
Yeah, I presume so. Edward will tell you better info about that.
Hunt. Lovely sunshine, runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Gill, or drives down the ground to be on fielded by Haynes, and there is no run. Kevin Bigland's been in touch. I've got a bee in my bonnet about how long it takes to replace balls during the game, the umpires to trot off. I mean, Brenda's wonderful here, because Brenda comes out with a box of balls. That does help, but the umpires wander over. I just think it's far too long, and I said maybe they should have some replacement balls in their pocket, or... Anyway, Kevin's been in touch. I'll read his email in a minute. In comes Hunt over the wicket, bowls, and Gill drives again to Haynes at mid on, no run. He says, hello, just a thought, in an attempt to speed up the replacement of wicket balls, could it not stored under a trapdoor somewhere near the wicket, subject, of course, to ECB approval after a three-year review. I think he's been a bit sarky there, Kevin. But no, if you had if you could have the box of balls somewhere.
There are trapdoors for drainage in places just outside the square on some grounds.
Here comes Hunt again. 2 slips go down, and forward comes Gill. Hunt fields of his own bowling over. He says, "Many thanks for your contribution to the live streaming of Sussex matches. This also applies to the commentators from the other BBC radio station, in particular to those with wonderful accents from the North East and currently Wales." There you go, fellas. Hopefully we will strengthen our side during the winter months in those areas where we have obvious weaknesses. With best wishes and renewed thanks, winter well. Says Kevin Dignam from St Leonard-on-Sea, which is down near Hastings. In fact, you get a vote of thanks from Kevin. In comes Hunt and bowls, and Gill works this one slightly uncomfortably out through point and picks up a single fielded on the boundary by Daniel Ibrahim. One more to the total, one more to Gill. He goes to 94. And thank you, Kevin, for getting in touch. And thank you for your kind comments. If you'd like to get in touch on email, either Sussex or Glamorgan supporters or anybody who's listening, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport or at Nick Webb 2017, and we'd love to have your company throughout the day and hopefully the next 2 days as well. Hunt in and bowls a route is forward, so a good length delivery. There is no run. That's tidy stuff from Sean Hunt this morning. Sussex were far too loose yesterday. But Sean Hunt and Brad Curry have started off well this morning. Sean Hunt 11 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42. Glamorgan 220. We can see the scoreboard. I think that's 228. Is that right, Nick?
Yeah, I believe so.
228 for 3. Root on 17. Gill on 94. And if you've just joined us, live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Wales, Adrian Harms, Nick Webb, Ed Bevan, and Chloe Brewer, your commentary team over the next 3 days. And just a reminder that Sussex with 2 replacements on the field, Hudson Prentice and Tier off with some sort of a virus or a bug, not playing today. They've been replaced by Ollie Carter and Delray Rawlins.
So in comes Curry down the slope towards us and bowls to Gill, who takes a step forwards and then mistimes it completely towards square leg, and they go through for a single. In fact, he didn't get any bat on it at all, and it's a leg bye. He's got good solid pads anyway, but Gill showing signs of wanting to get on with it rather than ease his way towards a possible first century for Glamorgan. This is his highest score, beating his 92 in his innings against Worcestershire. 229 for 3 as Curry is into bowl to Root, who plays gently on the leg sides. David Lloyd, the Glamorgan captain, said that he'd have a look at the situation somewhere before tea if Glamorgan is still batting at that point. Maybe with an eye to a declaration around then, but obviously it all depends on the run rate, and if Glamorgan can push past 400 by then. Curry bowls and Root plays into the offside, and there is no run.
I think the weather forecast for the next 2 days is okay. I think they're not ruling out a shower, but I don't think it's meant to hose down. So we only had 41 overs yesterday. I think we should get a good amount of cricket, fingers crossed, over the next 3 days. But I guess all eyes on New Road from sort of a Worcester point of view as well.
Yes, where Worcestershire were 8 down overnight. I'll check that for you in a minute as Root is forward defending, and there is no run. Worcestershire 171 for 8. Roland Jones, the chief architect of their misfortunes, 3 for 33 in 20 overs. Murta going at less than 2 and over as well. So it's been really tough going for Worcestershire. And Middlesex poised to wrap up maximum bowling points, certainly. It's just to be hoped from the Glamorgan point of view that they don't get the batting points to go with them. Curry in bright sunshine is into bowl to Root, and he plays defensively on the leg side. It's been quite a quiet start from Glamorgan. Just 8 runs added, and 4 of those have been from byes and 1 from leg byes, so just 3 off the bat so far.
Well, yesterday, the way they were batting was if they had a train to catch, wasn't it? I mean, they were rattling on at 6 and over yesterday in the face of some indifferent bowling. I think we have to say.
Yes, they were being given opportunities to score, weren't they?
Yeah.
There were too many 4 balls from the Sussex point of view. James Kirtley will be tearing his hair out. Curry over the wicket. Bowls. Root drives and has got a thick edge to that, and it's flown away to the third man boundary for 4. There was a dive from Rawlins in the gully, but he couldn't get a mitt on it, and Root gets a rather fortunate boundary. First off the bat of the day. He moves to 21, Glamorgan to 233 for 3 in 45 overs. And Sussex's over rate is now -3 on the board.
Yes, it hasn't been good. We didn't see any Jack Carson yesterday. We might see a bit of Jack, because Sussex won't want to. I mean, in terms of Sussex losing points, I guess it's not the end of the world. But I don't think it's great to continually being docked points for a slow over rate. And that's been a problem that Sussex have had this season. Sean Hunt's going to carry on. Lovely sunshine. He's running up the hill, for those of you who don't know the ground, away from the sea, to bowl to Gill. He's in and bowls, and Gill plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Orr, and there is no run. Well, one thing we didn't get to talk about yesterday was something that happened on Saturday in the women's international match between England and India, where Charlie Dean was run out, which concluded the match backing up. And I'd just be interested to get people's views, and I'll get Nick's views as well. I think it was Michael Atherton, I may stand corrected, who was writing in the Times, as in comes Sean Hunt, running away from us bowls, and played into the offside by Gill. He picks up his 95th run, picks up a single, 1 more to the total, 234 for 3. And I think Michael Atherton was saying, well, a simple way for this not to happen is to make sure you're in your ground when you're backing up. You know, it is a rule in the game, and the bowler was entitled to do that. What would you make of it, Nick?
Entitled to, shouldn't have. I think there is a moral obligation on the bowler to give the batter 1 warning, or the team 1 warning anyway.
In comes Hunt. Bowls wide of the off stump, and Root is cutting at that and missing. The ball flashes through to Carter. There is no run.
And in my view, the bowler in this occasion did go into her bowling stride and almost dummied to release the ball, which is very close to deception, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
And therefore the umpires, I think, would have been entitled to rule not out on the grounds of unfair play, on which they have some jurisdiction.
Hunt in bowls. Forward comes Root. Good leg delivery. Played onto the offside, fielded by Orr in the covers. No run.
And looking at a freeze frame of the incident, the bowler's arm is up in the air, almost to the vertical, and the Dean's bat is still grounded behind the line. So it's not like she's taking the mick and trying to pinch yards in the last over a game, and indeed they didn't need to score that quickly.
Hunt runs away from us bowls, and Root is forward, plays into the offside again. No run.
I did see claims that she had been going a little bit early on previous occasions. I can't comment on that, but obviously she wasn't warned about it.
Yeah.
I think there ought to be at least 1 warning to a team, if not to an individual batter, that, you know, this isn't on. But obviously the pressure of the situation chipped in.
In comes Hunt bowls, and Root works this. They're thinking about a single, isn't there, Ibrahim, very quickly. And yes, this is on the BBC website yesterday. The England captain Heather Knight has denied India's claim that Charlie Dean was warned before her Mankad ran out in the one-day game. On Monday, Indian bowler Deepta Sharma said Dean was repeatedly warned during her innings about leaving her crease prior to the run-out. But Knight said the India which sealed a tense victory, she says no warnings were given. End of the over, 234 for 3, Root on 21, Gill on 95.
that doesn't make sense to give repeated warnings, because if one player has had one warning, then that's it. Next time they're fair game.
Edward's just passed me an article here in the Daily Mail that says an analysis by ESPN Cricinfo found she had left the crease early on 72 occasions during her innings before being dismissed.
As Curry's next ball is driven by Gill into the offside, fielded and covered by Rawlins, no run.
I guess I'm with you, Nick. I think that if somebody is looking to take an advantage, it is in the rules. I think morally you're right that you should warn. I mean, I played a very low form of cricket, but even in that form of cricket, you would hold the balls by the bail, wouldn't you, and say, if you do that again, I'll run you out.
Indeed.
And I think then you're justified in doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. In comes Curry again. Round the wicket to Gill, who's forward defending out on the offside, and there is no run.
I thought the shame of that on Saturday was the final game of a 3-match series. It had been a good series, but the Indians had won the series anyway. They'd won it 2-0.
Yeah.
It's clearly just left a bit of a nasty taste in the mouth. We'll get Chloe's views on that a little later.
A couple of comments on Twitter. Eddie Baton says, genius with Glamorgan having to play in the dark and cold and wet in a fixture that should have been played weeks earlier. Doing their best to force a win in inappropriate conditions. Well, it was yesterday. It's considerably brighter today. As Curry bowls and Gill drives, caresses the ball through the covers. Oh, you could bottle shots like that as it races away to the ropes. Beautifully timed. 234 for 3. Gill moves on to 99 not out with that shot.
If anyone's listening to us and thinking, I don't know whether to go to Hove today, it's probably a bit late now, but it's worth the money to watch this fella back. Clearly I'd like to see Sussex win, make no secret of that. But when you see an innings of real quality like this, I mean, this young man is going to be a star in the making, isn't he? I mean, just beautiful to watch.
Steve West on Twitter says, Glamorgan continue to press the run rate. I believe it's the secret of their success this season. They certainly have mostly gone at it fairly hard. So Gill on 99 not out here on BBC Sport Online. And India will be looking at this with interest. 99 to Gill. He's hit 12 fours and 2 sixes so far, and Sussex, as is their right, are having a little fiddle around in the field just to make him wait, and Curry's going to try from over the wicket, left arm over the wicket to the right-hander. Curry runs in from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Shubman Gill on 99 not out, and remains there as he plays that one out to point, and there is no run as Ibrahim does the fielding.
He looks incredibly relaxed at the crease, doesn't he? He's sort of always playing the game as if it's this is a first-class game of cricket, and I'm sure whenever you're on 99, but he just doesn't look remotely bothered, does he? He looks so composed and calm.
It's been a fine innings so far. Sussex need to get him quickly. He waits for Curry once more. Curry in, bowls to Gill, who's beaten by that one. Well, having praised his display, he came forward looking to push that one on the leg side and was beaten by it.
Good delivery by Brad Curry. I mean, Curry's figures, what is he, in his 14th over, 2 for 63.
Well, if Sussex don't snap him up for next season, perhaps Glamorgan would be interested, since they'll be shorter seamers.
Yeah, I think he's been excellent. He bowled really well in the 50 over competition as well.
And Glamorgan have got one left armour in McIlroy, but always helps to have a bit of variation. Here's Curry then in to bowl to Shubman Gill, who plays that one to mid-wicket, and there is no run as it's fielded at short mid-wicket by Ali Orr. and Gill must wait his turn a little while longer at least.
He was telling me last night, Brad, that he's got a bit of Scottish blood in his ancestry as well, and he's going off in October. They have this European T20 Cup that's played over in Spain. I think England won it last year.
T10, I believe
T10,
that is.
T10, I'm sorry, yeah. And Dan Lincoln, who played a bit for Middlesex last year.
Yeah.
He's a goalkeeper. He plays for Dorking in the
yes,
conference.
yes.
He played in that side, and just break off for a minute as comes Hunt, bowls, root is forward, placed into the offside, fielded by Orr, and there is no run.
Glamorgan's Tom Bevan is also playing in it.
Right,
for England.
Right, okay, because and Harrison Ward, who was here last, who plays in limited over cricket, he was in that side as well.
It's basically a national counties side, but since Bevan has played for Wales this season, and he was part of that England team last year, Sam Pearce, who played a couple of times for Glamorgan last year, is also involved again this year.
So that's good fun. In comes Hunt and bowls, and he bowls him. So Sean Hunt picks up a wicket, his 17th wicket of the season. That means he is the joint leading wicket taker for Sussex in the county championship this year. Good delivery, well pitched up, and he's bowled really well this morning as Sean Hunt, and he's made rather a mess of Billy Root, stumped right up in the block hole. Root is on his way for 21, and the 4th wicket goes down, and Billy Root is on his way for 21.
That really was a good Yorker. Root played around it. I think it was his leg stump was knocked out the ground, the middle stump leaning back as well. And, that is comprehensively cleaned up, I'm afraid, for Billy Root. 238 for 4. Brad Curry mentioned the figure of 350 that Sussex would look to restrict Glamorgan to, potentially. And that's not out of the question if they get Gill. The batting to come, Chris Cook is in decent nick, averaging nearly 50. 699 runs this season. Apart from that, Glamorgan don't bat quite as deep as they have in recent weeks, with Salter at 7, albeit perfectly capable in that position. Harris probably 8, Van der Hoogten, Patel and Hogan. So if Sussex can get through the next couple, then they might have high hopes of knocking over the tail and bowling themselves back into the match. But important that Sussex got a wicket early on there.
It was. John Malone has been in touch. Good morning, Adrian and team. He says sunny but nippy in Bexhill on sea. It looks nice in Hove. Yeah, it was a bit nippy. Everyone was saying Nick walked to the ground this morning and Edward went to get his paper and said it was a bit chilly. The stream is working okay. There have been a few synchronisation issues, but fingers crossed it's okay for the day. So thank you for that, John. He says county playing rules need to be updated for players that are ill and have the doctor's not fit to work ticket, which allows replacement players to be able to fully participate in the match, along with when the players are taken off for rain breaks back on in the sun, and then they still take a tea break, thus reducing the hours played during the day.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on the above team, says John? Thanks for the commentary throughout the season. Also, thank you for the camera coverage. Thank you, John.
Yes, we can't claim credit for the cameras, I'm afraid.
Here comes Hunt, running away for us in bright sunshine, in and bowls to Cook, who plays that firmly to square leg, fielded by Ibrahim. There is no run. I hate to be the prophet of doom, but there is some heavy cloud that has built up in the west, and that's pretty much the direction that the rain came from yesterday.
We're all doomed, Captain Mannering.
And it's sort of building up. So how breezy is it? Well, it's quite breezy, looking at the flags. So I think if we do get interruptions, they're meant to be short-lived, but then they said that yesterday. Hunt runs away from us. 2 slips go down, in and bowls to Cook, and Cook is forward, and Hunt fields off his own bowling. And there is no run. Good little spell this by Sussex have been noticeably tighter this morning. I could only imagine that James Kirtley would have had a few words yesterday, and certainly Brad Curry, when I spoke to him, the feeling was that Sussex had leaked too many runs yesterday. It was rather too easy for, as Gill in particular batted. Away from us. In and bowls, and Cook gets his first run, a short delivery that he glides down to fine leg for a single, fielded way down in the distance by Brad Curry, gets in the throw to Ollie Carter. I'm going to hand the microphone to Nick because this could be the moment when Shubman Gill goes through to what would be a well-deserved 100.
Indeed, he is facing up, having just missed a couple of opportunities to get to three figures. So there may be a few nerves there. And he'll be facing Hunt running up from the C end to bowl to Shubman Gill on 99 not out, and he's beaten outside off stump. He has got the nervous 90s. That's the end of the over. 239 for 4. Cook has 1. Gill has 99. Root has gone for 21, bowled by Hunt. Graham Smith on Twitter says, think Gill is well set in India's plans, given that he's played 11 tests, including the last one against England, has so much time. Indeed, he was scheduled to be playing for India A this month. Paul Chapman, I remember watching Asif Iqbal of Kent running out Lawrence Williams of Glamorgan at St Helens in 1973 via the same method to a chorus of boos from the home supporters. Not sure if there was a warning. Kent went on to win the league.
Right, that's interesting. So it goes back a long time. I mean, the Mancat goes back a long time, doesn't it, to when that happened?
Next delivery is to Chris Cook, who plays it on the offside to cover, and there's no run. Dave Jones says on the run-out controversy, agree that within the spirit of the game there should be a warning given. Interesting suggestion from Dave. He says the bowler should convey that warning via the umpire, so there's no ambiguity.
That's a great point.
That's a good point.
That's a really good point, isn't it? Yeah, I like that. I think we should suggest that. That's a really good suggestion, yeah, because that would have got rid of all this controversy, wouldn't it? That Heather Knight saying nothing was said, and the Indian bowler Sharma saying, well, that they did. So, no, I like that. 239
for 4. Cook on strike. 2 slips for the new batsman, who swishes outside off stump and misses. The name of the Balconiers, it was originated from a collection that was made for Alan Jones following the stand of 330 with Roy Fredericks at Swansea against Northants 1972. Were you there, Edward? No. Playing elsewhere, no doubt. As the lights come on and Cook nurdles one into the leg side and there is no run. As a group of supporters wanted to make a collection, but apparently Alan Jones's allocation of collections for his benefit year had already been used up. So supporters who were watching from the balcony outside the old pavilion room made that collection, and hence the name, the Balconiers.
Wonderful. There's always somebody who knows, isn't there?
Thank you to Edward for that. As Cook defends on the offside to roll into cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, that darker cloud. Behind it, there's some lighter skies. So let's hope it does look horrible at the minute, doesn't it? We took a couple of photos yesterday of the cloud, and
yes,
it doesn't look great. Good news from Worcester, from a Glamorgan point of view. Worcester now 193 for 8.
Right, the more they get, the better.
Edward with a round of applause.
Yes, well, Toby Rowland-Jones did enough damage to Glamorgan's hopes in the match between the two sides last week. Always seems to do well against Glamorgan. And in the gloom, Curry will come down the slope and bowl to Chris Cook, who drives sketchily through the offside for 4 off the thick edge. That one has flown between the slips and Ibrahim at backward point. It's raced down the hill to the Cow Corner Hospitality Suites, but that was a sketchy 4 from Chris Cook.
Yeah, it was. We got away with it. Yeah, Josh Tong, who bowled very quickly here, actually. I think he's had a lot of injuries during the season. He's on 25 and Dylan Pennington on 7, so Worcester are doing their bit. He's quick, Dylan Pennington, bowled very fast here.
Well against the wall.
Yeah, he was a handful here a couple of weeks ago. I was very impressed with Worcester, actually.
Yeah, they outplayed Glamorgan in Cardiff. Glamorgan just about got the bit better of them in Worcester, having been behind for most of the game. Curry in to bowl to Cook, who leaves this one in disciplined fashion outside off stump. 243 for 4. Am I ever going to get Gill to his century? It's been several overs that he's been poised on 99 now.
Well, we're going to change a little bit of commentary duty, and Chloe is going to come in for the first time today. And she's going to have a natural way with Nick. I'll speak to you in a bit.
Thank you, Adrian. Chloe Brewer of South East Stars joins us on BBC Sport Online. And in the convention of county commentaries, I shall continue with Gill on 99 to see if I can get him to his 100. It is our little convention that we try and see these landmarks through, as Hunt is in to bowl to Gill, who defends that one off the back foot. Back to the bowler, and there is no run. Morning, Chloe.
Morning, how are you?
I'm good, yeah. Had the cobwebs blown out by a stroll along the seafront this morning.
Oh, lovely.
Hope your traffic wasn't too bad.
Just plain sailing again this morning, straight through, a little bit by the A3, but here we are.
As in comes Hunt, bowls to Gill, and that will be his century. He's clipped it away on the leg side, down 2 backwards square. They'll be able to come back for 2 runs comfortably enough as the throw comes in, almost overthrows, but well backed up, and that is Shubman Gill's first century for Glamorgan, and in British county cricket it's taken 123 balls. He's hit 12 fours and a couple of sixes, and he has demonstrated real class as the Indian youngster. Gill is 101 not out.
What a century that was, really. He's really shown his class here in these past 2 days. And to go at that rate as well, 123 balls to get a century, it's pretty quick going.
Especially given the amount of times he's had to play himself in after breaks. As Hunt is in to bowl to Gill, who leaves that one go outside off stump. Now, has he got the discipline to bed in again and try and push on for a daddy 100, as Matthew Maynard refers to them? It was one of his messages, basically, that for at the start of the season, that he wanted players to reset, and once they got to 3 figures, to just think about turning it into a really big one. And there have been a few of those this season for Glamorgan. Hunt is in to bowl to Gill, who drives into the offside, and there is no run. For example, Ingram and Byram both got 170 odd against Sussex in Cardiff, and of course there's been the quadruple century by North East and the triple by Lloyd, so they've taken that message to heart, certainly.
Yeah, definitely. It shows something about a batter when it can hit these, big moments and then continue and reset themselves.
Here comes Hunt again to bowl. Gill drives down the ground, calls for a quick single. That's a dangerous one. Now, that would have been a decision for umpire Baldwin had that one struck from mid-off. It was a slightly ill-judged single. As it was, Carson didn't hit the wickets with his throw, but Gill might have been struggling there, I think, as he gets another single. 246 for 4. Glamorgan 4 short of their second batting bonus point, and I think Gill would have been out having had another chance to look at it. Yeah,
that would have been a very close call, that run.
So that has to go down to as a run-out chance on 101. Hopefully that'll settle him a bit. Cook defends the next ball off the back foot into the offside. Glamorgan 246 for 4. We've had 50 overs bowled, so the scoring rate's just dropping a little bit, under 5 runs an over. Gill has 102. Cook has 5. And if you're just joining us, the man out this morning, Billy Root, cleaned up by Sean Hunt for 21.
Yeah, it's what would you think of Glamorgan? What should they do from here? Seems though their scoring rate's pretty quick.
I think they'd aim to get to 450. Now, whether they can do that by tea. It's another 200 runs, but obviously they might well get bowled out before then, but depends if these batters are in full flow for a little while longer. I don't think they'd look to go longer than tea, ideally, unless they get really bogged down.
Curry running in from the Cromwell Road end, and it's just full of a length, and it's driven over. Don't bowl there, says Gill. They just didn't think it was going to go, but that's Shaw found the ropes for 4 runs.
Well, he really tucked into that one, didn't he?
Yeah, I did actually lose a ball for a minute then. I was like, I'm not sure where it's gone. That was a glorious shot.
Yes, against the background of a little stand up by, I think it was slightly uppish, but it just sizzled past mid-on anyway. And there's a bit of frantic waving, which I suspect means Carter might be standing up asking for a helmet in a minute.
Curry in again, full of a length, and that's just beating the keeper, and that's another 4 runs. I'm not sure if you got a little bit of a tickle on that.
Buys.
Okay, don't see the umpire, so
it was just a little wave up. The trouble is they're not signalling towards us, if you like. It's sideways with the scorers up in the grandstand.
Yeah, Curry's just having a little bit of a sorting himself out, getting the grass out of his boots.
That's his excuse, is it?
Yeah.
Bit of movement down the leg side. Unfortunately, it was further away from the bat. It's a muddy bit that, potentially muddy because there was no grass on it at the start of the match at that end.
Yep. So Curry just giving it a little bit of a shine, and in he comes running in. It's just on a length that's patted back to him. His first dot ball of the over, having 8 coming from the first 2 balls.
254 for 4, so the second batting bonus point. Reminder that it's 400 for the maximum. If Glamorgan aren't bowled out, then they should get that pretty comfortably, with time to spare on the 110 overs.
Curry just shining the ball again, looking after his ball well this morning. That's to keep the conditions, swinging the ball. Curry again just on length, defended off the back foot by Gill. Rawlins has a little bit of an underarm towards the non-striker's end. Just a reminder to get back in the crease.
Yes, no backing up. Shubman is a decent player, says Chris Drew. No complaints about Glamorgan's overseas players this season. Well, at one point they had 3 available: Ingram, Labuschagne and Nisa, and Ingram was left on the sidelines for quite a while.
Wow.
Before coming back to do really well in red ball cricket.
Curry coming in again, left arm over, just outside off, left alone. Looked like it kept a bit low as it got to the keeper on the bounce. Half volley there.
A little bit of inconsistent bounce, maybe.
Yeah, I noticed this morning that the balls are just keepers slightly lower than they were yesterday. And that might be just a touch, but...
Yes, hence Glamorgan presumably wanting to get a really imposing score on the board and impose a bit of the old scoreboard pressure.
Yeah, definitely. As Curry's running in for his final ball of the over, just short of length, that's punched out towards deep point. Comes to pick it up, and they pick up a single. So Gill. Is it Gill? No, sorry, I'm losing my marbles. Cook is on strike. Glamorgan are 255 for 4. Cook is on 5. Gill is 107.
So the man out this morning, Root bowled Hunt for 21. Elsewhere in Worcestershire 211 for 8, so the 9th wicket pair of Tongue and Pennington are still plugging on. Glamorgan hoping that Worcester should do as well as possible against Middlesex. It's Middlesex have got 30 overs to get a third bowling point, but Glamorgan will be hoping that Middlesex in turn struggle a little with the bat. Leaders Nottinghamshire have recovered from their wobble last week, certainly against Worcestershire in style. They're 298 for 3 against Durham, with Matt Montgomery 121 not out. Hasib Hamid also got a century. And bottom side Leicestershire bowled out for 249 yesterday by Derbyshire, who are 90 without loss in reply. Well, leaders Surrey, or champions Surrey in the First Division. It's a good job they're already champions, because Lancashire have piled up 446 for 6.
Oh, wow.
Maybe a few Surrey minds are already on the beach. 255 for 4. Keepers standing up, and we're to have the first bowl of the game for Jack Carson, the 21-year-old off-spinner. Hasn't played that much championship cricket this season, just the 3 wickets at average of 45, but certainly impressed against Glamorgan in Cardiff last year. Wearing number 16, the blue numbers of Sussex, the red numbers of Glamorgan, albeit the numberless Gill is on strike, and he pushes forward and he's hit on the pad, and there's a token appeal for a leg before wickets, no run. So there is a short leg and a slip. Good attacking intent from Tom Haynes, the skipper. And Gill brings out the reverse straight away, and he's nailed that one. It's racing down to third man for 4. And Glamorgan move on to 259 for 4, and Gill onto Nelson, 111.
Because now you've got to lift 1 foot off the floor.
Yeah. Too old for that. It is, theoretically. Well, I've got my legs crossed, so I suppose one foot is technically resting on the other and not on the floor. Gill didn't take long to have a look at Carson, looking to hit the young spinner off his stride straight away with that reverse sweep. Carson bowls again, and Gill is forward defending. Just looking at that game, actually, Carson claimed 3 for 14 in Glamorgan's first innings last year, but the second innings was Ollie Robinson time for Sussex. He won them the match essentially with a 9-wicket haul as Gill comes down the wicket and gets it just over mid-off, racing away for 4. So slightly perilous, that one. Didn't quite get it as firmly as he'd hoped, and there was a leap from the man at mid-off, the skipper. Clearly looking to get on with it, Shubman Gill, seeing the spinner as a potential weak link, but that almost cost him his wicket there. 263 for 4. As Carson is in, bowls. Oh, there's an appeal for LBW. That was an attempt at a reverse that went badly wrong. And the ball trickled out towards backward square leg in the end. Something could happen any moment here. Carson in, bowls to Gill, who comes down the wicket and clubs that one through mid-wicket. It's racing away between the 2 outfielders. Flew past Rawlings. 267 for 4. Gill to 119. 3 boundaries. Various degrees of conviction in that over. What do you make of that?
Yeah, we can definitely see his confidence against spin. He's had a serious amount of seam yesterday for the majority of his innings. So he's just come out and shown his scoring options and the fact that they are pretty much 360 and hitting 3/4s off the over just shows his intent is really kicking into 5th gear here.
Siren in the distance. Bit of resuscitation needed for Sussex's hopes in this game as things stand. Ashraf is back on from the Cromwell Road end.
Yep, having bowled so far 7 overs, 47 runs. No wicketless as of yet.
Not what you'd hope for from your overseas player.
No, definitely not. Yesterday, well, he opened, didn't he, with 3 overs, got hit for 21 runs in those first 3. Which is not what you want really to start start a game. So hopefully he'll find his line of length this morning a little bit better as he comes in just outside off. Kept slightly low actually. He could have taken it near his shins. But that's been left alone on the dot ball to start the over. As he's just returning to the top of his mark. He has in a fine leg on the boundary. Somebody in mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, someone in extra cover, point, and then 2 slips in play. So fairly standard field for Ashraf as he comes in again from the Cromwell Road end, where it's just short of length. That's cut away by Cook there, and that sure will find the boundary. Really bold there, can you? These 2 batters very strong, picking up a slightly shorter ball outside off him, but quickly get onto that cut shot. They've put away pretty much all of the balls which have been bowled around that area.
Good morning to Steve West, who promises that a chocolate cake is heading our way. Thank you very much indeed, Steve. We look forward to receiving that.
I did hear this morning I was parking my car that some cake could be making its way up here later. Ashraf in again, full of length, and that's worked into the leg side. They've taken 2 from it, as there's a diving stop on the boundary. That's very well stopped there. They've just taken 2 from it.
Thank you, Adrian. Michael Hogan, yes, yeah, absolutely right. Email from Peter Turner, yes. Michael Hogan has never been given LBW as a professional cricketer.
Pretty impressive.
So far. Largely because of the way he bats, which doesn't involve a lot of getting in line with the ball.
Ashraf coming in again, just full of a length that's defended back to him.
Yes, you wouldn't bet against an umpire with a devilish sense of humour, giving him just if he were to be hit on the pads if he comes out to bat today. The Glamorgan will be hoping that he's not required, and yes, it's inviting trouble really if either of the umpires has remembered it. But yes, we're aware of that one.
Ashraf coming in again, just short of length from that. Again, cut away, and that goes towards the 3rd man boundary. That's another 4 runs. So far this over's gone for 10.
That wasn't that far wide of Tom Clark in the gully, was it?
I think he's just been pushed slightly wider now, actually.
Cook's moved on to 15 off 15, but 2 of those have been edged boundaries so far.
4 in a run book, isn't it?
Very true, very true.
Ashraf just having a little bit of time at the top of his mark before he turns for the final ball of his over. And he comes just on the left alone, outside off. And that brings it under the over. Can hear music in my ears.
We may be having an early update for Adrian Harms of BBC Sussex, possibly. No, the music has disappeared, so they've obviously gone a bit too soon. I'll do one more over on this side and then give way to Edward Bevan, who is chomping at the bit, or at least drinking his coffee. We haven't had it officially, but I would assume that each session will be 10 minutes longer today because of the play lost yesterday, adding 104 overs. There's in between balls in this over from Carson. I'll mention the Glamorgan general members meeting. As Gill comes down the wicket, he could be caught here. Gill has Hunt underneath it at long on, and Hunt takes the catch right in front of us. Shubman Gill departs for 119. One big blow too many against Jack Carson, and Carson has a big wicket for Sussex. 277 for 5, but a very fine century indeed for Shubman Gill, caught it long on.
Yeah, that's an incredibly, an incredible century from Gill. He's really shown his class, really, and to get his first century within English county cricket, isn't it?
Yep.
It's just really put his name on a map here.
16 fours and 2 sixes. Well, he'll certainly be a name to look out for the counties if he is available for a decent stretch of the UK summer. But, well, that gets Sussex very definitely in the game at 277 for 5. We're only in the 54th over. And Gill took 3 boundaries off Carson's first over, but one of them was only just off over mid-off. Another, he was beaten trying to reverse sweep. Easy to criticize. Do you think he went a bit too hard too soon at Carson?
It depends on what the message is from the coaches.
Yeah.
Because if their message is to get a bit of a shift on, he was batting really well and disciplined against the seamers. So spinners, if that's part of his options, and it's, well, safe option, if he got an extra yard or so on that 6, and then nobody would be questioning it.
Yeah, fair point. So Glamorgan have called a members' forum for the 18th of October to discuss the high performance review, or the Strauss report, as it's known. Chief Executive Hugh Morris and Chair Gareth Williams will be present. Glamorgan say we urge all members to attend and ask any questions and raise any concerns in relation to the review, how it could affect the club and the county game. Views of our members are of utmost importance to us. The review has implications that affect all our stakeholders. As a club, we need to consult with players, coaches, staff and partners. As Carson is in to the new bat Salter, who is defending out on the offside. Assess any potential financial implications to the club before any decisions can be made. Together, we will all make the right decisions for Glamorgan and the game moving forward. Carson is in to bowl to Salter, who defends on the leg side, and there is no run. Now, as I read it, that does not commit the club into voting the same way as the majority of members. Sussex, well, their view is on the record from Chair John Philby, who's described these Strauss proposals as unworkable in terms of the amount of income that it could possibly cost a side like Sussex, who are not a 100 host. Carson bowls, Salter pushes forward, appeal for LBW, bit optimistic there. So, that promises to be an interesting meeting, and as the club say, they urge everyone to get along. 18th of October at 6 o'clock to express your views, whatever they may be. Carson bowls, Salter defends to short leg, no run. So, I think there's little doubt as to what the majority of members' views will be, but there may be wider financial implications. As Salter is forward, defending, and there's no run. I mean, there's no reason why the club shouldn't remain a 100 host and still vote against it, if that's against the reduction of county cricket. It's a bit of a mess this season, but as John Philby of Sussex pointed out, while the present system might be unworkable, the proposed alternative is also unworkable in his words. So that'll do for me for the time being. 277 for 5. Cook has 15. Salter yet to score. Gill's gone for 119, and Edward Bevan will join Chloe.
Ashraf just turning at the top of his mark for his 9th over. So far, his 8 overs gone for 57 runs. And he's just coming in, a bit of grey sky above us. And that's just on a length, worked into the leg side by Cook there. And in another one as deep square comes to pick it up.
Morning, Chloe.
Morning, how are you?
I'm pretty good, thank you, yes. Refreshed with a nice cup of coffee. Black clouds are a bit worrying away to our left as they were yesterday. And this happens in every weather forecast. And most newspapers and television stations this morning say that this area will be free from rain.
Ashraf coming in again, bumper this time, ducked underneath. Just missing the helmet there by Salter.
Yeah, that dismissal of Gill was very important for both teams, because had he gone on the way he was, then Glamorgan would have been, not that in a good position, because they are, but they'd been sailing up towards our 400 mark. But this has put a bit of a break on it. Cook has had a very good season so far, and as Nick was saying, there's plenty of batting to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Glamorgan already 278 for 5. Ashraf in again, just short of length, tried to be worked there, but it's just another dot. Yeah, they're in a very strong position here, Glamorgan, to put a big score on, because their run rate is pretty high, actually.
The run rate is 5.12, so it's exceptional in county cricket.
Yeah, definitely. Ashraf just turning up top of his mark. And he comes running in just on a lap, defended by Sultan. He gets his first run on the board. He's off the mark, as that was guided down towards fine leg region, but square leg ended up picking it up.
Andrew Salter opened the batting for half of the championship season. I thought he was very brave too. Whether he volunteered, I don't know, but I doubt that.
He was volunteered.
And then he batted at 10 in one game, and
Wow.
so he didn't have much success opening the batting, it must be said, but he is a capable player. And in the last game, he got some runs in that huge first innings score. He was 40-odd not out at the end of the innings.
Ashraf in again, just on a lap, that's defended out towards deep cover, and there's another single from it. So 3 so far from the over, with 1 left to come.
22 in the last 2 overs before this, but the wicket did fall. And it's gone quite gloomy here. The floodlights are full on.
The floodlights are already on.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were on early today. It's quite dark. As Ashraf just coming in from a Cromwell Road end for his final ball of the over, and that's just on a lap, defended by Salter there. Now brings the end of the over. Glamorgan are 280 for 5, having lost Billy Root for 21 this morning, and recently Gill for 101. Current batters are Cook on 17 and Salter is on 1.
119 it was. And,
119.
if he's listened to our commentary,
Oh,
he'll be
no.
after you and say only 101.
Sorry.
But going back to Gill, traditionally Indian batsmen, of course, very well. They're probably the best players of spin in the world, and obviously he was going to try to get the better of Jack Carson in his first couple of overs. He succeeded by 3 4s in his first over, but a little overly ambitious. He tried to hit him over long on for 6, but right in front of us, Hunt was a fairly tall lad, caught it about 2 or 3 yards from the boundary's edge, and it will be Jack Carson now coming in and bowls to Cook, and Cook goes off the back foot and pushes it away down towards long on, and they amble a single. And Adrian is back alongside me.
I would describe that, Edwards, as an angry sky, wouldn't you?
Yes, not nice.
No, let's hope that the wind keeps blowing. I mean, there is a fair breeze. I can the flags are really billowing away, but it just, that looks a little ominous.
Here's Carson, runs away from us down the pitch. This time Cook comes. Thought he was going to try and emulate Gill by hitting it over the top, but kept it all along the ground. And I've only seen him for a couple of overs, but it confirms my what I said a couple of years ago. Carson is in and bowls that, in my view, there are not many better off spinners than Jack Carson. What is he, 19, 20? Or?
He's 21. His birthday's in December. He'll be 22 on the 3rd of December.
No age at all. And then he comes again, tosses this up. A nice looking shot by Cook, but it's intercepted there in the covers. And there is no run.
He's had a wretched time with injuries. He had this knee injury at the end of last season, which Sussex hoped would get cured with rest and recuperation and rehab, etc.
And he comes again and bowls, and off the back foot, it's just prodded away to short leg. No runs off this over.
But that didn't work, and in the end he had to have an operation on the knee that kept him out for the good part of the summer. Then he fell down some stairs and tore all his ankle ligaments. So he's had a rough time, as Jack.
Next ball just pushed back down. End of the over, maiden over. Good over by the young spinner. I fell down the stairs last winter. It's not nice.
No, well, so that set him back. I mean, other than that, I understand he was due for a comeback, maybe in the 50 over, but he's only played 3 championship games so far. But it's really good to see him back. I've just got an update to do, Edward, to the listeners on
yes, I can hear the weather.
BBC.
And my fall down the stairs was not, I tell you, drink related.
I didn't even suggest it was. I wouldn't be so bold. Actually, I'll be telling a fib if it didn't cross my mind, Edward. But anyway. So, Fahim Ashraf, figures of 9 overs, 0 for 60, running in down the hill. Comes in and bowls to Cook, who hammers that away through the covers, picks up a single, footed by Brad Curry.
Adrian Harms has the links for us.
Yes, thank you very much, Sarah. We are playing here this morning, but the floodlights are on and there is heavy cloud around Hove that suggests that showers may not be far away. Indeed, that is the forecast, but Sussex have had a decent morning. They picked up a couple of wickets so far. Sean Hunt accounting for Billy Root, he bowled in for 21, and then Shubman Gill, the young Indian batsman, he's only 23, batted beautifully before he was caught by Sean Hunt off the bowling of Jack Carson for 119. Glamorgan are 282 for 5. Meanwhile, at Old Trafford, Lancashire carrying to pile on the runs against Surrey. They're 475 for 7. As in comes Ashraf, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. He's had a difficult time, hasn't he, Fahim Ashraf? I mean, he's in his 10th over, figures are 0 for 61. I'm sure Sussex are just expecting a little more from... I mean, he's over here for these 3 matches. He's looked, frankly, better with the bat than he has with the ball at the moment. Sussex clearly having... I mean, he's bowled with better pace today, I think, Edward. He's coming in now down the hill. The 2 slips go down. In and bowls, and forward comes Salter and plays slightly unconvincingly out into the covers, fielded by Ibrahim, and there is no run. Salter goes to 2. That's 283 for 5.
I think I mentioned it yesterday. Ashraf was bowling into a howling gale coming up the hill.
Yep.
And as soon as he changed ends yesterday, I know he hasn't bowled particularly well throughout his spells, but he's decidedly quicker since he has changed ends with the wind. With the wind is behind him, because you can see the flags away to our right fluttering that way. So perhaps he doesn't like the cold, like us all.
Yeah. One of the slips, the second slip, was moved to gully, as in comes Ashraf over the wicket, bowls and Cook up on his toes and steers that down to deep backward point, fielded up there by Brad Curry. One more to Cook, who's looked in good nick. He goes to 20, and the total to 284 for 9. Worcestershire bowled out for 225 by Middlesex at New Road.
Well, that's an improvement, wasn't it? 80 for 4, 60 for 4, whatever it was.
So we'll keep an eye on that, and I say it's a good Worcestershire seam attack, so don't despair, Glamorgan supporters. That may not be as bad as it seems. Now the slip, which had moved to gully, goes back to second slip. So 2 slips, a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 men set back on the leg side. There's a deep backward square and a fine leg as Ashraf is in, running in bowl to Salter short, pulled by Salter, but he mistimes it completely. He was looking to pull that down towards fine leg. It ends up in the hands of Alior, who comes in from deep square to field. I think there's a few drops of rain I can just see on our commentary box window. Let's look for the umbrellas going up at the far end of the ground.
No ground staff.
No ground staff. That's just a little bit of drizzle, but it's
Annoying.
yeah, it is annoying, and I hope for Glamorgan's sake that we don't get lots of interruptions, because that would be a shame at the end of the season if the weather intervenes in the promotion race. Ashraf back to his mark, coming into bowl to Chris Cook, who's 20 not out of 21 deliveries. He's in bowls, and Cook covers up to a ball of good length, punches that into the covers, footed by Ibrahim. There is no run. It is the end of the over. I can see a couple of umbrellas up near the pavilion. A sort of red and blue umbrella has just gone up, and the person sitting next to them. So it is definitely raining. In fact, people are just starting to feel. I can see people now just moving in the seats, and we can see the specks of rain on our commentary box window. Famous last words. We said this yesterday on a couple of occasions. It didn't look like it would amount to much, because there are brighter skies away to the west and the northwest where the weather is coming from, and certainly for the time being, we're staying on.
You often see umpires, having been told what the radar, etc., and showers, they think, right, let's play through this one and it might clear up.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're doing now, is Carson prepares to bowl another over. The last one was a maiden, and he is bowling to Andrew Salter, and Salter goes back and plays it very watchfully back down the pitch. And apart from that onslaught in his first over, Carson immediately into a good line and a good length. He's got the advantage of being tall as he comes over the wicket again and bowls. And Salter himself, an off spinner, treats that with a lot of respect, just prods it down to short leg. It's raining quite hard, and I think the umpires
I think they're going off. I think they've decided that's it.
I'm surprised that the
ground staff.
The grounds have nowhere to be seen.
No, they're not. That is surprising. Well, in fact, they're just down here to the right. I think they were just hiding away in the corporate area. Here come Ben Gibson and the boys, just literally down in front of us. So the covers are coming on. I have a feeling
it's not going to be long.
This may not be long. There are some darker clouds in the distance, but it's behind the Spenkama Pavilion, I can see some lighter skies. So with a bit of luck,
blue there as well.
it's not going to be that long a break. So Glamorgan commencing this morning on 2:21 for 3. Have added
64.
They've lost the wicket of Shubman Gill for that wonderful innings for 119, and Billy Root for 21. The objective here for Glamorgan, Edward, is to maximise points. I mean, time is being taken out of the game now, but I'd have thought objective number 1, 405 batting bonus points.
Yes, that's a long way to go at the moment, because you're up against a pretty good attack. Even Ashraf had got into his groove. So Glamorgan with 5 wickets down, don't want to lose another couple. It's up to Cook initially to try and get them through up, but they're on the cusp, or if you like, of a third batting point. So
be up in the big smoke and enjoy that lifestyle better. I think probably a bit more relaxed in South Wales, and same way as people might prefer to live in Brighton or Hove or somewhere on the Sussex coast than in London.
Just some hot news from New Road is that Middlesex are 4 for 1 in their first innings.
Really?
We were talking about Dylan Pennington, the young quick bowler for Worcester. He's dismissed Sam Robson for a duck. So we were wondering how good a total that 225 for Worcestershire might be. Well, with Middlesex 4 for 1, maybe it's I think that's far from a done match. The good news is here, the umpires are back out and the players are coming out, and behind that cloud there is some bluer sky. So I think we are going to get interruptions, Edward, today, but
not heavy rain.
Not as heavy and not as frequent. So we'll have lost some overs today. I'm just looking at the scoreboard to see how that's been adjusted. Or I guess we may not have done, because we probably no more than 10 minutes.
Yeah. Make it up.
Yeah, Glamorgan will want to stay on as long as possible, needless to say.
-4.
Yeah.
Glamorgan in the last game at the close of play, the game they won, were +10.
Wow, okay. Yeah, well, so who was bowling all of those?
Patel and Salter.
Yeah, well, that's,
Both end, they were going in tandem most of the game.
Well, there's 2 balls to remain in this over from Jack Carson. Describe those to you with a slip and a short leg in place will be Ed Bevan.
Yes, the impressive Carson, and he'll be bowling to Andrew Salter, who was playing himself in quietly, as he did in the last innings. He hits the ball very, very hard and a long way, but he's not going to do that, I wouldn't have thought at the moment. It's in comes the first ball, and it's just clipped down to long on, trickles down to Hunt, who's feeling 20 yards in front of us, if that. And I think I rather think that if he went up to mid-on to stop the single, I don't think Salter Cook might have a go over the top. He's put his extra cover out as Carson to complete this over is in past umpire Baldwin, and he's played that down to short leg. I miscounted. There's another ball left.
Yeah, in fact, I thought there was. There were 2 balls left. That's my fault. I thought there was just a couple of more balls in the over.
Trying to catch me out again.
Yeah, it's because I was looking at the overs.
I saw 3 point something. Yeah. Here he is then. Bowls again. Here's the reverse coming out, and that might just run away for 4. It's struck by Cook. Yes, it's given up, and fielder down there. It's the 12th man. So he gathers and throws the ball back from the boundary. Always handy to have a man, and with the introduction, not the introduction, but they've been playing there for some time now. It's crept into county cricket, so they played pretty well. He moves on to 24, and Glamorgan on to 200. And I describe this next ball. Salter's ready to come, but he's been sent back. 290. They're encroaching on their next 3rd batting point. We've talked about Glamorgan in the future. What about Sussex?
Well,
Adrian?
Yeah, well, Sussex over the last couple of years have gone down the youth policy, which is commendable, but not without criticism. In the last 2 seasons, they've only won 2 county championship matches. One at Glamorgan when Rolly Robinson got a stack of wickets. The other one here against Derbyshire when there was a very odd declaration by Derby. I think the general feeling is here that the younger players have benefited from having Grant Flower as the batting coach. I think that's unquestionable, with the likes of Tom Alsop, Tom Clark, Alistair Orr, who has perhaps been the highlight of the season, really, in terms of his batting in terms of all formats.
He's not playing in this game, though.
No, yes, he is. Orr is playing, yeah, and then Cheteshwar Pujara.
Oh, I thought you said Harrison Ward then.
No, Alistair Orr. Sorry.
Alistair, yeah.
But the issue really has been as Sean Hunt comes in from the Cromwell Road end around the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, let go by Salter, and there is no run. The problem has been they can't bowl sides out. And the younger bowlers have really struggled. Ollie Robinson, until Sean Hunt took that 17th wicket, the leading wicket taker this season, which probably tells you everything you have to know. And there would have been disappointments. Stephen Finn came at the end of last season, but he's been injured for much of the season. We were talking about that yesterday. Yeah. And they've needed some experience, and they've had injuries, so we have to take that into account. as in comes Hunt around the wicket, bowls and sort of runs this to backward point, picks up a single. He's going to move on as Curry gets in the throw, misses the stumps.
But you did have Mr. Pujara, of course.
Well, we did. Pujara's been wonderful, so I think the batting has shown signs of progress, no question about that. I think Tom Haynes at the top of the order has had a difficult season. I think it's a tough gig at 23 to be taking on the captaincy of a side that are struggling. And
I heard you. In fact, I heard your interview with him at Durham, and he said, "Well, we'll fight on." But
he will. And and he's a fine player. Tommy had a wonderful season last year. And he's a good player. In comes Hunt bowls, forward comes Cook, plays into the offside. There is no run. But I just wonder whether the burden of that captaincy has maybe affected Tom's batting this season. So if Pujara comes back next season, and that's not in Sussex's remit, I mean, that's up for the BCCI, the Indian board, to decide that. I would imagine if that does happen, that perhaps Tom would relinquish the captaincy. So that remains to be seen. But Sussex need to sign a Michael Neser type, a Dan Worrell type, the sort of bowler, that's what you need. In comes Hunt and bowls, forward comes Cook, plays into the offside. I mean, there is no run, because I think, if you get some fit, experienced bowler around the younger bowler, that's going to help the likes of Sean Hunt and Henry Crocombe and Brad Curry.
I remember one of the most solid bowlers you had. It was Steve McGoffin.
Yeah, well, a great example.
Keep going all day.
Yeah, and we'll get you stacks of wickets.
Yeah.
And that's what Sussex have lacked. In comes Hunt bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Beats Cook outside the off stump. There's a little bit in this pitch, I
was talking to David Harrison in the hotel lobby this morning as he was setting off, and he said that there's a little bit been in it all day. I think we did detect that because it was moving about, and there must have been some sort of residual damp in that pitch.
Yeah. So it's an important winter for Sussex, and important to get players on. I know it's not easy, but you want players who are going to be here all season. In comes Hunt and bowls, and Cook is forward, plays into the offside, and picks up a single as Danny Liebrim can't get there, but Brad Curry comes running into field. One more to the total. That's the end of Sean Hunt's over. He's been tidy this morning, Sean Hunt. He's picked up a wicket. 15 overs, no maidens, 2 for 49. Glamorgan 292 for 5. Also to mention some good news for Sussex today, that they've got their major sponsor has renewed for the next few years. I'm sure I can mention it. At the First Central motor insurance. I'm sure other insurances are available, we have to say. So Sussex will be delighted to have secured a sponsor for the next 3 years. So no, in answer to your question, Edward, I think the jury's still out, would be fair to say, as to whether going the youth route is the best route. And an important winter ahead for Sussex in terms of recruitment of players to help these younger players. There's been no shortage of effort, but it's not easy when you're getting beaten in the Championship.
Especially for young players.
No, absolutely.
Carson starts a new over and bowls to Cook, who clips it round the corner.
Ouch.
Very good stop.
It's Tom Alsop under the helmet there.
Is he all right? Yes,
yeah,
he's fine.
I imagine he's got the pads on, but I don't quite know where that hit him. Did he hit him maybe on the ankle?
It hit him around that leg area. Not nice.
No.
And for the first time in the innings, it's gone under 5, 4.95. As Carson is in, bowls to Cook, and Cook is forward, and he's commanding respect since Gill was out. And has he, at all, been recognised on the Lions or anything like that? I'll just wait for this delivery. As he bowls to Cook and drive, and doesn't get a run again.
He was in the last season. There was a county game, a first-class counties against India up at Durham, and Jack Carson played in that game.
Yeah, I haven't noticed him. Good.
But since then, it's like this knee injury was a problem, and I think that probably precluded any chance of getting on Lions last winter.
Here he is again, bowls and down the leg side. This time just a little bit offline, and they go through for a single, and Cook just clips it away. And the score moves on to 293 for 5. The next batting point is in sight. That would be in the third. And there are loads and loads of overs left because in terms of bonus points, this is only the... I'll just have a quick look, and the next ball is helped on its way, but straight to the man on the 45 behind. This is the 60th over. So there are 51 overs left for the two sides to get their points. Jack Carson, off spinner, bowling to off spinner. Bowls to him, Salter his back, clips it round the corner. Got his field set right. Just the single off that over. Another very good over for Carson. And the score is 293 for 5. We've had a little break for rain, but all I can see him delighted to say over the pavilion is blue sky.
Which is good news. I'll do one more over and I'll hand over to Chloe Brewer for a stint on the microphone. I just wondered here, Edward, with Glamorgan, because they need to win this match.
Yes.
So is there a case for Glamorgan in this game getting to 400, getting the 5 batting bonus points and pulling out? And just because there has been a bit of weather around and thinking, right, we've got the 5 batting points in the bag.
Absolutely.
Let's just see where it takes us. In comes Sean Hunt from the Cromwell Road end, around the wicket, bowls to Cook, pulled away by Cook over mid-wicket, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. Delray Rawlings is very athletic there in mid-wicket, but he had no chance. 2 short by Sean Hunt, which has been a rarity this morning. He's bowled well, but that was a poor delivery, pulled away over mid-wicket for 4 runs. Good shot by Cook. He goes to 30, total 297 for 5.
Yeah, to answer your question, I think that's got to be the aim, because the follow-on will then be 251, which if they're doing a bit out there might be difficult.
In comes Hunt again, bowls, and Cook drives without timing to mid-off. There is no run.
I think if they go on longer than that, then with showers about, you never know. That might preclude them from, or stop them really from, who knows, winning the game, because you never know when you hear heavy showers, sunny intervals. So they've got to be positive. In fairness, they've been very positive in this innings. And I think if it can get another 100-odd runs to get, though.
In comes Hunt, bowls, and Cook is forward, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Rawlings. There is no run.
What are they now? 297.
297,
So, yeah, if they can get a lunch, say 350, and then have a quick half hour.
I just wonder whether that might be something that Glamorgan... But as I say, as Edward was saying, in the distance behind these guys, those sitting in their pavilion won't be able to see what we can see, but there was just blue sky in the distance now. So we're certainly going to get an uninterrupted passage of play for a little while as Hunt is in around the wicket, bowls, Cook to a ball that kept a little low, plays back down the track. There is no run. I forgot actually that lunch isn't today until 20 to 1, is it? So I'll stay on just for another few minutes and we'll bring Chloe in about 10
I'll do a
past.
couple more and Nick can come in.
10 quarter past and
we'll change the bowling.
We'll change the bowling, yeah. Just the one slip in place. There is a gully, a deep backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 men back on the leg side as Hunt is in and bowls, and Cook is hit on the pad. That looked to me as if it was maybe a little high at the first
I
look.
thought so, yeah. Tom Longley had a look, but we will have another look on the laptop which is in front of us. You don't have any screens here which you get fed?
No, in fact, that's something I will speak to the lads who run the stream, because it'd be quite good to have a big screen in here that we can have a look at the replays on when they happen. Perhaps that's something we'll get in place for next season.
I think that was going down as well.
Floodlights on. Hunt.
There's the blue sky.
Round away for bowls, and Cook steers that through the covers and picks up a single as Brad Curry comes racing in from the cover point boundary to field, gets in the throw. So tidy enough from Sean Hunt, apart from that loose delivery that was pulled away for 4. 16 overs, no maidens, 2 for 54 for Sean Hunt. Glamorgan 298 for 5. Chris Cook on 31. Andrew Salter is on 5.
Looking down this ground now, although there have been changes, and I remember when I started coming down many years ago, and the players, of course, were in the pavilion away to our left, that hasn't changed much, and they used to sit upstairs at their balconies, and the umpires used to go at the side, not in the middle where they come out. This has changed completely, and the crowd basically looks the same as Carson starts a new over, and that is defended. No run. The flats have come up since I started coming here, the ones in front of us, and these people are way to our right. They've always been, not the same people, but those lovely houses, they're still there. But basically, I think the ground has, although the indoor school, that used to be a tennis or squash bar.
That's right.
In the old days. And the nets, I think, where they've always been, as Carson is in. Bowls to Cook. Cook drives and gets a run down to long on, where Hunt, who was fielding down there, is not there now, and it's Orr who picks up. Ali Orr.
Yep.
Who picks up and returns.
Had a very good season as Ali Orr.
Salter faces now, and he's swept that, and that might just run away to the boundary. It's well timed, yes, it's given up by the two fielders chasing it, and a well timed sweep for 4. Takes Salter on to 9, and Glamorgan get the third batting point. They are now 303 for the loss of those 5 wickets. Glamorgan up around the top of the batting points, bonus points, looking the other day, especially the 5 against Derbyshire did help, and they'll get a few more now. As Jack Carson comes in, bowls again to Salter. Salter comes down, Carson saw him coming, pulled it down, and he just chipped it backward of square. The man fielding at short leg looks to have flannels, which are rather short for him.
Yeah, it's Tom Alsop there.
He's got the pads on underneath, perhaps that makes them... Here's the next ball. Good delivery, which take that spin. He was pushing away in the offside. It ended up at backward square. Anyway, end of the over. And Glamorgan going along quite nicely, you know, with these little partnerships. Cook has moved on to 32. And Salter is on 9. The blue skies keep on coming. I think you giving way to Chloe Brewer.
Yep, I'll give way in a couple of minutes. Just to say, we were talking about would Glamorgan get promoted? Would it be Middlesex? The other big question is who's going to come down? And it looks very much as if the county champions could be coming down. That's Warwickshire, because they've had a lot of delays.
Or Yorkshire.
Well, yeah, I mean, Warwickshire need to win, I think, and they're 157 for 2, but it's raining again in Birmingham. They can't get on the field. As Sean Hunt, I'll make way after this over, runs in down the hill, comes in and bowls to Cook, and Cook hammers that away, only as far as Brad Curry, who's at deep point. A shot that deserved more than a single. Cook goes to 33, 304 for 5. Yeah, Yorkshire are playing Gloucestershire. You're quite right. I mean, they're not out of the woods, are Yorkshire. No. Gloucestershire bowled yesterday for 190. Yorkshire in reply 160 for 8. So they're only going to get 3 bowling points. But I think Warwickshire would need to beat Hampshire for Yorkshire to be in trouble. We'll see how that plays out over the next few days. Kent also were in a bit of trouble. In comes Hunt, bowls and sort of drives to mid-off, fielded by the skipper Haynes, who shies at the stumps, but Salter was comfortably home. One more to Salter. He goes to 10, 305 for 5. Kent are playing Somerset this week. Somerset are safe. Somerset made 202 yesterday. Kent 98 without loss at Canterbury.
Right.
So I think Warwickshire are the side in real danger if they don't win that game.
They are in danger.
County champions coming down.
Yorkshire on and off the field.
In comes Hunt, bowls, full toss, and Cook took his hand off the bat as he played them. Didn't time it at all to mid-off, fielded by Haynes, no run.
You know, it's been a horrendous 12-month, hasn't it, for Yorkshire on and off the field.
Yep.
And if they go down, that'll put the tin hat on it. You know, I know that the natives up there are not very happy at all.
Well, in terms of the table at the beginning of this match, it's worth just having a quick peep at that. Is Hunt on his way, floodlights on, although blue skies approaching, he's in and bowls, and Cook plays it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Fielded. Now, Sam Wheeler has come in. We all love Sam.
Hello, Sam.
Everybody knows Sam, and he's come into the commentary box. We always love to see him, but we love him even more today because he's come in with a cake.
Yeah, for Nick.
For Nick?
From
Pardon?
Western Wales.
No chance. It's not for Nick. Not while I'm here.
Special delivery.
Thanks ever so much, Sam, who looks after us with cars and things.
He does. He's the most popular man at Hove, is Sam. In comes Sean Hunt, bowls to Cook. He eases that down to third man, picked up by Brad Curry. One more to Chris Cook.
Yeah,
he goes
many
to 34.
thanks, Sam. And don't think for any moment, Nick Webb, that you're going to enjoy all this.
But not just a cake, as Sam bought in. He's bought in a tube of cream as well.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, look at that.
Can I say the name? I better not.
Well, we can say dairy spray cream, which looks very nice. So cake and cream we've got.
Enjoy yourself.
Thank you, Sam. Lovely
Bless
to see
you, Sam.
Give Chloe a bit.
Yeah, Chloe's going to have
Hunt
some.
and bowls driven by Salter to mid-off. And thank you to Sam, because he's always so welcoming all season.
Great
for
man.
me. He gets me a parking space, and to everybody who comes. So he's a top man.
Get out of the store, am I?
Sam Wheeler, who's a part of Sussex Cricket Club, and end of the over,
Yeah, Steve,
365.
Nick will be shown this little message. He's gone out. Where's he gone? I must be honest. I'm not going to read it now because lunch approaches, and I certainly Nick is at it. He's going to get plates.
Nick's got to get the plates. Yeah.
Can't find a knife at the moment.
We'll do it much later.
I'm going to make way for
Thank
Chloe,
you, Steve.
not just because the cake's arrived, but because it's Chloe's turn to come on commentary. I'm going to leave you with Edward and with Chloe.
Carson starts another over. I shall vacate then and let Nick come in for the final half hour or so before lunch. And the first ball is blocked, and Carson bowling very well here. He comes in and bowls. Cook is always on the lookout to attack spinners, but he can do nothing with that one. And if he does try to go over the top, Alio is just waiting for it to be Hunt dismissed or caught Gill. Carson's been bowling ever since Gill was dismissed, and he comes again and bowls. This is chipped away for a single down to mid-wicket. You going to have a piece of cake, Chloe?
I might after lunch. Might just tempt me there. It looks good, doesn't it?
Looks lovely. Steve West, I think it's Nice who's brought it in, and yes, says Nick, and keep it away from the clutches of one person here. As the sweep is out again with Salter, and 4 more runs to him. Drifting down the leg side there. Might, if he came round the wicket, might change the angle and get it straighter. But Salter playing his part here, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I think if he just changed that angle and he's playing sweeps, he could just get a bottom edge. It kind of makes that shot a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah. His flannels are blowing in the wind, as is everybody else. The man at mid-wicket, he's blown away at a minute. In he comes again, and down the pitch he comes and meets him on the half volley to Salter and gets a single, which takes him up onto 15. The score to 30. I'm looking 35 to Cook, and the score to 312. It's been a good pre-lunch session this for Glamorgan, despite losing those wickets. The last ball is blocked out into the offside, and Glamorgan in a pretty good position, Chloe, to go up and get that 404 bonus points, as he'll be joined by Nick.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see whether Glamorgan get to the 400 mark, then maybe have a bit of a bowl at Sussex, but we'll see what they're...
I'm off mic at the moment, Chloe, but just to say, we were talking about the position at the bottom of the county championship. Warwickshire started the game with 120 points, Kent 14 points ahead of them, Yorkshire 15 points ahead, but both Kent and Yorkshire have picked up 3 bowling points. So by my calculations, Warwickshire will need to win their game to avoid relegation. If they don't win, and even if they do win, it may not be enough, but they need to win to have any chance of avoiding relegation. So the county champions look almost certain that they're going to be playing their cricket in Division 2 next year, coming down alongside Gloucestershire.
Right, well, who will be going up? That's the question. Glamorgan outsiders in the race at the moment as Ibrahim comes down the slope and bowls, and Salter is forward defending on the offside, and there is no run. So Glamorgan starting this game 9 points behind Middlesex and 18 points behind Nottinghamshire. And Nottinghamshire, well, they've piled up 363 for 3, so they've already got 4 out of the 7 points that they need without having had a chance to bowl yet. Salter plays this one on the offside, and there's no run. Middlesex 30 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's 225 all out. So Glamorgan certainly hoping that Middlesex don't pile up too many there. Otherwise, those hopes will be receding somewhat for Glamorgan. They have to chase this game and hope results somewhere go their way. Ibrahim into bowl to Salter, who plays that one on the offside, and there is no run. Time for Sussex, I suppose, to start thinking about who'll be bowling with the new ball in 15 overs' time, and presumably resting those for the next 15 overs. We had Curry and Ashraf take the new ball yesterday, but Ashraf was hoiked off after 3 overs, but seems to enjoy it more bowling down the slope, as that is down the leg side from Ibrahim. Salter might have got a little bit of bat on it, but probably pad, I think. They've gone through for a singlers. Ollie Carter did well to stop that one going for 4 down the leg side. Had a couple of awkward moments early on. Did Carter, who is keeping wicket in the absence of Charlie Tier, who is off with illness, as is Finn Hudson-Prentice. So that's one fewer bowling option for the home side. The substitutes cannot bowl. Rawlings is on the field. Ibrahim bowls and Cook smashes that one into the offside, but fielded at point, deep point. There's a man on the boundary. Cook moves to 36, 314 for 5. Sussex's over rate is still problematical. Perhaps they've got to the stage they don't really care this season, because it's not going to make any difference to their position in the table. Just have a go at winning the match. Ibrahim is in, bowls, and Salter defends. That's the end of a tight over. 1 off the bat, 1 off the pad. 314 for 5. Cook 36, Salter 15. The man out this morning, Gill for 119. Earlier Root for 21. A wicket apiece to Carson and to Hunt. And Sussex generally, I think, have given Glamorgan fewer 4 balls than they did yesterday, Chloe?
Yeah, they're definitely bowling a lot better areas today than they were yesterday. Yesterday it just felt like, a lot of balls were being put away, really, just because it just loose deliveries, really, not hitting their marks. But today's been a lot better from their areas.
314 for 5, Carson to bowl.
Carson in from the sea and just on the left, defended back to him as he turns for top of his mark. Well, I have bowled it a lot of seam actually, so spinner will help get through this over rate a little bit quicker. As Carson's at the top of his mark. Bowling to Cook just on the length again, but kept incredibly low. Cook crouching there.
Yeah, it's a real chop down on that one, and Glamorgan will be heartened by the pitch showing signs of misbehaviour.
Carson in again, just on the left, worked to one of that mid wicket there. Exactly the same ball there, but that one hit the top of the bat, whereas the other one was hitting his ankles. Carson speeding through his over, his 4th delivery just on that length, flicked towards mid on there. Rawlins chasing it, but lets Ali Orr at long on there collect the ball. We just get a single from it. As Carson's giving the ball a little bit of a shine, actually.
Good luck with that. Trying to keep shine on the ball after 66 overs.
Carson coming in now, just on the left. Vaz a shovel down the wicket, and that's in the air. Oars under net, and it's taken at long on. That will see the back of Salter there. But he's dismissed the 15. Bowl Carson caught by Orr at long on. So Glamorgan are now 315 for 6.
Second bowling point to Sussex. Salter deciding that it was time to get on with it. 15 off 37 deliveries. A couple of boundaries in that, but deciding that the spinner had to go and paying the price, really. And Glamorgan not really making full advantage of their position in this first session today. They've added, 90 odd runs, 94 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. So Sussex can be pretty pleased with the fight back. And I think Glamorgan's tactics have been influenced by the weather and the fact that they are likely to lose a fair chunk of overs, even if they manage to make some of them up today. How many overs we got left? 79 on the board at the moment.
Yep.
Had the one brief interruption, which means we probably won't get back the 8 overs that we were scheduled to have extra today. As James Harris comes in, perfectly competent batsman, has been up as high as 6 in his Middlesex days, but generally been 9, occasionally 10 for Glamorgan this season. He's more an orthodox batsman than a big hitter. So Glamorgan, well, they've shown signs of looking to get after the spinner, but maybe they ought to get up to 350 and get the basics done of 4 batting points. It's by no means assured that they'll get to a 5th.
Carson coming in for his final ball of the over. It's just on the left, defended by the new batter Harris for a dot ball to finish it over. Glamorgan are 315 for 6. Cook is on 37, and Harris is the new batter on 0.
Thomas Cook's got in touch from the Irish Midlands. He says man-counting is in the laws of the game. Compares it with a keeper coming off the line in football and being chipped by an attacking player. As for fair play in cricket, is it fair that an injured player can't be substituted except in certain circumstances? Well, that's only been in the last couple of years, hasn't it? Concussion and COVID. Otherwise, any other sort of injury, no, you can't. As Ibrahim is in and bowls to Cook, who defends on the offside, no run. Richard Blake says, really enjoyable season in red ball cricket. I've enjoyed us competing at the top end of the table. Looks as though it's going down the wire. Recruitment has been superb. Gill is going to be a star. Hogan, a brilliant servant. Very difficult to replace. Any names in the pipeline? There have been a few rumours around. As Ibrahim is in to bowl, and Cook tucks that one off his legs down to fine leg for a single. 316 for 6. Harry Podmore has been a name that's been mentioned, playing for Kent, had a couple of games on loan for Glamorgan a few years back. Whispers from the Kent end that he is in talks with Glamorgan. But high-class performers who are British qualified are few and far between who are on the move. As Ibrahim is in and bowls, and Harris defends that one back to him. Adrian Harms to my left is looking suspiciously.
It looks like it's just spitting a little bit, actually, around the ground.
It's not particularly dark cloud at the moment. Umbrella up in the pavilion. Seat somewhere. So there is a bit of blue sky in the distance. So again, if we do go off, may well only be for a few minutes. 316 for 6. Ibrahim bowls and Harris defends. Feels at the moment as though Glamorgan are playing A, Sussex, B, the weather, and C, Middlesex, and D, Nottinghamshire. Having to keep an eye on all these different factors. I think Nottinghamshire are going to be out of the equation. They'll pull clear of Glamorgan, surely. They're about to... they didn't get to... 110 overs is up, so they won't get to maximum batting points, but they've got 4 from that game. Need to take 3 points, and they'll be home and hosed. As Harris deflects one down to fine leg for a single. Notts 379 for 3 against Durham. Middlesex still one down, 52 for 1, making rapid progress in reply to Worcester's 2-2-5 all out, and Glamorgan will be desperately hoping for good things for the Worcestershire bowlers there, but they're unfortunately without Joe Leach. 3:17 for 6 here. Ibrahim in to bowl to Cook, and he's forward defending. There's no run. 3:17 for 6 at the end of an over that produced just a couple of singles. We've got, 16 minutes until the luncheon interval. With regard to Glamorgan's season, there have been moments on social media where people have called for the heads of management and coaching team, but notably after the Middlesex game the other week. But I think to put things into context, over the season, Glamorgan will finish with no worse than a 50% record, wins, losses all round, and it'll probably be slightly favourable.
Carson coming in from the seat and just outside off, left alone by Harris.
So Glamorgan are 1-6, lost 3 in the championship. They won 5, lost 7 in T20, and won 4, lost 4 in One Day Cup.
Carson in again, just on that length, and it's defended underneath Harris's eyes. And another dot ball for Carson's 9th over.
And if Glamorgan were to win this match, a 7-3 record in the championship would not be sniffed at.
Carson just short of length, that's worked into leg side, but found short leg there. He's just managed to stop it with his shin.
Lucky chap.
Carson just changing it up a little bit now, changing the angle, is coming right on round the wicket now. And deep points pushed out towards boundary. Carson in the legs, and it's just flicked into the leg side. Deep square comes to pick it up and throws it back into the keeper on the bounce.
I know that conditions weren't particularly spin-friendly yesterday with the poor weather around, but Sussex might have introduced Carson a little bit sooner than they did.
Yeah, I feel like we could have possibly brought the spinner on a slightly early. Seems like they did have 5 bowling changes yesterday. Possibly could have gone to the spinner a little bit quicker. This Carson remains right arm round, just short of length, and it's flicked again into the leg side. They're running hard this one, so they've taken 2 as deep square comes round to pick the ball up, who chucks it back to the keeper. Well, not the keeper, in that direction. Short leg picks it up.
Yeah, I think Brad Curry was making sure the ball was in the air rather more quickly, so threw completely off balance and it rather dribbled back towards the middle. Afternoon.
It definitely would be interesting to see what the message from the dressing room is for the Glamorgan batters. Yeah.
Ibrahim bowls again down leg side. Oh, that's a shocker. It's racing away for 4 again. This time it is more leg byes, so James Harris is using his pads to great effect. He's trying to get back to ball and failing, but deflections past wicketkeeper Ollie Carter, the sporter of a proud mullet. Shortish at the sides, long at the back, bit of a tash going on. It's a strong look.
Would you ever get a mullet?
I was around in the 80s. They were rubbish then, they're rubbish now. I'm trying to keep it on top. As in comes Ibrahim and bowls to Harris. That's a better delivery outside off stump. And it's played out to Curry at point. And there's no run. 3:28 for 6. 10 minutes to go till lunch. 2 balls, the Ibrahim over. May get 3 more in, but Sussex won't be in a particular hurry, I don't think. Ibrahim is into bowl to Harris, who blocks it back to the bowler. No run, so a cautious start from James Harris. Andrew Salter didn't really get going. He eventually tried to have a go at the spinner Jack Carson, and there was a second catch at long on off the spinner. Hunt taking one to dismiss Gill and Orr claiming one to dismiss Salter. Him charging in, bowls. Harris plays defensively on the offside. No run. 328 for 6, end the over. Cook 40, Harris 2. The men out today. Gill 119, Root 21, Salter 15. Sussex have 2 bowling points and high hopes of picking up a third. On the other hand, they have -4 next to their name on the over 8. Adrian Harms is back with us.
Yeah, they do. I'm just going to do my update, Nick, in a couple of moments. I was just thinking here about Glamorgan, and I know it's a sort of a very sporty analogy, isn't it? But I mean, all Glamorgan could do here is just play this match. I mean, I'm sure they've got half an eye and an ear on what's going on at New Road, but I guess they've just got to concentrate on winning this game and seeing where it takes them. In comes Jack Carson, around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Cook, who's forward, plays to backward point, fielded there by Fahim Ashraf, I think that is over there. And there is no run, was it Daniel Ibrahim?
No, there's no shadow of a doubt about it.
Carson.
It's a lot more wintry.
Floodlights still on, although bits of blue sky around. In comes Carson, bowls, and Cook is forward, plays down the onside, fielded by Carson. And there is no run. The new ball will be available in 5 overs' time. I'm sure that's something that Glamorgan will be aware of, but they've got oodles of time to pick up the 5 batting bonus points. Carson in again, bowls, and flicked by Cook to short fine leg, fielded by Sean Hunt. And again, there is no run.
Yeah, I haven't quite got oodles of batting left, though.
Well, interesting. Interesting to see how, because we think there's a bit more in this pitch than perhaps Sussex have got out of it, as Carson is in and bowls, and Cook hammers that away through extra cover for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot, over pitch by Jack Carson, and Chris Cook drilled that away through extra cover for 4 runs. Lovely shot. He goes to 44, and Glamorgan to 300. Here we go for the update. 332 for 6. Yes, thanks, Sarah. Sussex have picked up 3 wickets here this morning at Hove, but Glamorgan still going along very nicely. They're 332 for 6. Chris Cook is on 44, and we saw a wonderful innings from Shubman Gill, the 23-year-old Indian batsman, who was eventually out for 119 earlier on today. 2 wickets for Jack Carson today, 1 for Sean Hunt. Glamorgan 332 for 6 with 10 minutes to go here until lunch. Meanwhile, up at Old Trafford, Lancashire eventually out for 512, a 5-wicket there haul there for the left-arm spinner Daniel Moriarty. In reply, Surrey, who of course are the county champions, are 1 without loss.
Excuse me, I've got wonderful news for all of us.
There's another wicket go down. Edward has news.
The Cricket Society. Gosh. I've just spoken to their dinner, and they're still being nice to us.
I'm going to hand that headset back to Chloe for the last 5 minutes before lunch.
Cricket Society. Well, I'll give this during the Ibrahim over, because Carson whips through his fairly quickly.
Carson just coming in from the seat end. It's full of length, and that's driven towards mid-on. They take a run from it, shy of the stumps, hit pad. The umpire's almost taken out. Oh, a lot happening in that ball. And that brings the end of it over. Glamorgan are 337 for 6. Cook is on 49. Harris is on 2.
Cricket Society Awards for services to cricket goes to us lot, basically. Well played, us. BBC Sport, County and Regional commentators. Kevin Howells, who coordinates quite a lot of our work, says we're thrilled to be honoured like this. As Kevin James of BBC Radio Solent is speaking at their awards lunch at the Oval on 28th of October, and look at them up on @Cricket Society on Twitter. So thank you very much indeed to those running the Cricket Society. as the first ball of Ibrahim's over is defended by Cook, and there is no run. And it's always nice to have our work recognised. Thank you to the Cricket Society. Very good. As Ibrahim is in to bowl, and Cook is hit on the pad as he tries to work on the leg side. They think about a quick single, but Rawlins, the substitute fielder, is quickly in from mid-wicket to prevent that. And Kevin James, one of our more distinguished men on the playing field, of course, having had a fine career as an all-rounder for Hampshire and now a fine broadcaster. As Cook squeezes one off his legs, down to fine leg, and that will complete his half-century. Well batted to Chris Cook, who's come at it fairly hard. 69 deliveries, 7 fours in the Cook half-century. He's got 1 century and 5 50s previously this season, so overall it's the 7th time he's reached the 50 mark, and that'll take his average back over 50. As Ibrahim bowls to Harris, who deflects one down. I thought he was trying to run it down to third man, but he almost played on in the end.
Yeah, that was quite a risky shot as well. As soon as he got 2 slips in, just trying to guide it down to third man. He's just opened the face of a bat there.
Managed to play it down into the ground, but didn't get as much of an angle on the ball as he'd hoped. Next delivery from Ibrahim is defended on the offside by James Harris. So thank you very much indeed to Steve West for the cake. As apparently the security chap Sam was helpful as always. Thank you, Sam. It's Ibrahim running in towards us to bowl, and Harris flicks that one backward of square on the leg side, but it's a fairly short quadrant of the ground down there, and they're only able to take a single down to the backward square leg boundary. Harris 3, he keeps the strike with that single. 339 for 6. We'll have 1 over to come before luncheon, and Chloe Brewer will be describing the actions of Jack Carson, who's 2 for 43 and 10 overs. Really good spell, actually.
Yeah, pretty good considering there was quite a lot of runs yesterday morning. Bowlers not quite fine of their lengths. I think Sussex.
It won't be bowled by Jack Carson. Tom Haynes to bowl 1 over.
He's bowled 2 overs so far, 15 runs coming from them.
Don't understand that at all.
No, but here we are. He's bowling his 3rd over in the...
It's usually a token over a spin before lunch, and this time he's taking the spinner off and having a token over a seam from the sea end.
Here we go. Haynes running in from a sea end, just on... LBW shot. It looks like he's just going down leg. It's flicked down to fine leg, and I pick up 2 from it. We've run that very hard, have Glamorgan.
Yeah, 2 30-somethings at the wicket. Harris 33, Cook 36, but they're both pretty keen on their fitness work. No 30-somethings at all in the Sussex side.
No, Haynes coming in again, just on a length that's left alone outside off stump by Harris there. Haynes just returning to the top of his mark. A little bit of chatter in the field, if you can hear it through the mic. It was just last over before lunch here. Haynes in again, just full of a lap, defended back to Rawlins. Just a little bit of footwork there. Tried to kick the ball onto the stumps.
It's probably genuine chatter from the Sussex fielders because I haven't had a bad morning, claiming 3 wickets. Glamorgan have had another 119 runs, so both sides would be reasonably satisfied. Glamorgan won't be reasonably satisfied with Middlesex still being 1 down at Worcester.
Hayes in again, full of length. That's worked time beautifully into the leg side. Has a very valiant effort there from Fine, but that is short, found the rope. Harris moves on to 7, and Glamorgan closing in on about 350 mark. Here they are 345 for 6.
Just one, a few still straying onto leg stump from some of the Sussex bowlers. There have been several lots of leg buys and so on. And that one was on Harris's legs, and he was able to put it away with little danger. And they've moved square leg back now.
Haynes trundling in again, and that's down leg stump.
Oh,
And has taken a run from it.
it's a bye, I believe.
Yep, it's 1 by the score.
Carter's had a tough morning, really, behind the stumps, hasn't he?
Yeah, he looked very frustrated with that deliveries and standing up to Haynes. So he definitely won't be best pleased.
Go on, Skip.
Haynes running in again from the C end. That's just on the left, defended 2 extra cover, and that completely over Glamorgan. 346 for 6. Cook is 50. Harris is on 7 as all fielders go in for lunch.
Yeah, so fairly even morning, but Glamorgan pressing on, albeit losing 3 more wickets. Gill gone for 119. Sussex will be glad to get him, but Chris Cook has taken up the cudgels and provided a bit of impetus to this Glamorgan innings, and they're just 4 runs short of a 4th batting point. Should be in a position to get a 5th. May declare at that point. Who knows? We'll find out here on BBC Sport Online in the afternoon session. We resume at 1:20. Chloe, myself, Nick Webb, Edward and Adrian will be with you then.
So that concludes this morning's session. Glamorgan moving on to 346 for 6. Knockout batsman Chris James Harris on 7. An interval now of approximately 40 minutes. Play due to resume at around 1. The Sussex Museum is open. In person, ready to sign any books you wish to purchase. Sussex Museum, which is situated
on 7 not out, and we have had just 72 overs gone, so they've scored at a healthy rate, and Sussex striking back by taking 3 wickets this morning, 2 to Jack Carson, 1 to Sean Hunt. Hunt bowled Billy Root for 21, and then Jack Carson had both Shubman Gill for 119 and Andrew Salter for 15. They were both caught in a similar long-on position. I'm Nick Webb. Alongside me is Chloe Brewer. We've got Adrian Harms and Edward Bevan as our other commentators today. And
the Sussex team led by Captain
Adrian will be back in a few minutes' time to do his Radio Sussex update. But for the moment, we've got glorious blue skies ahead, above, and Glamorgan, Chloe, looking to push on and get those vital bonus points.
Yeah, definitely they'll look to push on here. I should imagine they'll go possibly a little bit harder once they got their eye back in
and James Harris.
after lunch here. What would you like to see from Glamorgan in this next session?
I think as they may look, I mean, they may get bowled out in the process, but if they look to add maybe another 100 runs, and if they can do that reasonably quickly, then to have a few overs at Sussex before tea, possibly. The last game they declared mid-afternoon session, but that was with no interruptions from the weather and 5:50 on the board, so they may have to leave it a little bit longer if they're in a position to do so. Sussex will hope to take matters into their own hand. 2 wickets apiece so far for Carson, Curry and Hunt.
Yeah, Ibrahim just getting a couple of warm-up bowls into the mid-on fielder. Harris is the batter on strike. Cook Green on the non-striker. Ibrahim has 2 slips, a fine leg, a deep square, mid-wicket, mid-on, as he comes in from a Cromwell Road end, and that's just kicked off the surface a little bit. It's a dot ball. It just bounced a little bit higher than Harris was expecting there. It looks a little bit surprised. Now he's doing that good old gardening work down the wicket.
There's an opening bat, Chloe. Do you actually prod where the ball lands, or do you always... It seems to me that professional players always go a little bit back of a length where the ball actually lands.
Oh, answer just after this ball. Ibrahim, in he comes. And that's handsomely driven through the offside there. Not even bothering to start running there, because that's 4 runs all day long by Harris there. Yeah, I tend to actually look where the ball is, because normally it's a little bit of tuft of grass, and also sends a message to a bowler that it says, that wasn't actually you that beat my outside edge there, it was the pitch.
Bit of psychology.
Yeah, get into their head a little bit.
But it's just my impression from watching the men's game that they always prod a shorter length than where the balls actually come off.
No, I'm not sure about that.
Anyway, that's a bonus point. You're sensible, you prod the right areas.
Ibrahim coming in now. It's just at full of length. Tempted was Harris there, but ended up leaving it alone. Diving stop from Carter there, who's taking the gloves as previous keepers come down with a little bit of a bug.
Yeah, Charlie Tier and Finn Hudson Prentice both off the field with illness. We're told it's not COVID related. If it were, they could have playing substitutes.
Okay. In comes Ibrahim again, and that's just full of length. It's just going down that leg side again, not as wide as earlier. There's been quite a few loose deliveries today. There's been a lot of buys and leg buys down the leg side. Carter didn't look too best pleased earlier.
Well, there's a couple down leg side, didn't really give him much chance, especially as he's only just got into the game as a sub.
Yeah, exactly. Ibrahim coming in again for his 5th ball of the over, and that's full of length and defended by Harris there. Mid on, just picks it up, gives it a little bit of a shine. We haven't got long until a new ball, have we?
Where are we? 7 overs left, so we can safely say that Ibrahim won't be taking it. And probably, well, we had an odd over before lunch from Tom Haynes. I'm not quite sure why, when Jack Carson was wheeling away quite nicely.
Yeah, it was a fairly rogue decision, that. As Ibrahim comes in for his last ball of it over. Oh, I kept slightly low. You can see the double reverse teapot from Carter there. As that brings the end of the over, just 4 coming from it. So Glamorgan have reached that 350 mark with an extra batting bonus point for them. Cook is on 50 and Harris is on 11.
Glamorgan, of course, looking to overtake Middlesex, who started 9 points ahead of them in the table. Middlesex, they were 59 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's 225 all out. And we're back to spin, which makes the decision for Haynes even more rogue.
It's an interesting one.
350 for 6 then, Glamorgan. We've had 73 overs, I believe. The figures are not, some of them are not particularly visible. The over rate has improved slightly. They're only -3 now, but it's of little relevance really, as Carson is into bowl and Cook smashes that one into the offside, but there's a sweeper on the cover boundary and it's just the single. 351 for 6. Cook 51, Harris 11, sunshine present and correct. Bit of a breeze still around. Carson into bowl to Harris, who drives on the bounce back to the bowler. No run. Certainly it was very breezy down on the seafront and is strolling in this morning. Quickly turned right and came through shopping area instead. Get out the wind as Harris defends another one. Back to the bowler.
That's the thing with being on the coast, is weather. We've seen so many different types of weather today. It just changes so quickly because of the wind.
It has been pretty breezy. Carson in, bowls down the wicket. Oh, there's an appeal for a run out at the non-striker's end. Sussex were interested there. Cook twirled and got his bat back down quickly, but that one would certainly have been worth a replay had we had TV facilities here. And is punched straight back by Harris and almost caused the end of his batting partner. As Carson has to bowl again to Harris, who is back on his stumps defending, and there's no run. 351 for 6. Glamorgan may be well looking for a declaration at some point during this session, as that's driven back past the bowler. Cook rather getting in Carson's way, and it allows Harris to take a single. Not quite ideal for Glamorgan, because it means that Harris, the less aggressive of the two, takes the strike at the end of the over. 352 for 6. Cook has 51. Harris has 12.
Yeah, if I find that the worst way of getting out in cricket is run out at the non-striker's end, because you can't do anything about it either. You just got to accept it and walk off. It's just unfortunate if that happens. Now Ibrahim to continue from the Cromwell Road, and he's bowling to Harris on strike. So he comes in just short of length, and that's flicked into the leg side. Fine leg comes around to pick it up, but he rotates the strike. So Harris adds another single to his name, and Cook will be the batter on strike now. Just got a bit of, his clouds look a bit mean up there, over there. They just look like they're coming towards us a little bit. Might just miss us.
Fingers crossed. Welsh supporters hoping we get as much cricket as possible.
Ibrahim in again, and that's full of length. That's defended back to mid-on, who picks it up. And a dot ball for Cook here. We've got just one slip at the moment. We had 2 slips before the lunch break. We've got someone that's just quite wide backward point there. Instead, Ibrahim coming In again, it's just a full of a length and defended back to him. As he chucks it to mid-off, he will just give it a little bit of a shine. I'm not sure how much shine he'll be able to get on that ball now that it's 74 and a half overs old.
It's a bit of a mug's job of bowling seam at this point, I would imagine.
In comes Ibrahim again from a Cromwell Road end, and that's just short of length, and that's tried to be worked square there, but picked out. Rawn is in at mid-wicket.
Doing a reasonable containing job at the moment, aren't they, Sussex? Might be able to buy a few wickets if Glamorgan try and open up.
Yeah, definitely. They've definitely found the areas here today. Yesterday, they couldn't really find their lengths, but today they've come back and really hit them. Ibrahim in again, and it's just full of length and flicked into the leg side. Deep square comes round to pick that up, and they take another single from it. So they're doing well here. Just to rotate with strike after lunch, getting themselves back into it.
This is a little bit cricket by consensus at the moment, isn't it? Glamorgan just happy to milk a few odd singles, and Sussex playing for time until the new ball.
Yeah, definitely. I should imagine it just being like this for a little while after lunch, getting back. Ibrahim, just full of a length, and that's gone down the leg side, and that brings the end of the over. So just 2 from it. Glamorgan are 354 for 6. Cook is on 52, and Harris is on 13.
Adrian Harms will rejoin me so that he can update the radio listeners of Sussex imminently.
Thank you, Chloe. We'll get Chloe back on the radio a little later. I just had to wander out at lunchtime, and actually in the sun it's really quite warm. There's still quite a breeze, but if you can get yourself out the breeze, it's really quite pleasant, and it's, in terms of light, it's the best of the match, really. Jack Carson is going to carry on from the C end of the ground, coming into bowl to Chris Cook, who's on 52. Cook is forward and drived into the offside, fielded by Haynes, and there is no run. The new ball available in just 5 overs' time.
Yeah, they did pinch a single there.
Sorry. And I just wonder whether we're going to see this acceleration, and whether Glamorgan might get to 400 and pull out. We shall see. My apologies for missing that run. In comes Carlson bowled, and down the wicket is Harris driving, but Orr is close enough so as to prevent the single on this occasion.
He's quite an orthodox batsman, James Harris. I'm sure he can hit the ball hard, but he's not one necessarily to have a slog.
Carlson again in the sun has disappeared. As I said, how good the light was, and Harris has plays it into the hands of short-leggers Tom Alsop, and there is no run. Tomorrow evening, after the close of play, the Sussex end of season awards are going to be presented in the pavilion. So if you're at the game tomorrow, those will be presented tomorrow whenever play finishes. Carlson in bowls and clipped firmly to mid-wicket. Good sprawling save by Delray Rawlins, who's on the field as a replacement today, as is Ollie Carter. Charlie Tier and Fid Hunter-Prentice both unwell today, so 2 replacements on. Carson again bowls, and this a little loose and clipped away down to deep backward square. Brad Curry, who gets 10 out of 10 for his eagerness in the field, is in very quickly and sends in a good throw. Harris goes to 14, the total 356 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, Sussex would be very much hoping that they wouldn't be required to bat today.
Carson in bowls and drilled down the ground by Cook. Ali Orr had gone back, allowing the single. 1 more to the total, so 2 off of the over. 350. I think that's going to go to 357. But the scoreboard's now decided to take 1 off. I thought there was 3 off that over. There we go. That's better. 357 for 6. Cook 54. Harris is on 14. Live cricket here on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Wales. Nick Webb, Adrian Harms, Chloe Brewer and Ed Bevan, your commentary team. And it's going to be Dan Ibrahim who's going to carry on down there. Do you mind if I keep going, Nick? Because we're due an update, and that could sort of happen any time. So we'll keep on chattering away. Now, a change in the field, just the 1 slip in place. The fielder who was in a gully position has now come down to 3rd man. That's Tom Clark. So in comes Ibrahim running in to bowl to Cook, and Cook is Just playing that off the hip down to fine leg. They think about a couple of runs, but Hunt is very quickly in from fine leg to field. One more to the total, 357 for 6. 358 for 6, I apologise, get it right. I don't think it is my eyesight. I'm just having a bit of trouble picking up the numbers on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they need to try and get possibly slightly less information and make the numbers bigger. It's particularly with the sun.
I think it's the sun that is the problem. It's the way the sun shines.
Unexpected sunshine.
Here comes Ibrahim over the wicket bowls. Now there was a bit of extra bounce now. That will be of immense encouragement to the Glamorgan bowlers up on the balcony. That wasn't far short of a length, and it really spat at James Harris, who managed to play the ball to backward point.
Yes, Harris the batsman might have got one on the glove there, but Harris the bowler will be licking his lips.
I was put off a little bit there by Harris wearing number 9. Isn't that the number that Nick Selman used to wear for Glamorgan? Yeah.
Yes.
And I was thinking, is that Selman? But it's not. It's James Harris. In comes Ibrahim, bowls and clipped away by Harris down to deep backward square. Picks up a single. We are ready for the update on BBC Radio Sussex. I don't know if they're listening in the studio. Well, they've gone to another record, I think. So, don't know quite what happened there. So if
BBC Radio Sussex has the loudest programme feed, I think, in the UK. Absolutely deafened.
In comes Ibrahim, bowls, and forward comes Cook, plays into the offside, and picks up a single as we try to concentrate on the cricket. And the total goes to 360 for 6.
Well, it's competition time. You might be able to answer the question.
Yes, thanks very much, Sarah. Glamorgan continuing to make good progress here. They're 360 for 6. Chris Cook is on 56, James Harris on 15. Sussex picking up 3 wickets before lunch, 2 for Jack Carson and 1 for Sean Hunt. But Glamorgan batting themselves into a strong position here at Hove. Meanwhile, up at Old Trafford, Surrey are 21 without loss in their first innings. That in reply to the Lancashire total of 512 all out, in which Keaton Jennings made 199. Ibrahim is back to his mark at the far end of the ground completely in shade. Just the one slip, 3 men saving one on the offside. Ibrahim in and bowls, and driven firmly by Harris to mid-off. There is no run. It is the end of the over. The Sussex players now running round in between overs, but you rather feel as if the horse has bolted somewhat there. And now we've got music in our ears, so if they were able to cut the live feed in the studio, that would be hugely appreciated.
Listeners to the stream might even get traces through our headphones of the Bangles Walk Like an Egyptian.
I'm impressed you know who it is, Nick.
Oh, come on, it's mid-80s. It's my vibe.
Well, it should be my vibe as well.
Big hit this was. It's hanging out in the donut shop as Carson bowls, and that's turned around the corner by Carson, but by Cook, but it's a good piece of fielding by Rawlins at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Carson to Cook again. Slip and a short leg in place as that one's defended back to the bowler by Chris Cook. 56 off 81 deliveries. As the Bangles disappear into the distance, and Carson is bowling to Cook, who flicks it down towards square leg in front of the scoreboard. They take a comfortable single. We're just almost whiling away the time before the new ball at the moment, with a couple of overs to come after this one.
What do you make of that suggestion to Edward earlier, Nick, that Glamorgan might pull out at 400?
As that is popping too short leg, but off the pad of James Harris rather than the bat. They may do. I'd give it a little bit longer, try and get to 450 if they have wickets in hand, if I were David Lloyd. As down the wicket comes Harris, hits it out towards mid-wicket, but it's just a single, well stopped by Curry on the boundary in front of the scoreboard away to our right. 362 for 6. I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled out if they get to 400. But personally, I'd like to see them batter just a little bit longer. As that one is nurdled away by Cook on the leg side, single taken. I just think if your follow-on target is 300, then that's another little psychological barrier. And last week Glamorgan had piles of runs, and you thought 550, yes, you can bowl a side out twice for less than that if things go their way, and it did just about. 253 and 273 for Derbyshire, and Glamorgan won by an innings and 24. If you bowl a side out for, if you declare it 400, then the odds are that Sussex, wouldn't have to bat particularly well to get more than that in both innings.
Yeah, that's a good point. Dan Ibrahim comes in down the hill, running into bowl to Cook, who has a short delivery pulled away down to fine leg. He's a little fortunate to get away with that, to be honest. And Cook sort of looked heavenwards as if to say, I should have hit that for 4. Nonetheless, he picks up a single and goes to 59, the total to 364 for 6. We were talking about who's going to come down from the First Division. Kent look as if they're going to back themselves to safety. They're 163 without loss at Canterbury in reply to the Somerset total of 202. Somerset secured their place in the First Division last week. As in comes Ibrahim again, bowls to Harris, and better delivery than Ibrahim fields of his own bowling. And there is no run. Yorkshire bowled out for 183 at Headingley. Gloucestershire in their second innings 5 for 1, so Yorkshire no batting bonus points. So technically, if Gloucestershire won that game, Yorkshire may only come out of that game with 3 points, but that would mean that Warwickshire would need to win, and it's still raining in Birmingham. Play due to start at about now. Ibrahim is in and bowls, and wide of the off stump and carved away by Harris. Curry is very quickly around the boundary at a deep point. He's a good fielder, is Brad Curry, and he gets around quickly and gets in a very good throw as well. Restricts Harris to a single. He goes to 16, 360. I'm just hesitating. 5 for 6, is that, Nick?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're probably a week too late in the season continuing. But hey, if it's the price for getting more county cricket in, then we'll crack on.
We will. We won't complain. In comes Ibrahim again, bowls to Cook, who eases that one out into the offside. But there is no run, fielded by Tom Clark. So just the one slip in place, a third man, a deep backward point. Brad Curry keeps losing his hat over there. He's got a white sun hat on, and it keeps blowing off in the breeze.
Yeah, sun hat on a windy day is not. He'll probably need the sun hat, to be honest. But
well, it's a lovely afternoon.
not
The
a
light
good combo.
Light's very good at the moment. Ibrahim bowls, and Cook eases that down to fine leg. Picks up another six. Hasn't quite got his line right, Daniel Ibrahim. He's either too wide of the off stump. He's been a little fortunate in this over just to concede the 3 runs, in all honesty.
Yeah, I think Sussex by and large have bowled better today and more accurately, and they've been able to get the scoring rate down a bit. But as you say, those 2 men away to our left in the quadrant behind leg have had to do too much work.
Ibrahim in again, bowls and forward. There's a better delivery, and he draws Harris forward, plays it straight back down the track. Ibrahim builds up his own bowling. He has bowled Daniel Ibrahim 11 overs, 1 maiden, and taken none for 35. And Glamorgan 366 for 6. Cook on 60, Harris on 17.
Yeah, where are we? Done 25 minutes. So I'll do another 5 before bringing Edward Bevan in. And Edward can take the new ball in due course, but I'll just watch Carson bowl the last over. We all presume with the old ball. Over 8 -3. I don't know why we're bothering to talk about it. I don't really care about losing points. The over 8, I wouldn't have thought.
I don't think that's a good habit to get into, though.
No, good point. Carson to Cook, drives too long on along the ground for a single, or lopes in off the boundary in front of us. Who's called into action to take a good catch to dismiss Andrew Salter earlier on.
He's getting stripped off Brad Curry now in front of this scoreboard. I think he's going to take the new ball.
367 for 6. As Harris surveys the field, there's a short leg and a man on the boundary who's just lining himself up to make sure he's got the eye line that's not blocked by the short fielder. Carson to Harris, who drives through the offside, racing away through the covers for 4 runs, 371 for 6. And as I say, James Harris is an orthodox player rather than a hitter down the order, but he's certainly got the shots, as we saw there.
I saw him make a very good partnership with him and John Simpson when he was playing for Middlesex a few years ago. He's a fine player.
He's on to 21. Next ball flicked towards backward square. That'll be a bit of a chase for Curry round the ropes, and he'll slide but won't get there down at backward square. So successive boundaries for James Harris as Glamorgan look to accelerate. They're 375 for 6 with 3 balls left before the new ball. 3 deliveries, that is.
Well, I thought the first was a good shot. I thought the second was a loose delivery by Jack Carson. He'd have been annoyed about that.
2 for 60 now next to his name as Harris is forward defending, working into the offside. Ask Cook if he wants a single. Cook says probably not now, as Fahim Ashraf was in close attendance coming in from point. Carson looking to get through this over quickly, and Harris is back on his stumps defending to short leg. There is no run. Last ball of the 80th over. Glamorgan 375 for 6, so still run rate of more than 4.5 runs per over. Carson is in, bowls to Harris, and Harris hits it up towards wide mid-on. There is a very easy single there. They belatedly recognise it's 376 for 6. When the new ball will no doubt be taken, and I shall wander off in search of luncheon, and Edward Bevan can talk about the new ball in company with Adrian here on BBC Sport Online.
Thank you, Nick. So no hesitation and no reason why Sussex wouldn't take the new ball. But Chris Cook is well set. Fine player. Always seems to make runs against Sussex, Chris Cook. Perhaps he makes runs against everybody. He's just a fine cricketer, and James Harris too. These two coming together when Andrew Salter was out on 315 for 6. So this partnership now worth 61 between these two. In terms of a weather update, well, it's still breezy, but the clouds are relatively high. There's some darker cloud coming in from the northwest, from weather is primarily, or it's more sort of, I'd have said more southwest, northwest. It's more sort of westerly today, I think. Yesterday it was definitely coming down from the northwest. I think the wind has slightly changed direction this afternoon, so I think we're more likely to be getting the weather that's coming up the channel than down off the downs. Either way, the good news at the minute, we've got bright sunshine. Sussex have taken the new ball, and it's going to be Brad Curry, who's been very impressive. 16 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 72. He's going to come in to bowl to the right-handed James Harris, who's 26 not out. The 2 slips are in place. Allsop and Clark, and Curry's in and bowls, and clipped by Harris straight to mid-wicket, fielded by Rawlins. And there is no run. I guess the thing with the new ball, Edward, and we say it so often.
We do. I knew it was coming.
It's great for taking wickets, but also sometimes if a side is looking to set up a declaration, the ball can disappear at a rate of knots.
It can be propelled everywhere, and if you don't bowl well, because it's a shine, the bounce is good, batsmen are well set, and we saw this when Glamorgan last week racked up all those runs against Derbyshire. The new ball came and went, and it was to all parts.
Curry is on his way, bowls and let go by Harris. That's a good leave. I don't think missed the off stump by too much. Taken by Ollie Carter, who's behind the stumps today. If you haven't heard the news, Charlie Tier, the 18-year-old wicket-keeper, unwell today, as is Finn Hudson-Prentice. Finn Hudson-Prentice being replaced by Delray Rawlings. But Sussex will hope that both of those players are fit to bat, because
are they on the ground, Adrian?
I don't know. I'd have thought it. I'm not sure what the illness is, but you'd have thought if it's anything that's mildly contagious that they wouldn't be. But I don't know whether it's a stomach upset or quite what. Curry in bowls, clipped away by Harris, down to 5 leg. They've taken 1, footed by Sean Hunt. Hunt. Total goes to 377.
The reason I ask that is because if they do collapse,
Well-
Prentice is the middle order batsman. I suppose the young wicketkeeper Tay will probably bat down the order in any case. But
Well, he batted, I think he batted 7 last week. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he batted 7 at Durham.
right.
So you're right. I mean, Hudson Prentice will probably be batting 5s, but you're quite right. If they're not on the ground, then Sussex are 2 bats down.
yeah,
Which, if you were being hard-nosed about it, in comes Curry again, bowls, and Cook just eases that through point and picks up another single. He goes to 62, 378 for 6. It just might be a reason for Glamorgan to bowl, you know. I mean, I'm not saying they would wish to take advantage of, but, you know, Sussex are two bats down. That's the reality.
exactly, and that's it's a worry that. If they're okay,
Yes.
10 and 11, or you say, well, it doesn't hurt so much.
Yeah.
But when you got 2 middle order batsmen first innings,
Which means everyone's got to push up. I mean, Fahim Ashraf has batted very nicely in the 2 matches he's played. I'm a little surprised, perhaps he's a little further up the order, so he's very capable. As in comes Curry, bowls, up on his toes again is Harris. He punches that into the covers. 3 relatively easy singles taken there. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. I just wonder with the new ball whether you just ought to have someone up on the 1 at point, to be honest.
yeah. Harris has had much of the bowling in the last 20 minutes or so. He's moved on very quickly to 28. But it's Cook now.
I know Sussex are looking to prevent Glamorgan getting hit too quickly here, as in comes Curry, bowls and driven down the ground. That's a nice looking shot by Cook. He's going to get at least 1 and probably 2 runs chased all the way to the boundary by Jack Carson. In fact, they're going to come back from a 3rd. That's very good running by Chris Cook, actually. It's not easy to take 3 runs straight down the ground here, but the virtue of running the first run hard. And is it big signals a boundary? The scoreboard is showing.
No,
it was a
3, I
boundary.
think.
Well, I thought it was 3, but the scoreboard is showing it was 4. So that shows Chris
Didn't
Cook.
see the signal.
I didn't see the signal for 4 either. Let's see where Chris Cook finishes up, because he is at the. It must. No, that must have been 3 because.
No, 4. He signalled a 4.
Did he? Yes, he has now. I can see that now because I
Yeah.
can see James Harris is going to the strikers end, so it must have gone for a boundary. Sean Hunt's going to take over. So 383 for 6. Cook on 66. Harris on 28.
Yeah, and all of a sudden you think, well, 7 or 8 off that over when you didn't notice it. A single here and then a couple of singles and a boundary. So I think it's Hunt, is it? Yeah. He's been entrusted with the new ball.
I thought he bowled much better this morning, Sean Hunt. I thought he was a little loose yesterday, but if he were to pick up another wicket, he would have the distinction of being Sussex's highest wicket taker in the county championship this season.
The sun comes out amongst us.
Yeah, to welcome Sean Hunt to the attack. Yeah, the cloud is coming across, I think, from a slightly different direction. So we've got some horrible cloud at the far end, but I think that may be missing us, Ed, hopefully.
Let's hope so. Hunt starts this over then and bowls to Harris, and Harris, it was more of not an appeal. That we've probably heard it in our effects microphone as Harris pulled his bat down. But hitting that line, which is the line for the left arm seam and going across the batsman, I thought he might, just to attack, have had a 3rd slip there, or he hasn't got a 3rd slip or a gully, but he's got a mid-wicket and a deep extra cover on the boundary, which is rather surprising. The sun comes in, bowls to Harris. Harris is beaten authentically outside the off stump there, I think, because although he pulled his bat in, that ball had gone past the bat. So he's a tall, broad-shouldered, looks a strong young man who can bowl for you all day.
He lost a huge amount of weight, Edward, in the winter months, got himself really fit and worked very, very hard, did Sean Hunt.
And Hunt comes, that's not such a good ball, goes drifting down the leg side. Comes in and bowls. This time it's driven nicely by Harris down towards the extra cover boundary. It might be pulled up. Is it? No, I'm afraid it's beaten the fielder there, despairing dive. And that was a perfectly good shot again by Harris, who played some nice shots since he came up. And he moves up to 33. And this partnership flourishing now?
Well, they came together when sort of. So
Yeah.
what have they added? 74?
74.
Yeah.
So some good partnerships in the middle.
Just notice the ground staff are just taking slightly closer order just down below us, actually. The clouds have just filled in a little, looking to the west, where I think the weather is coming from. It is a little grey, and the grounds have just like they're just hovering just down below us, so we'll keep an eye on that. Just looking at the way the table was before the start of play, Glamorgan trailed Middlesex by 9 points. So, just think, the Backwell point is back on the fence, and he's taken just the 2 balls he's placed. It's thank very much. I'll take a single. Very easy to captain from up here, and it's not a criticism.
You're right.
It's an observation.
And another thing, as I mentioned the last over, the left arm seamer goes across. You would think he'd probably have a third man and another man in that deep gully position, then you can have a man out there. But why he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 on the onside, I don't really know.
Here comes Curry bowls. Oh, a little nick behind. And Brad Curry picks up a wicket, and James Harris is on his way. Now, James Harris is looking at the square leg umpire. I think he was looking at the square leg umpire to make sure that the ball had carried through to the keeper. He's quite entitled to do that. It was just a little look at the square leg umpire. Was the catch taken cleanly? Yes, it was. And James Harris is on his way for 34. And Glamorgan lose their 7th wicket with the score on 392. And a good partnership between that pair. I'll leave Edward to do the maths. That's a partnership of 77.
77.
By my
It goes down in the scorebook as caught a sub.
Yes, it does indeed.
Yeah.
Sub Carter
Brackets.
off the
Yeah.
bowling of Brad Curry, who picks up his 3rd wicket of the match.
Useful little innings. Tim van der Gooten will be next. No mean performer, a couple of 50s this year. And then you'll have some fun because Ajax Patel came in at Lords in a hopeless position and he smashed the bowling everywhere and got 36 or 40 in no time.
Okay.
So that he doesn't block many, neither does Hogan.
So we may see a late flurry, or I just wonder whether we're going to get to 400. And I'll say because I think we are going to get more interruptions. They may not be lengthy interruptions, but it's not a bad day to be bowling, Edward.
The other aspect, of course, is that Glamorgan may not have to worry about declaration because the wickets are 7 down now. They could lose the last 3 and then Glamorgan will be, well, there's nothing much to come, we might as well pull in now.
But, lights on, cloud cover.
Yeah, always.
I think Van der Hookton, Hogan, they'll quite
Harris,
fancy
yeah.
it, I think. The wicket is doing a little bit. I mean, it's
done
a good
it all
wicket.
through the game.
It's a good wicket. I mean, some of the wickets here at Hove this season, for my money, it's just my personal opinion, Edward, have been a little bit too much in favour of the batsmen.
Yeah.
Certainly the game here against Leicestershire, when Leicestershire made 750 odd for 4. To me, that was that favoured the batting side too much. But this has given a bit of help to the. It's a good wicket, I think. This bit of help to the bowlers.
Yeah,
but essentially a good batting track.
Yeah, we've seen that the score, which is getting near 400.
Well, Tim van der Hookton is taking strike. He's a big fella, isn't he?
Yeah, strong bat.
Yeah, he looks like he likes to smack one straight down the ground or over cow corner. We'll see. He's waiting as Brad Curry. So 3 wickets for 82 for Brad Curry. Comes racing in, bowls, and Van der Hookton drives to mid-on. And there is no run. There was a little howl from the slip cordon and from wicketkeeper Carter.
You might see Cook beginning to accelerate now as partners come and go. But perhaps he'll wait for another wicket to go.
We'll keep an eye on the scores in the first division. In fact, Kent have lost a couple of wickets since I said they were sort of cruising towards a draw. They're now 191 for 2, trailing Somerset by 11. And Surrey, the county champions, perhaps a bit of a hangover. Well, I wouldn't have thought Alex Stewart would allow that. 38 for 2. At Old Trafford, in comes Curry, bowls, and Van Hookton is on his way. Picks up a single down to deep backward square, fielded by. Now, I think that's probably Charlie Foreman, who was on the field yesterday. Bertie Foreman, who looks like he's on the field. He came on yesterday, and I'm assuming it's the same young man who's on. So somebody else is off for Sussex. It looked as if, but it's interesting here. You've got the overseas who's come in for this match, Fahim Ashraf, who hasn't been given the new ball.
I was just going to mention that. He'll be a little bit perceptive about that, I would have thought. You come ostensibly signed as a new ball bowler, and he doesn't get it.
Yeah, well, yeah. But to be honest, and without wishing to be...
He didn't bowl at all.
Well, he didn't. And you'd have to say that both Hunt and Curry have bowled better.
Yes, indeed.
I mean Ashraf's figures, I'll give them to you in a moment.
They're not very...
Well, they're not there. Middlesex have lost a wicket, by the way. Ashraf's figures are 10 overs, no made, 0 for 64.
6-0 over.
Yeah. So
Tell us that Stoneman is out.
perhaps you don't deserve to get the new ball.
Hunt is coming around the wicket now and bowls to Van der Gooten, who pushes it away up to mid-on. No run.
Your wish is my command, dear Edward.
Good.
Stoneman's out for 36. And Middlesex now 74 for 2. It's going to be nerve-wracking, you know. You can just feel if the weather holds.
It's been raining at Birmingham. That's only about 30 miles down the road.
Yeah, not far away. Not far away.
Round the wicket again then comes Hunt in past umpire Baldwin and bowls, and Van der Gooten clips this round the corner. He'll get a single. The score moves on to 392. Just 7 runs needed. I was fairly, just passing the time of day more or less, critical of Glamorgan in the last game when they didn't bat particularly quickly after lunch on the second day, and I said, you better be careful or you might not give yourself time to bowl the opposition out as King comes the next ball. But indeed they did bowl when there was 50 overs left when the game ended. So that just shows what I know about declarations.
Well, it is tricky though, isn't it? It's not easy to... I mean, I'm sure they would have been looking... and I know you can't play cricket by the weather, but I'm sure they will be looking at that, Edward. I'm just going to have a quick look at what they're forecasting. I mean, you never quite know how accurate these forecasts are.
In comes Hunt, bowls again, and this time chipped away, and Van der Gooten thinks of coming, but not from the 9 strikers position, but he's sent back by Cook rather quickly.
Well, the BBC, and we ought to believe the BBC website, is saying that tomorrow is sunny intervals and a gentle breeze. It's saying that Thursday that it looks sort of more showery. So tomorrow looks a good day, a clear day.
In comes Hunt, bowls again, short, cut away down towards the 3rd man boundary, and that's going to run away for 2 runs as the 12th or 13th man picks it up and returns. Orman. Glamorgan inching towards the 400 mark, 396 for 7, and it's quite a feather in the cap of the batsman because they got scores this year of 750, 550, and today passing 400 as Hunt comes in, bowls again. That beats Cook as he lurches forward outside the off stump, and that also completes the over. Glamorgan 396 for 7. I've been looking since I arrived at this ground. Where are the overs?
The overs are underneath where Van der Hoogten is, so it shows 84 overs bowled, 60 remaining today. So you've got underneath Tim Van der Hoogten, who's got 2, then you've got overs. So, I mean, whether we'll get anything like that.
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
But that darker cloud, now behind us to the southwest, there's some much clearer skies coming. So I think this heavy cloud
is going down.
Yeah, I mean, we may get a drop of rain out of it, but I don't think it's going to hose it down for too long. Fingers crossed. Brad Curry is running in from the Cromwell Road, coming into bowl to Van der Hoogten, who's forward, plays to mid wicket. There is no run footed by Rawlins. If you'd like to get in touch, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. You can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport or at Nick Webb 2017. As Curry wanders back to his mark at the far end of the ground. 3 men set. They've got that cover point up now. I think that's good.
Yeah, they've been listening to you.
Well, in comes Curry, bowls, and Van der Hoogten turns us onto the leg side. And
then will it go back though for Cook?
Well, I hope not, because I think they were just easy singles. Van der Hoogten goes to 3, total to 397 for 7. Let's see what happens. Ali Orr is at backward point as he's staying there. Yeah, good. I think that's. No, he's not. He's going back. No, don't go back, Ali. Don't go back. It's just an easy. Chris Cook looked. Well, I'm sure there's a method, and it's, as I say, it's very easy to captivate, but it's just an observation that Glamorgan have taken, they're just rotating the strike here. Let's see what happens. Might get a wicket. Brad Curry, what do I know? Comes in bowls to Cook is fought a ball that kept a little low and played to mid-off. There's just been one or two deliveries here that I think will have the Glamorgan bowlers thinking to themselves,
Can I have that in?
it's a good wicket, but there is...
There's movement there. And
there's a bit
off
in
the
it.
pitch.
Yeah, and we've got the lights on and some heavy cloud cover. I'll do this over, then I'll make way for Chloe, who'll come and join Edward. But there's just enough happening to keep the bowlers interested here. And Brad Curry said that to me last night as he comes running in. 3 wickets to his name, in and bowls, and there we are. Have a single to point because there's nobody there. Cook goes to 72, 398 for 7. Now Alior comes up.
Wish I could put this cake behind me. I'm staring at it. It's right in front of me here.
What's that? The
chocolate cake.
Well, that's dished up at lunchtime. It's the finest chocolate cake. I'm looking forward to some.
Tea time now with a cup of tea.
Cup of tea, we'll have a cup of tea, and there's a quarter of a cake each for Chloe, you, me, and Nick.
Chloe's been eyeing it as well.
Unless, of course, Nick's thinking of taking that home,
He's got no chance.
He surely would.
He'll be ambushed.
That would be dreadful.
He'll be ambushed at the car.
He would go down in my estimations. In comes Curry, bowls, and Van der Hookton plays back down the track footed by Curry. There is no run. I've always had him down as a decent bloke, Nick,
If he takes this away, he may not get home.
No, he may not. No.
Very lovely gesture. And this is the last day of the season.
2 slips, a backward point now in place. So I don't know why you would have the backward point in place for
New batsman.
Van der Hookton, but not for the established batsman, because they're just being able to rotate this. Unless the plan is to rotate the strike, but I don't see why you would want to give Van der Hookton the strike necessarily, because he can hit a long ball. In comes Curry, bowls, and Van der Hookton just says, go outside the off stump, which sort of suggests to me that a declaration isn't quite imminent here for Glamorgan. 398 for 7, Cook 72, Van der Hookton on 3. I'm going to leave you with the dulcet tones of Edward Bevan, who had a bit of a nice email about the various accents today. People, who said they were glad to have the Welsh accents on today. And I'm going to hand the microphone to Chloe Brewer.
I can confirm that Miss Brewer has not got a Welsh accent. Hails from this part of the world, eh? No. I don't know. Anyway, she and I are now watching and start another over. Comes in pretty dark and beats the bat with his first ball as Cook pushes forward. There's definitely movement, especially with the new ball. You can see it now, Chloe.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like they're causing the Glamorgan batters a little bit of trouble here with this new ball, having just got that wicket. Of Harris, sorry.
This is Hunt's 20th over, 19.1 overs, 2 for 66, but well. He's coming in again, round the wicket, bowls, and this time it's pushed firmly. Oops, and there could be a run out there, and if he'd hit Van der Hookton, would have been struggling. Why didn't the bowler get behind the stumps? So we'll look at that again. I think he was gonna. But he got there, and all was well.
Yeah, that was a very good pickup from Rawlins. He's one of a sub.
Well, Rawlins is a fine fielder. One of the best in the side, I would have thought. The best, says Adrian. Hunt reverts to over the wicket now as he comes in and bowls to Van der Hookton. Clips that away down towards the mid-wicket boundary, backward of square, and it is stopped. They do the little inside half to the outside half, the parlance in rugby, where one passes it quickly to the other, and the return comes in. Watching Nick's every move. 400 comes up, and Glamorgan have got that 4th batting point. In comes Hunt and bowls. And there's no declaration, so they may have been listening to Nick and just want to frustrate them as well by batting on. I was telling a little story last week that years ago, Alan Butcher, who you'll know, of course, ex-Glamorgan captain, former Surrey, also went to the small ground of Abergavenny. As in comes Hunt over the wicket, bowled, and Gooden just plays it away gently on the offside. And I passed him the lunch interval. I said, "You batting on, Alan, into the second day after lunch?" And he said, "Yes, just to annoy them," which I suppose does have its merit. But if you get 400, I think you should try and attack a bit more now, because rain is still about. And this is a carbon copy, as Nick will tell you, of what happened last week, although Glamorgan at this stage, because there was no rain, were in the 500s. As Hunt bowls down the leg side again. Van der Gooten bangs his pad about 4 times to say, why not just nick that down the leg side for 4. That's the end of the over, and it's 401 for 7. So Glamorgan have got 9 batting points in the last 2 games. And creeping up towards the top.
Yeah, they've batted well, especially having...
Well, right through, basically. Nobody's not got into double figures except Van der Gooten, which always tells you of the consistency of the batsman, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it does, especially if they can repeat that. Carried to bolt from Cromwell Road end, he's coming left arm over, just on the length, and that's driven back past him. Not sure if it'll quite go. I get a 2 from it, as there is a sliding stop from mid-off there, as Carey's just sorting his collar out as he walks back towards the top of his mark. I think I'd like to see now that Glamorgan have surpassed 400, just up in that intent a little bit. But
yeah, I think that's the consensus of opinion in here, that if they lose a wicket or 2, so be it, but be positive.
Definitely, Curry coming in just on the left. That's played really late by Cook there, underneath his eyes, and that's pushed towards point.
I've got my pet hate of a third man, and quite rightly, Adrian has got his pet hate, because you got a man on the behind square boundary and gifting the batsman a couple of runs every over. Now he has come up for Van der Gooten, but anything that is short or half volleys, he will be punished. So he's got to bowl accurately with his man up there, but he has to have him.
Yeah, definitely. Curry's coming in again, left arm over, just outside off back of a length, and left alone by Van der Gooten, but he's just rehearsing that shot after it's gone past him.
At the end of the second day, last week at Cardiff against Derbyshire, Glamorgan got 4 first innings wickets before the close. And that was ideal, we thought. The declaration was spot on. This will be in their back of the minds. If we can get this 450 or near it and nip 3 or 4 out tonight, they're well on top.
Yeah, well, definitely.
But I'm just looking at those houses and see what that weather's going to do. We didn't have rain last week at all.
Curry in again, just full of length. Oh, half shout there for LBW.
It was just a Yorker length, wasn't it? He just dug it out.
Yeah, he did well to dig it out there. I think we're playing with that point there, sticking him on the boundary for Cook and Van der Gooten, just to get a little bit more of a new batter who's batting down the order. I should imagine that would be the thought process.
It was Cook, though, who was getting the singles. Just dabbing it away. So, there we are.
In Curry comes again, full of a length this time.
Shot.
That's flicked into the leg side. And they've taken 2 from it as a diving stop on the boundary. And they've just taken 2 from it. Ripple of applause.
Good bit of cricket, wasn't it? It was clipped off Midland leg, sort of half volley length, and a very good stop on that boundary. Blue sky arrives. Well, not doesn't arrive, it advances.
It's coming closer to us, rather than a bit of cloud cover we've got at the moment. Co's just shining this new ball a little bit. He's got one ball remaining in his over. As he comes in from Cromwell Road and just full of length, just squared him up a little bit there. It's a dot ball to bring the end of the over. Glamorgan are 406 for 7. Cook is on 76 and Van der Goosen is on 7.
Yeah, he sank to his knees. I don't know if he slipped after delivering that ball, Curry, or if he was gathering inspiration from up above. There's a drop of rain on the window to my left.
It's a little bit rainy, actually.
I don't think it's anything because the spectators, I think that the last time they went off, they came back on within 10 minutes. I think if they do go off, it'll be the same again because that's advancing. Hunt, big figure of Hunt is coming around the wicket to start an over, and he bowls the first ball, which is going to get him 4 runs. But had there been another slip or a gully or thereabouts, there would have been a catch on offer. But umpire bowled and he said, right, we're staying out. I'm the senior umpire, which he is. And Cook slices that. Cook has had a good season, hasn't he? Got a few centuries to his name.
1 century, this is 650.
650, yeah.
191 at Aston.
Yeah, in a partnership where he was hardly mentioned. Hunt is in, bowls again, Cook is forward, and that nips in at him. He's teaming down.
Yeah,
and they will now go off, so I don't think it's going to be long, but it's frustrating and annoying. And what they'll do now is that the 2 batsmen will be in earnest conversation with Matthew Maynard, the head coach, David Harrison, and the captain, David Lloyd. And they'll probably say, well, yeah, if it's there, go for it. If we get bowled out, so be it. And let's get up and at him.
Oh, I've never seen you move so quick.
No, well, you might watch your kid. I only just finished my lunch. I went to see a good friend of ours, Phil Steele, in the pavilion. He used to be a very useful cricketer in his time, but now he's acknowledged as one of the best after-dinner speakers in Wales. So if you want to be entertained one night, go and listen to Phil. But he also, as Nick, of course, commentates on rugby for the BBC. And his first visit to this ground, he says, I was just saying, one of my first visits, and it's
Ben Gibson and his merry men who do such a wonderful job on this cricket ground. And the players, the umpires are busily putting the stumps in the ground. Tom Lungley and Paul Baldwin. So the scoreboard showing us 56.4 overs remaining in the day. I don't think we'll get anything like that in, but with a bit of luck, we'll get a good proportion of those overs in. Glamorgan 410 for 7, Chris Cook on 80, Tim van der Hoogten on 7. It did just cross my mind with an interruption there whether Glamorgan just might decide with the lights on and the cloud cover just to think, well, we've got the 5 points in the bag, let's put Sussex in, because Glamorgan need to win this game, but they've decided they're going to carry on.
Extra half-hour batting, maybe, or until maybe they'll go till tea. Depends what time tea is. Who knows?
Well, we were making the point, Nick, that if Glamorgan were to get in amongst this Sussex batting order, Sussex are effectively two players down with Finn Hudson-Prentice and Charlie Tier. Now, we've no idea whether they'd be well enough to bat if forced to, but certainly Hudson-Prentice would bat in the top 6, and Charlie Tier batted at 7 last week at Durham. So, I mean, everyone would push up one, clearly. But it's just something else that comes into the equation. But hopefully Finn and Charlie will be okay to back. It'd be a shame if they were unable to take much part in the game. But players wandering out, and we're going to be underway in a few moments' time.
Yeah, John Swans 1990 says, let's just smash the ball now after 400 and let the bowlers do their bit. Ian Evans was hoping for the bat to be thrown for half an hour after reaching 400. He says it's been a 7 out of 10 season in my opinion. Disappointed by defence the One Day Cup. The T20 wasn't what we hoped for. The County Championship has been very pleasing. Steve West asks who ate all the cake. Well, no one as yet, because we didn't have a knife until 10 minutes ago. So that will be the cake will be taken in the tea interval, Steve, as is only right and proper. We're a stickler for convention here. Couldn't go eating cake before tea time. Good heavens, no.
Yeah, well, we're looking forward to it. And in fact, we did say, it did cross our minds, this is a terrible thing to admit to, Nick, that you might be looking to sneak home with that cake. I think Edward suggested that, and I said, he's too nice a bloke, that Nick,
No.
to do a runner with the cake.
Too fat to do a runner with the cake.
In comes Sean Hunt around the wicket. You said it, bowls to Cook, who's on his way straight away and plays it out to deep point, and that's the umpteenth time they've taken a single through point. I'm getting crosser and crosser because these are easy singles. Now, it could well be the plan is to give him the single because now point is coming up to one saving and get Tim van der Hoogten on strike.
Graham Smith rather mischievously suggests that Cook is well out of his crease before the bowler bowls. Had enough mancadding for 1 week, thank you. One's one too many.
Hunt comes into bowl to Tim van der Hoogten, who's 7 not out. He's in and bowls, and van der Hoogten is 4 drives firmly to mid-on, fielded by Jack Carson, and there is no run. There are 2 slips. I can see Fahim Ashraf is warming up at point. I was making the point with to Edward, Nick, that when you come as an overseas, you'd probably expect to take the new ball, but I think rightly Tom Haynes has turned to his 2 less experienced bowlers, Sean Hunt and Brad Curry, who have bowled better, is the reality.
Yep.
In comes Hunt, bowls, and that's a good delivery by Sean Hunt. Beats the outside edge of van der Hoogten through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Has Fahim Ashraf played any county cricket before? It's not a name I've can remember. Let's have a check to see on his past teams.
He's played 14 test matches. Batted very nicely in both games. In comes Hunt and bowls, and again he beats it. He's caught behind, and van der Hoogten is on his way. No, he's not. I thought it was the wicket, And I was deceived because the wicket keeper and the slips was suddenly running towards the bowler, and they're running towards the bowler because something suddenly dawned on Sussex. They're -3 on the over rate. So
That's extraordinary, wasn't it?
Well, they-
Look for all the world
well,
as
they-
though looking to run to the bowlers to celebrate.
Well, and because potentially, well, not because that would have made Sean Hunt the leading Sussex wicket taker this season. I thought perhaps that's they were running towards him. But anyway, they were running to get ready. Now they are in position, but Fahim Ashraf is going to bowl from the Cromwell Raiders. That was all rather bizarre. That a wicket has not gone down. I'm just going to pop next door for 2 seconds, and I'll be back, Nick.
Yeah, just having a look for instructions, maybe, the two men out there. Fahim Ashraf has not played county cricket before. There's Duma checks as Cook is forward playing out onto the leg side. No run, Edwards. What are you reporting now?
Well, as they were at the end of that over, both batsmen looked at the pavilion. There's somebody sitting there. One of the coaches had staring at him, looked at the board, and as if to think, right, have a go, or get out, or one or the other, and we want to declare before long, especially after they'd lost some time.
As down the slope comes Ashraf, and that's driven firmly into covers by Cook, but there's no run. I'm sure Chris Cook will be happy to follow instructions to put bat to ball firmly.
Yeah, he needs 19 runs. I don't think they'll declare before he gets his 100.
Yeah, ideally 100 for Cook, 450 for Glamorgan, and that'll do, I would have thought. And the sooner they can get there, the better from Glamorgan's point of view. Sussex will try and put a spoke in the wheel as Ashraf bowls, and Cook is edging but not quite carrying to Alsop at slip. I thought for a moment he'd scoop that up, but no appeal was made.
Normally, you see, you can say, and I can't see at the moment, overs remaining. Where's that on?
That's left, right, bottom right of the board's 50.
50 overs, you can say, oh yeah, we've got 50 overs left, but you may not, and probably not, because of the problems with the weather.
Yeah, 49 after this one. It's sort of in the middle of the main scoreboard as Cook drives into the offside. Will get 4 runs. He's beaten the man at cover point, or can do nothing about it. And Cook moves to 85 with that nice firm cover drive. Yeah, I was looking at Fahim Ashraf's record. Obviously, a decent test batting average, 31, bowling average 34, but he hasn't played domestic cricket outside Pakistan. So maybe he's struggling a little bit to adapt.
Yeah.
He's got 0 for 68 next to his name at the moment. As Ashraf is in to bowl to Cook, who defends back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Yeah, he has. I mean, it's not easy, I think, the first game here, but many, down the years, you've seen some very good bowlers who have really struggled to bowl down the hill here at Hove. But I think if you're looking for some, I mean, this is almost an audition when you're coming over for 3 games, I think, and whether Sussex have seen enough to make them think this is the answer to the fast bowling issue. The figures would suggest otherwise, perhaps.
Indeed. Ashraf in to bowl to Cook, who cuts uppishly, hit it down into the ground first, I think, but is bouncing down to Ibrahim on the 3rd man boundary. They take a single, and again the Sussex all-comers sprinting championships from over a distance of about 30 metres for the keeper and the slips. They're running around between overs to try and get rid of that -3 on the scoreboard, and as I keep saying, it didn't really matter in the context of this match and the table now, but it's not a good habit to get into, as Glamorgan used to have considerable trouble with it, and I'm not saying it was necessarily related to Graham Wagg, but he wasn't the fastest in getting about between getting back to his mark and so on. Hunt is in, and that's cut by Cook, but straight to backward point, and there's no run.
Sorry, Nick, I missed that. Slightly distracted there, so I apologise.
They're off because of rain at Worcester. Middlesex are 111 for 2.
I think there was more rain forecast in the west of the country. That'll make life anxious for Middlesex. As I say, they can if they were to draw that game with maximum bonus points.
That would get ahead of Glamorgan,
that would be enough. But there's still a lot of runs to get.
Yep, it's got to get up to the 400.
In comes Sean Hunt running in bowls, and forward comes Cook, plays to mid-on. There is no run. Good player, Chris Cook, I have to say. He seems to be one of these players who consistently make runs. I don't know whether it's just a Sussex thing, but whenever I see him, I'm always he's one of these players. Colin Ingram's another who always seems to make runs against Sussex.
Well, he's had a pretty healthy batting average most seasons, Chris Cook.
Hunt again, around the wicket bowls. Oh, that kept horribly low. Horribly low. And Chris Cook looks at the wicket as if to say, where on earth did that come from? And I think there's no question here that I think to all intents and purposes, this is a good batting track. But what we are seeing with this track, there's a bit in it for the bowlers.
It's a bit early for inconsistent bounce, isn't it?
That kept really low.
It's that grassless bit at the far end.
Hunt in again, bowls, and interesting there because Chris Cook got right forward to that. He wasn't going to let that one, and maybe that's the key. Make sure you get yourself on the front foot, and he punched it to mid-off. Footed by Haynes. One more to Cook. He goes to 87, 411 for 7.
Cook finished last season strongly, certainly with 205 not out at the Oval, but then not decrying his innings because you can't, but it was in context a match of an awful lot of runs.
Hunt in again, bowls, and a player to miss from Van der Hoogten, who was looking to crash that away through the covers. Or goes through to Carter, there is no run.
Well, he's been in for 20 balls now, Tim Van der Hoogten. He ought to have had time to have a look at it, so he might as well have a swing at it now. And then, of course, we've got the potential delights of Michael Hogan to come, who swings at everything, usually in most positions.
Comes Hunt. Bowls down the left. I support him. He's bowled well today, Sean Hunt, but I'm afraid that was a wayward delivery. That was way down the leg side. And that goes away for 4 byes. And to be fair to Ollie Carter, I don't think he's had the best day behind the stumps. He couldn't really do anything about that. And they are gift runs, really, for Glamorgan. And they got 421 for 7, Cook 87, Van der Hoogten is on 7.
Yeah, that's 15 byes now, I believe. 20 leg byes, which, albeit they're not necessarily the bowler's fault, but I think some of those in this innings have been the bowler's fault in that the ball down leg side flicks the pads, it runs away for 4, so it is the bowler's fault to a certain extent. 10 no balls, In comes Ashraf and bowls, and Cook will take a single turn to fine leg, and Ollie Carter is off in pursuit. Is that another leg by? Yes. As I say, leg byes are usually no fault runs, but too much the bowling has been down the leg side to bring those leg byes about. So that means that extras are now 1 short of their half century.
Right, that's correct, yeah.
Gift runs, as you say. 2 slips for the newer batter, Van der Hoogten. Little consultation between Haynes at mid-off and his bowler, Fahim Ashraf. Rawlins, a fine fielder, is stationed in the covers and is pushed just a little bit squarer.
Quite a nice afternoon now, Nick. A bit of blue sky around, which is good news, at least for a while.
Ashraf in to bowl. Van der Hoogten turns it into the leg side. There should be a very easy 2 there, as it's a long run round for Brad Curry from square leg. Loses his hat. Van der Hoogten to 9, 424 for 7.
What time is tea?
We do. Team might be at 3:25.
Let's check. I shall check with the scorers.
It's sort of. It was where it started the day anyway. Or was it 3:20? Ashraf bowls, short ball. Van der Hoogten has a half-hearted attempt to hook at it, but was a little bit beaten for speed as it went through to sub-keeper Carter. Just trying to swat a fly that from Tim van der Hoogten. Didn't really get into position. He's on 9. Chris Cook is on 87. Man out today. Root 21. Gill 119, Salter 15 and Harris 34. As Van der Hoogten gets himself in a bit of a muddle, adjusts his gloves, and now he's ready to face up to Fahim Ashraf, the Pakistani test all-rounder, who is driven back straight by Van der Hoogten, and the bowler fields in his follow-through, wearing number 00, which is unusual. You usually see 0 on a team sheet when the player hasn't got a number, but he does actually have 00 on. And the blue numbers of Sussex, the red of Glamorgan. Nice to see a bit of difference since most of the sides have black numbers on their white shirts. Ashraf bowls. That is short. It's pulled around by Van der Hoogten. He'll take a single to deep square. And he follows the trend of every Glamorgan batter in this innings, having got into double figures. He moves to 10, 4, 2, 5 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online. Live also via the 2 county websites, as always. And BBC service set to continue for, I believe, the next 2 seasons. We have the contract to continue providing this from county cricket. Ashraf in to bowl to Cook, who's slightly taken aback by that one, but reacts well and guides it safely down to third man. Just seemed to get up on him a little bit more than he expected. But he's taken the bowling with that single. He moves on to 88 not out, and Glamorgan on to 426 for 7. And they haven't really flung the bat. They didn't last week, actually. You would have thought that there would have been just an all-out slog for a few overs, but perhaps they're allowing Cook to get to his 100 first.
Well, a change of bowling, and I'm pleased to see this because I rate Tom Clark as a bowler. He's a little bit quicker than medium quick. Is Tom Clark, and he's going to come on to bowl from the sea. And he has had 1 or 2 niggling injuries this year, has Tom. But as I say, he's a little bit quicker than medium pace. He does a bit with the ball.
Bowler number 8.
Yeah, well, yes, that's a good point. Only 2 players haven't bowled. In comes Tom Clark over the wicket. Bowls was a horrible delivery to start with. He's lucky to get away with it. It was short outside the off stump, and Cook just punched it to extra cover, no run.
And Edwards informs me that these 2 batters were seen in the sea at breakfast time today.
It's very good for you, Nick. Apparently.
Not if it entails getting up at 7:30 or before that to have a breakfast time dip.
Well, I think cold water swimming is all the rage, isn't it? In comes Clark running away from us in bowls and played back. That's going to run away for at least a couple of runs. Brad Curry ran the boundary very quickly. But 2 more to Cook, who goes to 90, the total to 428 for 7. I was talking to a friend of Martin Emerson, our Durham commentator, was at the game last week, and he was chatting away about how he swims in the North Sea right through the winter. No, not Martin. No, Martin's friend.
Oh.
Yeah, not Martin. But Martin's friend does. In comes Clark. Over the wicket, bowls wide again of the off stump, cut away by Cook. To Brad Curry, who's been kept gainfully employed on that point boundary. 1 more to the total, 429 for 7. Cook goes to 91. I don't think romance comes into cricket. I'm sure Chris Cook would love to get his ton, but I'm not sure that's what Glamorgan are waiting for. Or maybe it is. Maybe he gets to the ton and then the foot really goes to the floor.
Well, there's no reason why the guys at the other end shouldn't be hitting out, though.
No, agreed. Clark runs away from us, bowls to Van der Hoogten, who edges to backward point, not in the air, all on the ground, fielded by Sean Hunt, and there is no run. There's a slip and a backward point. Actually, he's more of a short third man almost. Cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square on a fine leg. Just to repeat, Delray Rawlings on the field for Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's on well. Ollie Carter keeping wicket as Charlie Tier is unwell today. Clark on his way, bowls, short, pulled away, in the air. Is he going to be caught? Oh, two fielders are going for the ball. Call for it, somebody. Oh, my goodness me. Well, he's got away with that, Chris Cook, but just for a horrible moment there, I thought Daniel Ibrahim and Ali Orr were going to collide. They were both running towards the ball. It was a mistimed pull shot by Tim van der Hoogten. And it landed between, and I thought for an awful minute that they were
had enough of that. You've probably seen enough of that, haven't you?
Oh, we just don't.
A horrible incident a few years back.
Yeah, that was Rory Burns and Moyes on. If I wasn't at that game in Arundel when they collided, and the game was abandoned. But just for a minute, it nearly happened at Durham last week as well. But someone just needs to yell. Comes Clark, bowls, and Cook works that down to third man, picks up a single.
It's time to me to update BBC Radio Wales listeners, so I'll let Edward describe the fireworks that may or may not eventuate in the next 20 minutes.
Single to Cook, he goes to 92. End of Tom Clark's over. 5 runs coming off of it. The two bats having a bit of a natter, Tim van der Hoogten and Chris Cook. Yeah. I mean, he's been around a long time, Chris Cook. I'm sure he'd love to get a ton here, but I get the feeling he's all about the team here, and I'm sure
always.
This is all about, if I get my ton, great, but then we need to, because at some stage in the next 2.5 days, Glamorgan have got to take 20 wickets. As in comes Fahim Ashraf running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Cook. That's down the leg side. It's tucked away, 4 runs. I've got to say, Edward, I don't wish to be unkind. That's a poor ball from a Test match bowler. That's down the leg side. The fine leg is pretty wide, and that's an absolute gimme to someone who's on 92.
I think you'll be very kind to say it's poor ball, it's a dreadful delivery, as you say, to a man he's on 96 now.
Well, he's now bowled 12 overs and a ball, and figures of 0 for 77. And I think Sussex probably expected a little more. Ashraf on his way. In again, bowls wide. Now, that was a little better, but I'll tell you what will give Glamorgan encouragement there. That was a little shorter of a length. He bent his back there, did Fahim.
Exactly.
And that bounced, and Chris Cook, who's been in there for 123 balls, was surprised by the bounce. And the ball lifted and went through to keeper Carter.
Well, if he can do that, I'm not going to be cynical in any way, Is he giving 100% with his speed? Because if he's played 14 times for... where was he? Is he India or Pakistan? Pakistan. That's the sort of ball he should be bowling.
Yep. In comes Ashraf. Ball. Oh, he falls over. Well, he really bent his back then. He's gone tumbling down the wicket. And there is no run. Carter takes the ball high above his head.
If he gets to 100, just 4 needed, I think they'll thrash their way then to 450. Get that bonus point, 18 runs, pull in, and that means Sussex has to get to 301 unless they're forcing the follow on.
So 4 runs needed. In fact, you ought to take over here, Redwood, because Chris Cook's on the verge of his century.
And he comes, just guides that down towards third man, and they'll think of a second but decide against it. But just the single, 2 balls left of this over.
I'll take the microphone back. We'll get you on comms every time Chris Cook is on the strike. It's been a fine 100, and I hope he gets there. I like Sussex to win, but I like to see good cricket rewarded as well. And
that's the way to be, isn't it?
And I wanted to see Shubman Gill get his 100. I thought that was a magnificent innings.
It seems such a long time ago.
Yeah, and played actually during lots of breaks.
Yeah, he did.
It was a shame that it wasn't all in one piece. If you see what I mean. Nonetheless, it's been a wonderful innings.
Well, there's a run now to cover, because cover's been put back to the man on the third man boundary. He is racing in now.
In comes Ashraf bowls, and Van der Hoogten just steers the ball through point and picks up another single. And
Exactly where the fielder was.
as I say, you can only make a comment about that, but it's a very easy single. And now Chris Cook back on strike, and back to you, Edward.
Yeah, he's only got one ball of this over left. That, whether he'll nudge a single, if he bowls short, he probably will. Here we go. Now, last ball of the over. In he comes to Cook. Cook ducks under a bouncer.
Well, he's bent his back at the end of that over, Edward.
Makes you wonder, why isn't he giving that 100% to every ball? I'm sorry to say that. I don't want to be cynical, but just looking at that side of it, he got visibly annoyed there when he was persistently annoyed with himself, and he let Cook have 2 or 3 in that over that flew. And when a keeper takes it going back with his hands facing forward, you know that's coming at a bit of a lick.
So Tom Clark's going to carry on.
I'm looking across again, memories again. I haven't got time. He's coming in, Tom.
Running away from us, comes in and bowls to Van der Hoogten down the leg side. Just to inform our listeners that a story that's just arrived on the BBC website on the cricket page regarding the Sussex coach Ian Salisbury is there to be read. Sussex head coach Ian Salisbury is currently not part of the business, having not taken charge of the first team since mid-August, as in comes Clark and bowls. An attempted pull onto the leg side by Tim Van der Hoogten, hits the pads, bounces down the onside.
Keep him low that end now, isn't it?
It is. So that's an article there that's been written by Stephen Schmellitt, who is the chief cricket writer for the BBC. A slip backward point, cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, a deep square leg and a fine leg. You could probably hear the wind in our effects microphone there as in comes Clark and bowls and let go by Van der Hoogten outside. No sign of Glamorgan really stepping on the accelerator yet, Edward.
Derbyshire had a pretty strong bat inside out, the likes of Madsen, etc., deploying the last game, and they bowled them out for under 300 twice. And they've got a good varied attack, 3 very useful seamers and 2 good spinners. So they may be thinking on the lines of last week.
Clark in bowls, pulled away by Van der Hoogten. Now, is he going to get caught? It's all the way out to the long leg, but that's a good catch. That's a really good catch out there. That's Fahim Ashraf. That is a good catch. It was pulled away by Tim Van der Hoogten, and Tom Clark gets a wicket. It was pulled away. Ashraf had a long way to go from fine leg. He kept his eye on the ball. Ali Orr was also going for the ball, but he left it for Ashraf, whose bowling hasn't been the best, but that was a very good catch, good bit of cricket. Not the greatest ball by Tom Clark, nonetheless he gets a wicket. The 8th wicket goes down, Glamorgan 437 for 8, and I wonder whether that will be the cue now for Glamorgan to really look towards this declaration.
Well, that innings that Ajax Patel scored at Lord's was full of shots all over the place. A little man coming in now, left-handed, and you could expect a little bit of fun here. Glamorgan still need 13 runs, but if they get them, they will then deny Sussex the last bowling point. If they do, they should declare then, I would have thought.
Yeah. I mean, this is all about whether Glamorgan can win this game, and they'll be just keeping everything crossed that whatever happens, Middlesex don't beat Worcestershire or get that 400.
My guess is here that Cook will get his 100 and then wait for the 500, which is a couple of blows away. What's it now? 437? Yes, 13 runs. And then it'll be time for Sussex to bat, which will be very interesting if we get the right weather. A couple of hours of Glamorgan trying to take wickets. Tom Clark limping just a little?
Well, he's had an injury, but I understand it. He's had an ankle problem, Tom. Now, whether that needs some attention during the close season, I'm not sure. But yes, he has been struggling. He is, isn't he? He's definitely favouring that leg.
I'm surprised he didn't cross for a single then.
Yes, I agree.
Now, they've all come in for Patel, but hold on to your horses here, because he played so well coming in at number 10 for Glamorgan a couple of weeks ago at Lord's. Whether he wants to repeat that, we'll have to wait and see.
In comes Clark bowls to Patel, who immediately pulls that away. He's pulled that away for 4 runs. Well, it wasn't a great delivery by Tom Clark. And Patel just went, thanks very much, and pulled it through square leg for 4 runs.
Yeah. Oh, he can bat. There's no doubt about it. And that's all right. You felt like going out and telling the captain, hey, this fella plays shots. Don't bring them all in as they have, basically. And they've all gone back now. 441.
Well, that was a good shot. Not the shot of a number 10 batsman. Clark again, the sun's breaking out. He's in and bowls, and Patel is forward and plays into the offside. That is not a forward defensive shot of a number 10 bat either. That was, he looks a very useful cricketer. Ejaz Patel, 441 for 8. I think he played some club cricket for Cranley, which is a small village just over the border from Sussex, just into Surrey.
Public school, I think.
2 or 3 years ago. Yeah, that's right. There was a public school at Cranley where Ollie Pope went to school, amongst others.
And just down the road, and I say this because my daughter lived there for years in, I can't remember the place, is Tiffin's School, another public school, within about a mile away. I think it's Tiffin's.
Right, okay. Yeah, because I thought Tiffin was towards Kingston way, but I might be...
Yeah, same area.
Cranley. Sorry, yeah.
Because I used to go there. Right, let's see if he can get his 100 then. In comes Ashraf, bowls, and this time Cook is forward, plays it back down the pitch. He's on 97 and needs just 3 runs, and my guess is at 9 runs time, Cook will get his 100, declaration will come, and off we go. And you'll have to score 301 Sussex if you want to avoid batting in the second time. It's a tall order, I think, on this pitch, because you've got 3 good seamers. Not that I'm decrying in any way Sussex's batting. As in comes Ashraf, bowls to Cook, and Cook is beaten outside the off stump. This is a test bowler bowling now. Well, he's more like it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. In the last 2 overs, he seemed to have stepped up a gear, and I don't know if he's angry at the way he's bowled, but he's suddenly getting the ball through at a reasonable lick.
Yeah. He's walking purposefully back to his mark now as if he means business.
I'm going to make way for Chloe, who's going to come in for 20 minutes with you, Edward.
Okay. In comes Ashraf, bowls to Cook. Cook drives through the offside, but straight to the man fielding there at cover. And there is no run. Hello, Chloe.
You're right.
Welcome back. Yes. Just waiting for Cook's second century of the season. That's probably the kiss of death, or the commentator's curse, or whatever you like to call it.
You always find batters get a little bit touchy when you get onto his late 90s.
In comes the next ball, and Cook drives straight to mid-on. Patel is on the go, but he has to get back pretty quickly. A little bit of a wild throw there from the bowler, but no run. You always find also that if you're bowling, you try your damnedest to try and get him if he's up in the 90s, because he's obviously a little bit of flurry of nerves there in Cook's head. He doesn't want to play the bad shot.
Yeah, absolutely.
2 balls the over left for Cook, and this has slowed down Glamorgan's progress as in he comes again. Ashraf bowled short, pulled away up towards the fielder was going the wrong way, but he turned round immediately. It's where you go one way and the ball goes the other, but he didn't. He managed to get there. 1 ball to go, but it'll be Patel facing, and let's see if Patel is going to block so that Cook will have strike. He's on 98. You never know what you're going to get with Patel. Pakistan bowler to a man from India, although he's lived nearly all his life in New Zealand and has a New Zealand accent. In comes Ashraf, bowls. That's driven up to mid-off, no run. So we await this next over for Chris Cook to get his 100. And for Glamorgan, potentially on 442, get the 8 runs for a bonus point and deny Sussex another bowling point.
Yeah, I should imagine Morgan, once they get that final batting point, they possibly won't be batting for too long after.
I don't think they will. They won't. Nick will have his wish at the bat to 450. You sure you don't want to go on further than that, Nick? He'd be quite happy with that. Yeah. Anyway, here we are. Here's Tom Clark to bowl. Well, he was about to bowl, and he aborts at the last moment where the Cook had a fly in his eye, or he wasn't ready. But something that the bowlers hate when you've been stopped. You're into your rhythm, you're going up, and somebody stops. Sometimes a few choice words said. Here's Clark. He's in and bowls to Cook, and Cook drives, but straight to mid-off. I'm only commentating instead of you because Glamorgan. Okay.
Get 100.
I'm forgiven.
You're okay.
Am I? Okay, thank you. 2 runs needed then for 100 to Chris Cook. He's on 98. In comes Clark. Bowls to him, and he's beaten outside the off stump. A nervous little push by Cook. 100 is 100. To get them in, and you know, it's a huge achievement, and you shouldn't throw this away now.
No, definitely not. You can tell it's 2 very nervy runs coming up, though.
Yeah. Either that, or if he gets some juicy half volley. Anyway, here is Clark. Cook on 98, and he comes again. Bowls down the leg side. He's going to get 1 run, and that's all he's going to get. There was an extra step in the field, and then he was running to make sure. 99 not out, Chris Cook, as Ajaz Patel hit a 4 from his first ball. Goodness knows what he'll try. And if you want to describe Mr. Patel, you're welcome, Chloe.
Clark coming into Patel, batter on strike, just short of length, and that's worked down to fine leg.
It couldn't have worked out better, could it? So he's given the 2 balls left for Cook to
Get a single.
get the single. 4-4-3-4 now. Quadruple Nelson is on the board.
It's off the ground.
Quadruple Nelson, 4-4-4. 6 runs needed. Pressure coming on. Clark is bringing everybody in on the single. Cook won't mind that, because if he gets a half volley, that'll go away. And 1, 2, 3 on the offside. Here we go. 99 then. In comes Clark. Bowls to Cook. Cook is forward. And that is the 5th ball, of the over. He's a very experienced cricketer, is Cook. And I don't think anything is going to worry him whether he gets it this over or next. Unless Patel down this end will be and Poe going to dismiss in successive deliveries. Last ball of the over, Tom Clark to bowl. Chris Cook waits, needs 1 for his 100 and drives, and he's going to go for the quick single. He'll better be quick, he gets there. And that is Chris Cook's 100, his second 100 of the season. He's got loads of 50s as well, and that 100 coming off 136 balls, and that is Chris Cook's 100. Patel is on 5, and he's achieved his target. Chloe.
Yeah.
11 fours, so Nick tells me, so it's a good innings.
There we go. It's very good innings. Definitely crept up. We didn't realise that he was actually. Well, obviously you knew he was nearing that 100 mark, but it didn't look like he was going up a ball too hard. Just batted really, really well. Made it very easy to watch.
Yeah, now I think you'll see a little bit of attack if he can. So you can take over now.
Ashraf is just playing with field a little bit as he stands at the top of his mark at the Cromwell Road end. Cook, the Centurion, to be on strike as Ashraf is striding in from the top end. It's just short of length and his play is just beating the outside edge there.
And since he bowled that dreadful ball down the leg side, a couple of overs, and he was fed up, I think, and he really's put an extra stride in now. It looks like the test bowler he is, and has been too quick on many occasions for the batsman.
Yeah, no, you can really see there's been a massive change. See the difference. He's really bending his back. Is Ashraf here again, full of length, and it's just worked into the leg side. Rawlins, the fielder at mid wicket, to come around and pick it up and pass it back round the field.
Did Adrian find out about tea? What time we are dining?
Send a message.
So did I to our scorer. Perhaps they've dropped off.
We're saying 41 overs remaining in the day, so we go to
32.
possibly.
Weather's getting very cloudy again.
Yeah, there's lights on above us as Ashraf's remaining right arm over to the left-hander, and he comes a short of length and it's cut to cover there. It's just a little bit of a misfield by Rawlins there, but this deep point picks it up and they take a single from that delivery. Has Patel, and Cook comes back onto the strike.
3:15 now, and at this time of the year, we've seen it a couple of times since we started back in September, is that unless it's a bright evening, the clouds do gather, but fortunately here we've got lights as opposed to Cardiff. For some quite ridiculous reason you can't put the lights on.
Ashraf in again was very short this time, and it's just mistimed by Cook as it's played down to fine leg, and they get another single.
It just looks very grey away to the south. That's what I think the weather is coming from. So team might go a good time.
I think that's raining coming towards us.
On the way to our left-hand side here.
You better get these.
Behind that, I think it's bright as sky. So
Get these two. What are they? 4, 4, 8.
Yeah.
Get these 2 runs as quickly as they can, and then just pull in.
Yeah, definitely. Ashraf's got 2 balls left in the over, so hopefully I can get those 2 runs in these next 2 balls. So Ashraf's just giving it.
They're all coming in again. They don't know about this, by do they?
Ashraf coming right arm round, and it's just
Yes,
gone
it
down
is.
the leg side. Keeper's diving attempt just failed there as it's gone for 4 eyes there.
And that is the 5th and final batting point for Glamorgan.
Yeah, there we have it.
They're not declaring. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised.
Well, ball's being passed back to Ashraf for the final ball of it over. And then he comes remaining right arm round the wicket, and he's just challenging those stumps short of length, and that's pulled into the leg side. That would be 4 runs.
Correction there, but I was thinking of the follow-on more than the point. But they're staying there after those 4 runs, which...
That's well back until tea because they don't lose the changeover and overs then.
Yeah, they might just do that, yeah, but we don't know it. Yeah. So, it's 456. If tea is at...
5 minutes.
well, yeah, we don't know when. They may know something that we don't, and there's a message coming onto the field to tell the batsman what's happening and when they're going to pull in.
Helmet run.
Helmet.
No, it's not. Then we got a bit of spin on off. Otherwise, the helmet has come on.
Carson back. Carlson.
Yeah, surely now they'll have to tuck into this. Otherwise, time will go. We knew at Cardiff, okay, they were going on a bit long in the second day, but then it was clear skies, sunshine for every day. But here you can't be so sure. And if this sort of weather persists, then you can go to 4:30, 5 o'clock, and that could be it, which will be a shame. But it's Carlson to continue.
Carson in from the sea end, just full of lamps and patted back to him. Just spin again through his overs. Slightly quicker. Penalty was shuffled down the wicket and that's played towards. Oh, get a shift on. He was cruising. Didn't realise halfway through.
He was ball watching then, wasn't he, Patel? Yeah. I'll be very surprised if he just taps this the rest of the over back, Patel. There are lots of Glamorgan players clad in white. It gives you a suggestion that they are far away.
Definitely Neil Carson changing him right arm round to the left-hander. There's nobody on the boundary straight here as Carson comes into ball, and it's defended by Patel.
Well, extraordinary. That nearly trickled onto the pitch. He didn't know where it was. Let's look, watch it again. You can just watch the trickle to the keeper. There's plenty of room because they're all in on the single.
Carson again comes in. There's a big LBW shout, but they've managed to actually sneak a single from that one.
Success are a little bit odd here, but I think it could be imminent because, as I say, Glamorgan's fielders are all changed. Hogan will want to bat. He'll want that little red ball in his hand as quickly as possible. Cook to face Carson.
Coming in, it's just short of length and it's cut away. It's a lovely bit of footwork there. Man on deep cover boundary chased it down and they've taken two from it. So Cook remains on strike. And I feel like there's a little ripple of applause there.
Yeah, good feeling.
Very good. Fielding as Carson comes in again, advanced down the wicket, and that's played. Shouts of catch, but no, he's got to hunt up the man at long on there, just one bounce, and that brings the end of the over. So Cook remains on strike. Glamorgan are 461 for 8, Cook 106, Patel's 14.
Just do one more over, and then Nick can have the last over before.
Anyway. I might be seeing one more over if it's 325.
Ashraf, 15 overs, 0 for 91, and he is going to continue bowling, and he'll be bowling from the Cromwell Road end and bowling at Chris Cook. Just the one slip, they're all scattered far and wide now as Ashraf comes in and bowls, and that's chopped down to third man for a single.
Haven't seen a third man watching this game, have we?
Are you having a go at me or what?
No.
Force. We have not, no. See it in the Glamorgan innings though, 462. Loss of these 8 wickets, and Patel not playing his natural game, he's just pushing it along. With the weather as it is, it's in Glamorgan interests really to try and push it along. They've got plenty of runs on the board, over 300 now. Sussex will have to score. As the short ball goes thundering into the gloves of Ollie Carter, who's had a very busy day. There's some wayward bowling at times. Glamorgan's run rate now is 4.71, which is an excellent run rate, really. But I do feel now that they should try and be positive and declare, possibly.
Yeah, you can see some of the Glamorgan guys in white, so
Yeah.
it's looming.
Ashraf bowls. Patel tries to pull it, doesn't get anywhere near it, goes under the bat, and there's no run.
No news on today.
Probably the scorers don't know either. Ashraf takes a little longer than Jack Castle bowling over. He comes up to the left-handed Patel, bowls to him. Patel has gone for the hook. That's gone very far, and that's sailed over the boundary for 6. So that is a good shot, you know, for number 10, and I'm looking forward to the next delivery. Patel has moved on to 20. Can I come back next year as a batsman? He says, I will fill that role.
Well, he looks anything other than a number 10. I thought the first shot that he played, he didn't look like a number 10. I mean, he swung that away. That's gone high, wide. It's got really gloomy now. I'm looking, when the lights came on the Players Club yesterday, and the wind has suddenly got up, doesn't it? It's really blowing a bit of a hoolie now.
And then there's nice bright clouds behind it, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's very dark. But, you know, that means it could blow through more quickly.
And he comes again and bowls, and this time it's driven but not timed. 1 ball left of this over.
Sorry, I've only replaced Chloe because we've got our update coming, Edward, but not probably in a minute or so's time, so you've got time to do this.
Chris, Nick will be joining now at the end of this over. And I'll go and eat the cake.
Well, make sure that you and Chloe don't eat it all. That sounds like a bit of a ruse from you two. I can see you two have been eyeing that cake up all day. That's unfair if Nick and I miss it. It was bought for Nick.
Yeah. The Welsh commentary team, I'd like to say, probably was called for.
Right, okay.
So we'll give you some. In comes Ashraf, bowls to Patel. Patel guides that down to third man off the last ball of the over. He knows how to count because he's going to retain strike. Is a Glamorgan player, or would it be a Sussex player running down the stairs?
I wonder if that's... You'd have thought the declaration is... I mean, because for Glamorgan to win this game, they've got to take 20 wickets, and they've only got... Well, I say they've got 2 days and a session in which to... Tom Haynes coming back onto the ground for Sussex. I wonder if Nick might be right here, that maybe they're going to get to tea so they don't lose any overs.
Yes, we await elucidation on when the tea interval actually is. It's not on the board anywhere. We haven't seen any announcements.
No, it's been odd. Oh, now they're going off. No, I think they're going off for rain.
That may well be the end of the Glamorgan innings.
Yeah. I don't think that is. I mean, they'll certainly take tea now. I just heard one of the ground staff say that'll be tea now. So, and that would seem sensible. So tea taken, was that 469 for 8?
469 for 8 after 99 overs. Cook 107 not out, Patel 21 not out, man out today. Gill 119, Root 21, Salter 15, Harris 34, Van der Hoogten 12. And here on BBC Sport Online, hopefully we'll be back in 20 minutes with commentary on the Sussex innings. We all presume Glamorgan will call it in there as the covers come on. The players go off for a rain break, which will bring tea as well. Adrian Harms will update BBC Radio Sussex listeners, and we'll be back in just under 20 minutes with commentary.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you, Callum. So an update coming to listeners on... hello? Yeah, can I ring you back in 5 minutes' time? Sorry, what's your name?
to score 319 to make for Glamorgan to bowl again, to bat again. So to avoid the follow-on, Sussex will have to score more 319. So they want to keep Sussex and build up where, shall we say 340 for argument's sake, and they'll say then, well, they'll do pretty well to score 340. We want to get them out to 319 or so, and then we want to bowl at them immediately.
And then have another.
That's what I think, because otherwise time will be against them, especially if we do get delays in the last 2 days. Anyhow, it is Jack Carson, the off-spinner bowl, to Ajax Patel, who is not out 20. Here's the first ball, and that's wide of the off stump and left by the batsman. So they've thought this out, and it worked well last week, and at the end of it there was 45, 50 overs left at the end of the game. It's the one slip is the close fielder. In comes Carson and bowls, and this is driven away on the onside out to the mid-wicket boundary, and they go through for a single. Cook is 107.
Yeah, that definitely must be the tactic. Oh, I don't think I've done that. That Glamorgan are going with here, so have
470 now. In comes Carson bowls. Cook goes off the back foot, drives it down to deep extra cover, and is it going to be stopped? Yes, this is dive-in stop by Curry. I think it is down on that far boundary, and they go through for another 2 runs. So they're making preparations because Hogan will bat number 11. He's still got his pads on, but has also gone to pick out a ball. Anybody can go do it from the home. It's inside anybody. And he's done that, so it's imminent, I would have thought, as Carson comes in. Cook drives nicely, but straight down to long on, who's fielding just in front of us at the moment, and that is Hunt, who's got his sweater on now. So 4, 7, 3, 4, 8. Still an opportunity for another bowling point for Sussex. In comes the next bowler. Patel drives nicely. You'll get a couple here if it doesn't go for 4. No, it's stopped just in front of the pavilion, and they come back for a second. So 5 runs off this over, and there is the 1 ball left. Time 4 o'clock. There's plenty of time left, bearing that the forecast is getting better as the week goes on. If they don't take any wickets tonight, Glamorgan, then they might rue the decision. Carson, last ball of the over, that's clipped around the corner again. Patel had played exactly the same shots. He retains strike as the score moves to 476 for 8. Chloe.
Yeah, definitely. We've got slightly
better skies.
Yeah, it looks not nicer now. And well, they've still got the floodlights on, but we've got blue skies above us.
Yeah.
Bit of sun. A little bit of mess from had a bit of that chocolate cake we just
Yes,
brought
it is
up
a bit messy. It's lovely, delicious.
We have Brad Curry to bowl from Cromwell Road End to continue.
I think also because they do these things, Glamorgan must have looked at the next few hours on the radar and saw, yeah, it's lovely. No, okay. And how many overs remaining is it at the moment?
Got 36.
Which is a lot of overs if you bowl them all, but I don't think they bowl them all.
No, possibly not, but Curry's given that ball a little bit of a shine as Sussex are still having to field. Pretty much done well. Almost 2 days in the field now.
They'd be weary going into that, won't they?
Yeah, definitely. We'll have some tired bodies. As Curry comes in left arm over bowling to Patel and is just on and up defended by Patel. So he just makes his guard a little bit more clear with his spike.
And how many overs have there been in this Glamorgan innings?
100.1.
So
Long batting time.
Yeah, but they bowled 150 in the last match against them, so
Curry coming in again, it's full of his length, and it's clipped
lovely shot.
into the leg side, and that's a great stop from
Excellent
Man
stop.
at deep cover. They've taken 2 from it. It's perfect conditions for the guys on the boundary now, because the outfield will be a bit slip and slidey, so they'll be diving around. There's nothing worse when you're on a pitch and you're diving and you just stop.
Easily pull a muscle.
Curry just standing at the top of his mark. He's giving the ball another bit of a shine as he comes into the left-handed Patel just on the length, and that's guided down to deep point there. They've taken another single from it.
Yes, Patel again proving his worth as a number 10. He's moved on to 28.
Definitely a very good number 10.
He is. Certainly more adventurous than he's shown, but he's played proper cricket, hasn't he?
No, definitely. Seems like quite a solid batter, so Glamorgan's batting depth is all the way down. Really. Curry's from the ball a little bit of shine as he now bowling to Cook for batter who's on 110. Comes left arm round on a length, defended by Cook there. To extra cover, he picks it up, gives it that token bit of a shine.
Yeah, and if Glamorgan do declare in the next 20 minutes or so, they might rue the fact that if these showers come back in bad light, that they won't bowl many overs, which will disappoint them. But I think they haven't shown any sort of attacking. They're just playing it by the book at the moment.
Curry coming left arm round. Oh, see you later.
Having said that,
do not bowl there. That's a lovely lofted drive over mid off there. That's 4 runs.
Just as I mentioned it, Cook really climbed into that, but Patel has played proper cricket, as it were. 1-1-4 now then to Chris Cook, and again another partnership develops. Last wicket fell at 4-3-7. That's a partnership of, if the score is 4-8. I've never seen such 2 poor scoreboards where you can't, 4 of us have got to guess the score.
Curry just giving the ball a little bit of a shine after it's been sent back over his head, that previous delivery. In he comes bowling to Cook from Cromwell Road, and left arm round, back of the length, and that's played late by Cook there down to fine leg. They look for a second but don't get it, so they settle for a single. So Cook remains the batter on strike. Glamorgan are 484 for 8. Cook is on 115. Patel is on 28. And there's 35 overs left in the day.
Yes, we say 35, but Nick Webb is alongside me. I doubt very much if we get 35. If they do, Glamorgan will be delighted.
Indeed so. Maybe, just maybe, 500 is the magic number for Glamorgan.
Yeah, they're definitely closing in on that 500 mark now, aren't they?
Rather than the 450 that we were speculating about, which would have required 300 plus to avoid a potential follow-on by Sussex. But Glamorgan's bowlers are going to have to work their socks off basically in the next 2 days, and if Sussex get past the follow-on total, then that will be good night as far as the chances of positive results are concerned.
Carson from the sea and just worked into the leg side, a tumbling stop there from a man at mid-wicket. There's a dot ball to start the over.
Yeah, you can read that story on the BBC Sport website about Ian Salisbury.
Carson in again. It's just played 2 point. Comes to pick it up. They've got 5 men on the boundary, so we've got a deep cover, a long on, long off. Cow corner by cow corner and a deep square. And Carson coming in again. Oh, that's a huge shot.
Out the ground.
That is out of the ground. Looks like it's gone in someone's garden.
Crash, bang, wallop, fash. Fahim Ashraf says that one isn't coming back. Go and get another ball, please.
Yep, umpire's just heading over towards that direction. Out of a little bag of balls come. And the fields are running it to the umpire. Oh, but it looks like they've actually got it back.
Oh, I'm surprised.
I'm impressed they've got that one back.
I thought it went out of the ground unless it bounced back off the top of one of the hospitality boxes.
Yeah.
Looked as though it had been struck firmly enough to get out of the ground. 121 to Cook. Well, another 10 minutes this will be the entertaining.
Yeah, definitely. Well,
Still selecting the different ball that is approximately 20 overs old.
yeah, we've just gotten rid of that ball. I'm guessing it's, well, after being hit that far, I'm sure it's got a little bit misshapen after that.
Yeah, that one nearly ended up on the flats away to our right, behind the hospitality suites. Right, watch out, it could be heading our way next.
Umpire just coming back to his mark, and to follow Carson coming in. And again, he's tried to go for over extra, but he's ended up getting a thick outside edge, and that has raced away for down by where third man would be. So,
Hugh Knight on Twitter asks, why are we betting on? I don't know, but there we are. It's a question we can put to the team at the close of play. 494 for 8, maybe. As we say, it's 500, their target, the magic number. I got in the right mix with magic numbers last week.
Carson coming in again, and it's just full of length and driven by Cook there.
Got in a tangle between De La Soul and Soul to Soul. Don't worry, it was before you were born, Chloe.
Carson coming in, Cook advances down the track. Carson picks it up and throws it back at his stumps, and Cook just plays it off cool there by just looking at the ground. And end of the over, Glamorgan 494 for 8, Cook 125, Patel 28. Yeah, the real question is, will that 500 be the magic number for Glamorgan here?
Well, we got 550 last week, but as we have been saying, that was by mid-afternoon session on day 2 because we didn't have the weather interruptions. And to give Sussex some credit, they have bowled rather better today. I'm sure Mr. Kirtley will be, if not exactly pleased, but maybe less displeased than with yesterday's efforts where Glamorgan we're going along merrily at 5 and over. Patel is on strike. Curry bowls, and Patel plays it gently into the offside. And there is no run. Carson picks it up and lobs it. Are we to see what could be a final innings of his first-class career for Michael Hogan? As he's waiting possibly to come in, although they may have scrapped that idea by now, and they might declare on a wicket falling. Patel on strike, just the one slip, and Patel has a big swing, and the ball rolls towards square leg off his pads. And they amble through for a leg by, 495 for 8. Cook has 125, so he's overtaken Shupman Gill's 119 as the top scorer of this innings. But Glamorgan, contrast to last week, a relatively conservative timing of their declaration. Next delivery sees Cook forcing one through the leg side. He's timed that nicely. We'll pick up at least a couple of runs. It will be well fielded on the boundary, just about. And they kept down to 2 runs. I think that's Rawlins in front of the pavilion.
Yeah, that's a very good bit of fielding there. You could hear a little bit of applause bar from people spectating behind him. It's a very athletic stop that.
So still maximum effort, despite the fact that he's not actually part of the 11 for this game. He's been on all day as a substitute for Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's ill. As that is slower ball from Curry, but just worked away by Cook down to Ibrahim at third man. Lights still on, cloud relatively high at the moment, little bit of blue sky around, but as ever, if we've got blue sky overhead, we've got dark clouds approaching from our left, as has been the case throughout the 2 days so far. Umpire Baldwin decides he does want to be at square leg rather than just standing at point for both, on the same side for both. Curry bowls and Patel chops it into the offside. It wander through for a single. Rawlins this time is able to jog in and field comfortably. 499 for 8. Could this be the final ball of the Glamorgan innings? If they get to 500, they'll still have more than 30 overs to bowl at Sussex tonight, if light and weather permit. There's Curry bowls to Chris Cook, who has a huge swing at that one and has dispatched it into the crowd, and it's been caught, I believe.
No, it's
spilled.
Spilt in the crowd. Great effort.
Yeah, that was it was a strong effort. The chap got into position there and thought for a moment that he'd held on to it halfway up the stand with the Sharks letters picked out away to our left. 6 to Cook. Total goes past 500. Glamorgan do not quite yet declare. 334 to Cook, 30 to Patel. The punishment will go on.
Yeah, Carson to continue from the C end. Still has those 2, 3, 4. He's put square leg up actually. So nobody now fielding. Oh, I'm going mad. Left-hander on strike, that's why. Carson coming in, and that's played out to deep cover. Just takes a single from it. So now we've got a deep square going out. So now we've got 5 fielders out in the boundary for Cook. We've got deep square, cow corner, long on, long off, and deep cover. As Carson comes in again, right arm over, and that's that was a heavy swing there. Carson, it's lucky Cook didn't put that straight back over his head, but a dot ball from it as he turns for the next delivery, and he comes advanced down the wicket, but again it just cramped himself a room there. He looked like he just yorked himself as he came down the wicket.
Well bowled Jack Carson. He's forced 2 to be played back to the bowler in a row.
Yeah, Carson this time. Cook moved over towards his leg stump to try and hit over extra cover region, but ended up getting it down to long on. They've taken a single from it.
Yeah, he's powerful forearms, Chris Cook. He can really muscle the ball away on the leg side, but Carson's done well there to prevent him getting in another big blow.
Definitely. Carson coming right on round to the left-hander now, and it's just on the length and defended by Patel. Looks like it actually hit his foot and then gone off towards where point is.
Well, Patel 31 off 26 balls, so can't criticise his strike rate.
Absolutely not, as Carson comes in for the next deliveries, and it is patted back to extra cover, bringing the end of it over, going for 2 runs. Seeing as over 2 batters have some heavy intent against Carson here. He did very well to get out with just 2 runs. So Glamorgan moved to 507 for 8. Cook is on 135 and Patel is on 31.
So well bowled to Jack Carson for putting the brakes on there. Change of bowling. Sean Hunt, left arm fast medium, 21-year-old, and he's got 2 for 75 next to his name on the board at the moment. 22 overs, but no maidens, which tells something of a story. Glamorgan 507 for 8. Rather inexplicably continuing, Sussex have got fielders in the far distance. There are 4 on the boundary on the leg side, as Hunt is into bowl to Cook, who swings it through the offside, and first or second bounce out to Orr in front of the scoreboard. Way to our right, single taken, 508 for 8. And this will require a bit of changing round for the left-hander. Fielders scurrying to all postcodes at the moment. There's 5 in the circle, as it were, but probably a couple of them aren't saving a single, as Patel has a waft and misses, and the ball somehow misses the stumps.
That was being sent into next week if he connected with that.
I was heading up towards Guildford if he'd made contact, but he didn't. Are we going to see the entertainment of Michael Hogan batting after this if one of these gets out? 508 for 8. Glamorgan passing 500 for 2 weeks in a row. As next delivery from a Hunt is up in the block hole, well played by Patel through the offside, squeezing it away down to the point boundary, but they'll just take the single. 509 for 8. Sussex, for what it's worth, will get a bonus point if they pick up this 9th wicket in the next 5 and a bit overs before the 110 over mark. Need 9 wickets to pick up the maximum 3 bowling points. Glamorgan long ago had the 5 for batting, as Hunt is in to bowl to Chris Cook, who has a mighty swipe on the leg side but hasn't quite got hold of it. I was looking towards the pavilion. It ended up going pretty much along the ground up to long on. So Sussex doing a job at the moment. 509 for 8. Cook to 136, not out. No, the board hasn't put that one on. 510, I believe. Hunt bowls. Patel swings on the leg side and has got a single down to square leg. That was a relatively tame outcome for a big swing of the bat. Always wondering which way it was going to spin for a moment. And Glamorgan is certainly playing big shots, but it's not quite coming off. 511 for 8, 4 singles off the 5 balls of this over. So well bowled Sean Hunt as he comes in to finish it to Chris Cook. It's a full toss. It's hit through the offside, and the fielder on the cover boundary did not have a clue where that was going. I don't know if he could have got to it anyway, Ali Orr, but it ran away down to the ropes at backward point for 4. Glamorgan move on to 515 for 8 with Cook on 141 and Patel on 33.
Yeah, we can definitely see the change in intent now of the 2 batters using the depth of their crease. Cook's doing really well to just, use pretty much all the depth of his crease, moving across towards leg stump to hit it over extra. These 2 really batting well here. As Patel, the left-hander, is on strike, so Carson is bowling round the wicket from the seat end. He comes in on length, advanced by Patel, and that has been put straight back over his head, and that is 6 runs by Patel. It looks like it hit from building to the left of us and gone back onto the pitch.
Neil Thornycroft makes the point that Patel doesn't look like a number 10 with the career average that he's got in the low teens, which on the evidence of today is a fair point.
Carson coming in again, shuffled by Patel and batted back to extra cover, who picks it up to pass it back to Carson as he turns top of his mark and comes in again. And that's a beautiful shot down towards 3rd man boundary. Patel's just opened the face with Batman. That's run away for 4. He's just guided that down.
Yeah, surprised it reached the boundary really, because he just looked to use the pace of the ball, and it is a spinner bowling, but raced away. Hunt could do nothing about it from 3rd man, or wide 3rd man.
No, absolutely not. Carson just standing at the top of his mark. Patel's giving himself a little bit of time now. As Carson comes in just on a length, and then he's attempted the same shot again. But it's
shall we, shan't we?
a little bit of antics out there. Patel just messing about with Cook.
They thought of a single, there was an overthrow, and then they again thought of a single. Eventually the ball reached the keeper in one piece.
Carlson coming in again. Patel advances down the track, and that will be exactly the same result as. There we go. You could hear the bang of that ball. It's 6 runs by Patel there.
Well, he's testing the structure of this building, isn't he? Let's hope he doesn't fire one a little bit wider, otherwise we'll be in the firing line. How's the insurance looking, Adrian? Fill in the BBC health and safety form, quick.
Carlson coming in again, and that's just worked into the leg side by Patel. But number 10 has his 50 runs as he goes down and points to the dressing room.
36 balls. 4 fours and I think that's 4 sixes now.
That's good going, isn't it?
Sorry, 3 sixes. 4 fours, 3 sixes in the Patel half century. It's good going from any number in the batting order, let alone number 10. But Sussex had been worn down. Maybe they looked to have been bowling rather better for large chunks of today. But Glamorgan taking it away from them again as Patel swings again on the leg side. The ball bounces out towards mid-wicket or fields. 533 for 8. Patel to 51, his first half-century for Glamorgan.
Well, it's been excellent, Nick, hasn't it? And the minute he came in, the first shot he played was a short delivery. He pulled through square leg for 4, and I thought he doesn't look a number 10 bat. Those sixes, terrific shots, just what Glamorgan needed.
As Cook is beaten by that one, edges it and walks off. So Chris Cook has gone for 141 and Glamorgan march off on 533 for 9 declared. Sussex have their 3rd bowling point. Reward for some perseverance. 533 for 9 declared. We will not see Michael Hogan in this innings, but well batted to Chris Cook. 141. Ajaz Patel is left 51 not out. On come the ground staff to remark the creases, etc., and do their housekeeping. Wicket for Sean Hunt, who finishes with 3 wickets.
Yes, and that takes Sean Hunt. He's the leading Sussex wicket taker in the county championship this season. So well done to Sean Hunt. But again, a fairly chastening experience for Sussex in the field today. Glamorgan rattling along at 5 and over.
Chris Cook finished with 14 fours and 2 sixes in his 141 off 165 deliveries. Ajaz Patel was 51 not out rather. And, bowling figures, well, Hunt and Curry eventually finished with 3 each. Carson got 2, Clark got 1, and none of the run weights was
the 23-year-old India batsman, an innings of high class and high quality. If you get a chance to watch that young man bat at any stage, I would take the opportunity because he is going to be a star in the future. Chris Cook, 141, batted beautifully as well. Then right at the end, Ajaz Patel, a hard hit half century in just 35 balls with 3 big sixes. A couple of them straight down the ground would have been a 6 on probably most grounds in the country. The upshot of all that is that Sussex have a very uncomfortable 27 overs to face tonight. Just an email that's come in, very indebted to Hugh Johnson, who's a regular supporter of our commentaries. He says, as a child from the 70s, we had to listen to the cricket scores on a crackling old radio at lunch tea after play, on the light radio, on the Jimmy Young, Charlie Chester news and sports bulletins. We never benefited from the county championship played live on the radio. It's a brilliant service, worth the annual BBC fee alone. He says, on the Sussex future, we seem to be treading water, whether with coaches or our first team. Hopefully we'll resign some of our plus points. Bujar, what a brilliant signing. Our pace attack will presumably be based on Curry, Hunt, Crocombe, Carvelos and Hudson Prentice, but a top quality overseas pace bowler brought in. He says we also need another top quality season pro, not to have a very good prospect out loaned in Pettyman. I don't know much about him. And just to finish your email, Hugh, he says he talks about after batting well in May and June, I think Carter was unlucky not to bat at 5, but not keeping. He was given the gloves 2 years too soon to replace Ben Brown in order to save money. Our concern is one of our best youngsters who batted brilliantly in 2021, Dan Ibrahim, now looks vulnerable. His talent seems to have gone backwards, which is surprising after what Grant Flower has done with Clark or Haynes or Sob, etc., etc. So thank you very much. It's very kind, your comments as well, Hugh, and you say winter well, and winter well yourself as well. Thank you, Hugh. I'll break off because the Sussex reply is about to get underway, and it's James Harris who's going to open the bowling from the Cromwell roll-in to bowl to Alistair Orr, and Orr is forward and gets a 4 with the first ball of the Sussex reply. Over pitch from James Harris, and Ali Orr clips that ball away through square leg for 4 runs. And Ali Orr, who's had a very good season for Sussex, young player who came into the side last year, just 21, but has proven that he can play not just the 4-day format of the game, but he's also adapted his game into the white ball as well. So he's immediately on his way with the boundary. Involved in a very unfortunate run out at Durham last week with Tom Haynes. And he'll be very keen to put that behind him today as James Harris wheels round. 3 slips go down, and Harris is running in down the hill. Bowls to Orr, who lets that one pass by outside of the off stump, and there is no run.
Does that mean that Michael Hogan will have to come up to the hill on his final game for Glamorgan?
That seems a bit mean, doesn't it? Someone asked me actually when Jofra Archer, before he went off and was playing regularly for England, well, before this unfortunate injury, whether you saw more of him up the hill or down the hill. I don't know, I've never asked Jofra, but I think he took a lot of his wickets bowling up the hill. So I'm not sure it's that much of a disadvantage. In comes Harris, bowls, forward comes Orr, plays it straight back down the track, no run. On the other hand, I would say Ollie Robinson, and I don't know statistically, there might be someone in the club who can tell me, I would say Ollie Robinson has taken most of his wickets bowling down the hill. So what that means, I have no idea. Michael Hogan is just warming up down below us, actually.
Yep.
Just stretching out, now he's got his hands in his pockets. He hasn't got a jumper on.
Tough, isn't he?
Which is brave.
Aussie.
Yeah. No messing.
Flip-flops. Surprised he hasn't got flip-flops on.
Orr waits as Harris. His rhythmic approach to the wicket is in and bowls, and Orr again shoulders, arms, lets them all go through. And there is no run. Not easy when you've been out in the field as long as Sussex have been, but they've got to negotiate these 27 overs. There's some heavy cloud around, there's some blue pack. You'd think it unlikely we're going to get through all the overs. But there's a chance we're going to get through a good proportion. And Sussex, as we stand at the moment, 2 players down with Charlie Tier and Finn Hudson-Prentice both unwell today. Sussex will be hoping they're back tomorrow. As in comes Harris, bowled, and Orr looks to tuck that one down the leg side, taken by keeper Cook, and there is no run. Ali Orr, this is his 12th match of the season. He's made 804 runs, an average of 40. Including 2 centuries. A young man who was only 21 back in April has certainly made a good impression this season. In comes Harris again bowls to Orr. He's rather squared up by that delivery. He was looking to play that one away in the offside, and he's played it down towards fine leg. A shot that wasn't utterly convincing. He picks up a single nonetheless. He goes to 5, and Sussex have negotiated the first over, and Alistair Orr has pinched the strike. Sussex are 5 without loss.
And Nottinghamshire have declared the leaders of the second division. They have declared 662 for 5 on the dismissal of Stephen Mullaney for 136. That left Lyndon James 164 not out. Matt Montgomery made 178 and Hasib Hamid 115. Leaders not 662 for 5 declared against Durham. Don't think they're going to lose that somehow, and not losing is all they need to get over the line and get promotion. Worcester and Middlesex still off because of rain. Michael Hogan opening the bowling for Glamorgan the final time this week, and he'll be bowling to Ali Orr on 5 not out, and Hogan is in to bowl, and Orr plays defensively to Salter at point, and there's no run. So Hogan this season has 43 wickets to his credit in the championship. That's an average of 26. He is Glamorgan's leading wicket taker. It might have been a close thing between him and Michael Nisa, had Nisa not departed back to Queensland. As Hogan bowls, and Orr plays that one defensively on the leg side, and Patel sticks his hand up to claim it, saying, Eddie Byram at mid-wicket, don't bother, I've got this. So there are 2 unmarked, unnumbered players, and for the benefit of those listening in the ground, Patel is at mid-on at the moment and is heavily bearded, and Gill is at slip and is not heavily bearded. As that is driven to and through mid-off by Orr, timed sweetly actually, beat the dive of mid-off, and it's run away to the boundary boards in front of us. As Billy Root jogs down the hill after it, and Orr picks up a second boundary, 9 without loss. Sussex potentially with another 25 overs to bat if light and weather conditions hold out, probably around about an hour in effect at most. Hogan in, bowls, and Orr drives again sweetly back down the ground. That was more of a back foot punch, and that one thuds into the boundary boards as well. So Hogan will not take kindly to that being hit straight for a couple of boundaries in the space of as many balls. Sussex move on to 13 without loss. Their follow-on target is 384 in this game. As Hogan into bowl, outside off stump angled across the left-hander and taken by Cook. The slips being, as usual, David Lloyd at first slip, Sam Northeast at second, and Shubman Gill at third. Derbyshire are going well. They're 303 for 1. Already 54 runs ahead of poor old Leicestershire.
That's without Shan Masood as well.
Yep. He's gone back to play for Pakistan in this T20 series against England. His next delivery is wide-ish, and Orr tries to carve it through the covers and gets a bottom edge, and it sort of rolls back down the wicket. Derbyshire's 303 for 1, while Lewis Rees out for 116. Billy Godleman, who's had a wretched season, the Derbyshire captain, he's 140 not out. So that'll do his stats some good. As you say, Surrey still off at Old Trafford. Lancashire made 512, Surrey 105 for 4. You do wonder whether Surrey are entirely concentrated on that game.
Yes.
To put it gently. Having had their party last week. Mark Church has hung up his microphone early for the season, apparently.
I saw that. In comes James Harris running in down the hill, bowls to Tom Haynes, who faces his first ball of match. Ali Orr's taken all 12 previous deliveries, and there is no run. Yes, I don't know whether Churchy is he's off on a nice holiday somewhere. Very nice too.
Could have waited a few days.
Yeah.
Elsewhere in Division 1, they're off at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 272 for 4 against Hampshire. Warwickshire need to win that one. But not much joy with the weather in the Midlands.
No, they've had the worst of it, haven't they?
Gloucestershire 144 for 5 in their second innings, leading Yorkshire by 151.
Harrison bowls, Haynes drives and will get not 4 runs. He's not timed that, but he's got a couple of runs through the covers. So Tom Haynes on his way, and Sussex go to 15 without loss.
Kent are in charge at Canterbury against Somerset. They're 354 for 5 are the home side. Muyeye 85, Crawley 79. Robinson is 51 not out. And no Darren Stevens in that match. But they had a Darren Stevens day anyway.
In comes Harris bowls. Haynes is forward, plays him to the offside, and they take a well-judged single. My heart was in my mouth momentarily because these two were involved in a shocking run out at Durham last week, but on this occasion, a well-judged single, and Haynes goes to 3, the total to 16 without loss.
At Northampton, Northants 10 for 1 in reply to Essex's 263 all out. So, fits and starts of county cricket around the season in this final week.
In comes Harris again, bowls, and all clips that one out. That's a lovely shot by Ali Orr. It looks in the groovy, he's been in the field a long time. It wasn't that bad a ball from James Harris. It was just clipped away by Ali Orr through backward square leg for 4 runs. Lovely shot. He goes to 17 and Sussex to 26. It was that 20 without loss. 20 without loss.
Yeah, Harris has had a 5 and a couple of 3-wicket hauls this month, but he has been expensive on occasions, really, even though he's taking more wickets towards this back end of the season. But there'll be more responsibility on his shoulders next season, that's for sure, without Hogan.
Yeah, he's a big miss at the other end. The sun is coming out. As in comes Harrison bowls, and Orr slashes hard and gets 4 more over the slips. It was a little wide outside the off stump, and Ali Orr threw the kitchen sink at that, and the ball disappeared over the slips for 4 runs. He goes to 21 off just 14 deliveries, and Sussex 24 without loss.
James Harris now 0 for 16. Yet to complete his second over.
Well, we saw throughout the Glamorgan innings, Glamorgan certainly didn't hang around. Sussex not hanging around here.
Well, they're back on soon in Worcester.
Well, it could be an opportunity for Worcestershire to get some wickets.
Yeah.
You never know. A long break for the Middlesex batsmen, Middlesex who were going well. So still the 3 slips in place. There's a point extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. And Ali Orr is getting tucked into the bowling. Here he's on 21, Sussex 24 without loss. As Harris is in, down the hill, bowls to Orr, who's beaten outside the off stump. Playing a little tentatively forward then was Orr, beaten it. The ball goes through to keeper Cook. It is the end of the over. And Sussex are 24 without loss. I didn't see what the over rate for Sussex was at the end. They were -3. For much of the innings. I mean, it matters really not a lot because Sussex are going to finish second bottom of the championship, whatever happens. So maybe they're not too bothered about the over rate, but I don't think it's a great habit to get into, and they've been guilty twice already this season of that happening.
Yeah, I mean, if they are dot points a third time, then that's definitely a habit, and
it's not good.
One that needs to be eradicated. Because we saw the fielders, the slips and the keeper sprinting up and down in the closing stages. They might have pulled it back. Hogan in, bowls and beats Haynes, gets him really tucked up there, and he's lucky not to get an edge through to Chris Cook. As Gill and North East amusing themselves by shoveling the ball back and forth a few times in the slips. So Glamorgan pressing to take 20 wickets in less than 7 sessions. It is doable. They'd have to bowl well. Will there be a bit of help from the pitch? Hogan is in to bowl to Haynes, who defends on the leg side, and there's no run. So Glamorgan backing their bowlers. They've got 3 frontline seamers with Van der Hoogten to come. David Lloyd can bowl backup seam if necessary. As this one is played on the offside by Haynes, thought about a single. In the end, they rightly decided against it. Nick Friend on Twitter suggesting that Glamorgan declared because of the Hogan record of never being LBW. Here he is with ball in hand, his preferred part of the game, and he's hit Haynes on the thigh pad there, rolls out on the offside. 379 games, according to Mr. Friend, over 14 years as a pro. And for, I think it was about 5 or 6 years, he was playing around the calendar, as it were, playing for Western Australia, in Australia, where he was the leading wicket taker over a 5-year period in domestic cricket there. Hogan in, bowls, and defended back to him by Haynes. 5 dot balls so far in the over.
And Sussex will be mighty relieved if they can get through to the close without losing a wicket or maybe even one. They are sort of some way to repairing the damage, but it's going to be tough going. Does Van der Hoogten not open the bowling, Nick? I thought
Can do. I mean,
would he be the quickest of the 3?
Good question. As driven through the offsides by Haynes, he will pick up his first boundary of the innings as he moves on to 7. And Sussex under 28 without loss. A flying start after just 4 overs here on BBC Sport Online. I don't think there'd be much difference between Hogan, Van der Hoogten, Harris in terms of pace. All maybe around the sort of high 70s, low 80s mark generally.
Right. Okay. Just looking at the, we've had half an eye, haven't we, on who's coming down from the first division. I think Warwickshire are in all sorts of trouble now. I mean, they're 274 for full, but it's still raining in Birmingham, so they've got 2 days to try and fashion a result in that game. That looks highly unlikely. Although Gloucestershire do lead Yorkshire by 161 in that game. In comes Harris, bowls to Orr, who tucks this off the hip through square leg. A couple of runs here for Alistair Orr. Chasing back towards the boundary is
Byram.
Byram, who opened the batting. Haven't seen much of him. He made 21. Seems a long time ago now.
It's a lot of discussion of the weather ago.
Yes, and I'm sorry. Yeah, and I'm sorry if it's an awful bore when we discuss the weather. I mean, there's some really heavy cloud away to the north of the ground over the downs. I think that's gone, actually. I think we're getting some brighter stuff, famous last words, coming up from the west. In comes Harris bowls. Orr is very, very nearly plays on. Well, I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do, Ali Orr, but he was surprised by a ball with a bit more nip. And I think he got an inside edge, and that didn't miss the stumps by very much. Nonetheless, in the scoreboard even, it goes down as a boundary, and Ali Orr goes to 27, and Sussex to 34 without loss.
I couldn't have done that if he'd tried. A skinny inside edge, but went past, I think, off stump rather than leg. Yeah, it was slightly wide of off stump, and was managed to inside edge that one for 4. Completely wrong footing. Chris Cook, of course, had no chance of stopping it.
Harris will be frustrated by that. Comes in again, bowls to Orr, and Orr is forward, plays it to mid-on. They take a well-judged single to mid-on, fielded there by Tim van der Hoogten. Not before Orr goes to 28 of just 18 deliveries. Sussex to 35 without loss. Made his debut last year, Ali Orr, in the game up at Leeds. He's always been an opener, but his game has come on quite a bit. I don't know if you saw him. I had a feeling he had COVID. I missed the game at Glamorgan. I may be wrong. Check my records. Back in May, wasn't it? I just have a feeling he didn't play in that game. In comes Harris, bowls, and Haynes with a play. Now that's a shot that Tom plays regularly, and when it goes through backward point, it looks fantastic for 4. But when he doesn't, he's so susceptible to getting outside the off stump.
Sussex's top order on that occasion in Cardiff was left-handed Tom and left-handed Tom, followed by left-handed Tom.
Right, so it was Haynes, Alsop, and Clark. So
yeah.
Orr didn't play. Yes, I had a feeling Ali Orr might have had COVID. I may be wrong, but I think he missed that game and the game at Leicester, I think, from memory. So this is why his 12th match of the season. Harris in, bowls to Clark, Haynes, and he beats him. That's a good delivery by James Harris. Pitching probably roundabout off stump, drawing Haynes into the shot. And Tom is just rehearsing the shot. Yeah, that's the one he wanted to play. It's always easy when the ball isn't there.
Ollie Carter played in that game in Cardiff, also playing in that, but not in the 11. Tim Seifert, I think that was his only championship match.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Delray Rawlins, who's on as 12th man. Crocombe, who's injured. Lenham, who's injured. Brooks, who's somewhere else.
Somerset, yeah. In comes Harris. Bowls to Tom Haynes. Now that is a lovely shot by Tom Haynes. That was over pitched by James Harris. And Tom Haynes absolutely belted that through the covers. I think he was trying to make up for the previous 2. No, 11 off the over. Haynes goes to 11. So Sussex off to a flyer here. 39 without loss after 5 overs.
Yeah, I think James Harris might get the old Shepherd's hook here after just 3 overs. Maybe one more, but Glamorgan can't afford really for... Well, they've got hundreds of runs to play with, but they won't want these 2 to get off the flyer that they have and be well set for the evening.
Yes, Ali Orr missed the game at Leicester and the game at Glamorgan. That's why this is his 12th game of the season.
Indeed, we still have 14, and we will have 14 again next season. And
we will.
Who knows whether we'll have 14 championship games the season after?
I suspect we won't, but you never know what the negotiations will bring forward.
Yes, Edward will be on the barricades.
He will.
Hogan round the wicket to bowl, and it's played into the offside by Orr. Hard down into ground. Root fields as the ball bounces up. We've now got bright sunshine and bright floodlights.
Is that one of your favourite musicals, Nick, or are you not a musical man? Thinking about Les Miserables in the barricades?
I've seen it and enjoyed it, but I'm not a...
Not a massive...
It's not my favourite musical genre.
Right.
As Hogan is in to bowl, and Orr will defend this one. 39 without loss here on BBC Sport Online.
Are you not a musicals man?
Not hugely. I mean, I'll go along if someone in the family wants to go. Emir Evans says hopefully we're looking at signing more than one seamer this winter. Yeah, I think Glamorgan will need to, because they're releasing several. As that is driven but not timed by Orr, fielded by Patel mid-on, and there is no run, with James Wheel being released. Joe Cook, who's a seam bowling all-rounder. Rory Smith, whose career unfortunately ended by repeated injuries.
Oh, yes, that's a shame.
Lucas Carey, who hasn't featured in the first team this season. Hogan in to bowl outside off stump, allowed to go through by Orr. So we've lost 4 medium fast bowling options from the squad, albeit, as I say, we've only seen one day game from Rory Smith this season, and nothing at all from Lucas Carey in the first team, unfortunately, after what looked like a very promising career a few years back. Sadly, hasn't worked out for him. Best of luck to him, and indeed everyone leaving the Glamorgan staff as Hogan sees this one played by Orr down into the gully. It's well fielded by Salter, and there's no run. So if you're losing 4 bowlers from the staff, you would have thought that more than one replacement, plus of course Hogan, the main man, you're losing 5. So yes, they will definitely need to, I would have said, to sign more than one, but I'm not the man in charge of the bank balances. 39 without loss. As that's firmly punched by Orr through the covers. That's a nice shot, and Sussex really are racing away with this at the moment. They're 43 without loss, and we've had a mere 7 overs gone. So we thought Glamorgan were going fast at 5s and over. Sussex have started off at 7s, and BBC Sport Wales, I think it's time to pass on to Edward Bevan if we're going to get a stint out of him before his Radio Cymru duties in around about 20 minutes. So we'll have to zap back and forth for a while. 43 for naught, Adrian Harms and Edward Bevan.
Yeah, I'll do another 5 minutes or so, and then Chloe will come in and commentate alongside Edward. But Sussex, as you say, off to a flyer. And I was pleased with that, just from a Sussex perspective, with Ali Orr there, because Michael Hogan is a canny bowler, and it was good to see Orr playing the first 5 balls on their merit before hitting the final ball for 4. In comes Harris, who's been retained in the attack, comes in and bowls to Haynes, and Haynes plays that firmly to mid-on, and there is no run. So 3 slips and a point. There's a third man as well, I hadn't noticed. So 3 slips, a third man, a point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. In terms of a weather update, heavy cloud to the north of the ground, and indeed from the southwest, a bit more heavy cloud drifting in. So I think it's highly unlikely we'll get 20 overs in. But for the time being, the light is playable, just about. There's some patches of blue above the ground. As in comes Harris, and bowls, and Haynes drives, and that's 4 more. Over pitch by James Harris, and Tom Haynes made that beautifully through the offside for 4 runs. So this is a really good start for Sussex. 47 without loss.
Yeah, but Harris has fed them a diet of
He has.
half volleys, which they just hammered through the covers. And
Well, he's gone 3 overs and 2 balls. He's gone for 31.
I know, you just can't give that, especially if you want to win and you've batted so long into the game. Really want to be on top form and get a few wickets before the close. Ideally 3, but at the moment, apart from the very odd one that's beaten the bat, nothing has worried them.
In comes Harris, bowls, and Haynes is at it again. That's 4 more. That was over pitch as well, and Tom Haynes dismissively just smashed it through the covers. David Lloyd is unmoved at first slip. I think James Harris is saying I could do with a bit of protection in there, and Lloyd he's keeping his slips in progress, in place.
Again, I don't know how much Harris has played down here. Weather, and we've seen a lot of it. The slope is undoing.
Well, yeah, I mean, he would have played here quite a bit. I think I've seen him play here for Middlesex on a number of occasions, and now they are changing the field, which is slightly odd. They're moving the mid-wicket back to deep mid-wicket. So there's just one fielder in front of square on the leg side. So I wonder if he's going to change the angle of attack here. He hasn't suddenly altered the offside field. I'm sorry, Haynes to 19. He's in and bowls, and that's short. Maybe that was predictable. Tom Haynes ducking underneath that. In fact, he didn't miss it by much. The ball rattled through to keeper Cook. So Sussex 51 without loss.
We thought Glamorgan were quick, but Sussex are going at a terrific rate here.
Started off like a T20.
But they do have to score 384 to avoid them to follow on. But they made a positive start.
Look at those clouds at the far end of the ground. That's worth a photograph, isn't it?
Going past the, luckily.
Let's hope so. In comes Harris again, bowls to Haynes, and that's short again, and Tom Haynes ducks. I'm not sure that warranted a duck, actually. He's not the tallest Tom, but it just about missed him, and it goes through to keeper Cook, and there is no run.
He has had an attacking field, but really, there's nothing much. One ball, I think, has beaten the bat.
Yeah.
So he's gone for 35 of one ball short of 4 overs. And Hogan has gone. This is scoreboard.
Yeah, he's gone for 16 in 3.
Yeah.
In comes Harris bowls. Well, Haynes was looking to play a repeat shot and play that through the covers. He was rather squared up by that, and he's played it across the line to mid-on. End of the over, so the end of the 7th over, and Sussex are 51 without loss. So they're rattling along here at 7 and over. Orr is on 32. Tom Haynes is on 19. For the next 20 minutes or so, Chloe's going to join Edward Bevan before we have another update.
Yes, I think the weather might be coming in now, and although it's only 5:05, and this is the sort of time it starts to get towards dusk this time of year, and Glamorgan will be ruining the fact that A, they haven't, well, Harris, I'm talking, hasn't bowled particularly well, and secondly, that they went on so long. But a lot of time left in this game, and it'll be Michael Hogan, who's been far more controlled, not for 16 of 3, is coming in now to bowl to Ali Orr. In he comes and bowls the first ball, and it's clipped away on the odd side. There's going to be a chase up towards the mid-wicket boundary for Byron, but he's given up. That was a perfectly timed shot off his legs, and well, Chloe, Sussex go in at a rate here, as if they want to try and get past Glamorgan.
Yeah, but this definitely isn't what Glamorgan wanted. They're 55 off. Well, this is just the start of the 8th over. They're steaming ahead here.
This Van de Gooten is at mid-off. He'll be called upon very soon, I fancy, as Hogan bowls. And this is played away again on the onside. It's left to Byram, who's now gone back to that mid-wicket boundary, and they crossed for single. So Orr is on 37, and Haynes is on 18. So Ali Orr having a good season. He's leading the way here. We're just a little bit worried now, I think. They have managed to take a wicket.
Yeah, definitely. They really need to take a wicket within the next 20, really.
Hogan in bowls, and that's drifting down the leg side. Again, work out that mid-wicket boundary, but it's cut off, and the return coming in from James Harris there restricts them to just the single. It's 57 without loss. 3 slips, and then a cover and an extra cover in the mid-off. Normally that extra cover will be a third man, but there's so many runs on the board, I suppose, that they can do without it. As up the slope comes Michael Hogan and bowls to Orr, and Orr is forward. And what has it's shown to me, not only that Harris has been wayward, but it's a good pitch. Ball coming onto the bat. And having said that, Van de Gooten will probably come on. I wouldn't be surprised also to see if the spinner Patel might have a ball.
Yeah, definitely try and mix it up within these overs just to try and get 1 wicket on board here.
Hogan round the wicket, bowls to Orr, and Orr has pulled that for 4, very fine, as it sailed down the leg side. So again, this is a very productive over. 61 now without loss, and we've just had 1 ball short of 8 overs. So get your act together, Glamorgan bowlers, if you want to keep up and try and win this, but this is not the way to go about it, I'm afraid. Weather, it's changeable, but it's not getting any brighter. Hogan past the umpire and bowls. That's played away into the offside, backward of square. Salter chases across 1 for. Well, they're looking for another, but they'll stick on 2. End of the over, and it's 67 without loss. And Tim Van de Gooten is, I think, he hasn't taken his sweater off. nor his cap. Perhaps he's not going to bowl. Perhaps Harris isn't going to have another one, which again I find a little bit surprising. But he will be continuing from that far end here at Hove.
Yep. So far, Harris's 4 overs have gone for 35 runs.
9 and over.
That's definitely not what Glamorgan wanted when they came out to bowl.
No,
That's
indeed.
for sure. So Harris just turning at the top of his mark as the left-handed Haynes is on strike. Harris remains at right arm over as he comes into bowl, and that's a bumper to start the over from Harris to Haynes there. Haynes is just ducked underneath it. I feel like in a previous over he ducked under some, which he possibly didn't need to. However, they have got a man at deep square, so if you get pull shot wrong here and they've got someone down at fine leg, it's potentially a wicket taking opportunity.
Morgan at fine wet leg, and Shipman Gill's gone down to third man.
In Harris comes again, full this time, and it's
Better.
there we go. Reverse double teapot in the slip as that's passed back around the field, just beating Haynes' outside edge there. It does.
Best ball easily here. He's bowled, drawing the batsman forward and beating the outside edge.
Haynes just doing a little bit of gardening work on the length where it was pitched. As Harris turns at the top of his mark, running in again, just full of length, and that's a big swish by Haynes there.
That's a nothing shot, isn't it?
That's with 3 slips in play. That's not what you need to do at all.
Yes, it was an end of season shot, put it that way. A lazy drive that went again very close to the outside edge.
Yeah, this will definitely keep Harris interested here as Haynes is just playing some slightly looser shots now. So that he's played 2. Harris coming in again, and that's a bumper. Haynes ducks underneath this one. A little bit of a stare there from Harris as he turns to the back of his mark. Haynes just a little bit fidgety, looking again on that length. Just tapping the wicket down as the ball is just being passed back towards Harris, who's near the top of his mark at the Cromwell Road end.
Still the 3 slips of Glamorgan, so many runs that they can attack, even though the scores are rocketed up to 60 odd.
Definitely Harris just full length.
Oh dear me.
Again, that is a very, very good ball. Beating
You see,
Haynes' outside edge.
if you hit the right spot, you'll be rewarded. And that, unfortunately, haven't been where Harris and Hogan have been aiming at. They've been short, drifting down the leg side, half volleys. So if you can just hit that spot, then you've got half a chance of getting a wicket.
Yeah, definitely, especially keeping these 3 slips in play here. It's big candidate for caught behind as Harris turns for his final ball of the over, and that's on that length again, and then it's punched to point, who chucks it back to the keeper, bringing him at the end of the over. So that is Harris's first maiden, and Sussex remain on 63 for none, or is 43, and Haynes is on 20.
Yes, that's easily the best over that Harris has bowled in this innings. Finally finding his line and beating him twice or 3 times outside the off stump. Sorry to go on about the weather all the time, but there's plenty of blue sky. But the time is getting up to 5:15, and you'd think then that unless the blue skies come back, then it will be a curtailed day once again.
Hogan coming in from the C end, and that's flick 2. He's on now, who comes around to pick it up.
I suppose it'd be a nice change. I think I start saying from now on the English Channel end. That's perfectly right, isn't it?
English.
It is the
Yeah, it
English
is
Channel.
right. English Channel.
Anybody used that before? Aidan?
The channel and it is as Hogan comes in. Oh, WW shout, umpire's hands stay down.
Hogan's
Hogan's
not,
looking at the umpire like, really?
Yeah, he might have just pitched outside leg stump, I think, but big appeal there.
Yeah, but okay. Alior just
Trying to work it away and played right across it, so all of a sudden Morgan's bowlers have hit the golden spot, as it were.
yeah, definitely these past two, well, into the second over, something's changed here. As Hogan comes in again, that's a bump of his time.
No,
Another shout, but a bit of a half-hearted shout, that one. Nothing like the one before.
when Cook catches him, he runs a little dance and throws the ball high in the air. But he just put his hand up. Glamorgan desperate for wickets here, because when you go on to a score like that, and you declare all these overs you've got to bowl tonight,
Yeah.
which won't be, I don't think. Then you'd expect to knock out 2 or 3 wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll definitely need a wicket to.
Tom Haynes has gone down to have a word with Owen and say, "Hang about now, can't hit every ball for 4."
Hogan coming in again. Right arm round, and that's been left alone by Orr. Yeah, definitely. He just had a little bit of a word there.
Yeah, around the pitch and telling him, look, we don't want to lose wickets. We've only got 9 men.
Yeah, this is very true. So, Orr remains so far 43 off 33 delivery, so he's steaming ahead anyway.
Oh yes, he's got plenty of time, both of them have.
Definitely. Hogan coming in again, remaining right arm round, and then that's just on the length and left alone with quite a flamboyant leave by Orr there.
Yes, there was a big yell from behind, as if he might have been close to the off stump. But often you see that as Jane up and giving the bowler confidence. So this is a much better over. If this is a dot ball, then it'll be 2 maidens on the trot, which cools things down a bit.
Yeah, definitely. As Hogan is coming in for the final ball of the over, and that's a work
It's not a maiden
into.
over.
It's not a maiden over. As it's flicked into a leg side, and we get a single from it. But it's good to see that the 2 bowlers there have actually quite worked well in partnership, because you often speak about batting partnerships, but I feel like bowling partnerships get overlooked a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. The opening partnership here is very good indeed.
Yeah.
5 overs for 30. Sorry, 5 overs for 29. It's a strain. His scoreboard here this year. I don't know why. Well, they must have put all their money into the floodlights and taken some off the scoreboards.
It's pedal hard redwood.
Yes. Harris then, after his maiden, is going to start another over. And he is going to be bowling at Ali Orr, who pinched the strike. And in he comes. Harris bowls, and that's played off his hip down towards 2 men, not far from each other, fine leg. Salter picks it up and returns, leaves Hogan and says, "You stay where you are, you've got to bowl." And I think with 2 left-handers in, we might see, if the weather holds, some spin from Salter, who would want to spin the way across the bat. But he's out on that backward of square boundary, as is Hogan, about 30 yards from him. In comes the next ball, and that's left and gone outside the off stump. Plenty of chatter there.
Yeah, we can tell the difference between the Sussex and Glamorgan boys in the field. Sussex just seemed a little bit defeated during today's play, but Glamorgan have got plenty to be cheerful about, really.
Yes, they made 533 for 9 before declaring. But, no wickets as yet. In comes Harris. Bowls, that's driven, but not where he wanted to go. Haynes is looking to hit cover, but mid-off, but he found mid-on. Ball just drifted in. .65 without loss. Terrific start this. Hogan is about 5 overs for 29, and Harris is in his 6 for 35. And he comes bowls. Oh, it's a beauty, absolute beauty. All of a sudden, he's found his length.
Yeah, he's definitely found his length. That's doing a little bit of a
You're in trouble
sticky
here.
one, yeah.
Haynes.
Yeah, Haynes looks a little bit unsettled by bowlers now. It looks like he might just be doing a little bit off the pitch.
Here he is again then. Harris comes in and bowls. Oh. This is getting a bit embarrassing for Haynes here. He's played and missed about 5 times out of 7 balls. As he lurches forward, his strange bowlers will bowl poorly, and all of us find it, and at the moment he's bowling beautifully.
Yeah.
So much so that they've taken away the cover, extra cover now, and that is always a psychological spot. When you've got your cover vertical and you're mid-off in the orthodox, there's a huge gap.
Yeah.
And you can say, okay, go and drive me. And if you feel a little bit ambitious and the ball is swinging, you may nick it. Here's the next one then. Well, that is played, and that's going to be 4. So at last he gets the bat on the ball, and as he does so, Harris concedes a boundary of his very last ball. Yes, I better go and speak to the language, or speak the language of heaven. And who's going to take over for me? Is it Nick? Can you give me 10 minutes, or no? It's Adrian.
Okay, a little bit of musical chairs.
Yeah, I tell you what, Chloe, we'll just turn the microphones off for a minute because I'll need to take your headset, I think. No, that's fine, Nick. It's just I can hear the feed for the update comes through this headset. That's fine. A nice email from the former chief exec here at Sussex, Zach Tomazi, who says a big thank you for the team for the excellent commentary this season. It's been most enjoyable. Winter well. I look forward to catching up sometime soon. As in comes Hogan and bowls, and Ora's fought a ball of good length, plays it back down the track, and there is no run. It's been a strange start to this innings, hasn't it? Because initially Sussex were crashing the ball to all parts of the ground, but suddenly Michael Hogan and particularly James Harris have just started to ask a few questions of these Sussex openers. The lights are on. I have to say that the light is okay, but it wouldn't take an awful lot, for them to come off. We're not quite on the edge, but we're not far away. As in comes Hogan, running away from us, he bowls, and Ora's hit on the pad, and Hogan's convinced he's got his man, and he has. And Ali Ora is on his way, and he's just been probing away, has Michael Hogan. There was a big appeal in the previous over, and oftentimes I do wonder whether you get a big appeal in, whether that's kind of at the back of the umpire's mind. I don't know if that happens to you, Chloe. In fact, the umpires are having a natter here about the light. And this will be most unfortunate for Ali Orr. In fact, Tom Haynes has decided they're going off. Tom's halfway to the pavilion. Unless he's gone to the pavilion to see who's coming out, whether it's a night watchman, or he's having a drink brought out.
Like a little drink's being brought out.
Well, it was a lovely innings by Ali Orr, wasn't it? 45 in 38 deliveries. He certainly made sure he hit the bad ball.
Yeah, but it's definitely an explosive start there from Sussex.
But he's a wily campaigner, is he, Michael Hogan? And he'll know that they can't carry on scoring runs that quickly. But that's a shame. Now, who's going to be the man who's coming in? It is going to be Tom Alsop, I think, who's coming wandering out, which suggests that Sussex are not yet going for the... And indeed, we've got 15 overs left in there. I don't think we're going to get anything like 15 overs in. That being said, there's some bluer skies in the distance, so if they come this way, we may get some more cricket, but a breakthrough. And it's going to be Tom Alsop with 4 county championship hundreds to his name this season, who's coming out to bat. against Michael Hogan, and if Glamorgan were to nip another one out here, they'll feel they've had a good day.
Yeah, definitely. That's what Glamorgan, wanted after batting for pretty much 2 days, really. Putting 533 on the board, but it needed at least 1 wicket in this.
I can see James Harris is leaving the field. No, he's not. I thought he was, but he's staying on. As in comes Michael Hogan, running in around the wicket bowls to Tom Alsop, short down the leg side, and a no ball call. Michael Hogan is amazed that a no ball has been called. I don't think he got too wide on the crease there. He went down the leg side, a very athletic take by Chris Cook down the leg side. Prevents any buys, but a no ball adds 2 to the total when Sussex go to 71 for 1. There's still quite a breeze blowing across the ground. I'm just having a look at the light situation. Yeah, I mean, those brighter skies are coming in, but I'm not sure they're going to come this way. Hogan in bowls, Alsop is forward. I'd say that was a good delivery, and a good job Tom Alsop played that, because had it hit the pad, it'd been LBW, and if it missed it, it'd have been bowled. That was a terrific delivery by Hogan. You just get the feeling with Michael Hogan sometimes that he's in the groove.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like these two are bowling really well now in a partnership, just keeping the pressure on from both ends, forcing something to happen.
Here comes Hogan again. 3 slips go down. In and bowl, short, pulled away by Alsop, and Tom Alsop gets his first runs down to a wideish, deep, fine leg. Throw comes in, not taken cleanly by Cook, and Tim van der Hoogten is definitely warming up down below us. So I can only assume he's going to, well, I don't assume anything. Is he going to replace Hogan, or is he going to replace James Harris? It's going to be one or two of them. Look at those clouds away to the right-hand side, Chloe. It's billowing almost as if it's smoke in the air.
Yeah.
It isn't, it's just low cloud. In comes Hogan bowls, and Alsop, it's about Andre wide outside the off stump, and Tom Alsop wasn't going to miss out on that. In fact, it was Tom Haynes, I do apologise, clubs the ball away through backward point for 4 runs. Haynes goes to 28, and Sussex to 76 for 1. Nice shot. What would your favourite shot be, Chloe?
Or I've got to go on drive.
Okay.
When you time that one right, it's quite satisfying.
Yes, yeah. No, I think it is. I would agree with that. And they say it's one of the hardest shots to play as well. The on drive, you ought to get your feet in the right position.
Yeah.
As Michael Hogan back to his marks. I'm getting a nice picture of those clouds. Runs away from us, he's in and bowls to Haynes, who plays it onto the onside and picks up a single. Does Tom Haynes? The umpires have another look at each other. I don't think we're far away from going off here, you know. I haven't seen a light meter reading being taken during the game, but it is gloomy, and you get that sort of knowing look between the umpires, and there was a knowing look then. So I think if this
looks like one's just out now.
Yeah. I mean, there are some lighter skies, aren't there, in the distance? You can, if that blue sky does come in this direction, then we may well get... And the strange thing was last night that play was called off for the day, and as we left the ground, as Nick was saying this morning, it was pretty much the best light we've had all day. So, Glamorgan, nothing to gain by going off. They'll be very, very keen to stay out there.
No, for sure. Yes, you were right. It's Tim van
der Hoogten.
Yep. He's on to bowl as the first change of the Glamorgan's bowling innings, as he marks his run up from the Cromwell Road and is bowling down the slope into the wind.
Off for bad light at Worcester, and I doubt they'll be back on. There's no lights at Worcester. They're very biased. Nick, you can't blame him because he wants Global to go up, but Middlesex are going along nicely. They're 141 for 2 in that game.
Van der Hoogten just coming in now, and that's been left alone by Haynes, where I did not want to touch that.
The interesting point about that game is that if Middlesex were to get to 400 and the game was drawn, then that will be enough for Middlesex to clinch promotion. So Nick and Ed and Glamorgan will be hoping that they don't get to 400. I don't know what would happen if they got to 350, got 4 batting points, and then the game was drawn and Glamorgan won here, because then they would be level on points.
Pantagusin just coming in again, just on a length, and that's...
What happened there? Did you not see that?
No, he hasn't played a shot. It's hit for either a glove or end of his...
Yeah, I might just take over, Claire. You stay on commentary, but I might just commentate and you stay here. But we might be going for an update in a couple of moments' time because it's coming up to 5:30. And strange, wasn't it, Tom Haynes? I don't know whether you didn't see that or quite what.
Yeah.
Pick up the line.
Just didn't react to it.
3 slips go down. Van der Hookton running in. The light isn't good. Runs towards us, bowls, and Haynes. That's a lovely looking shot. That is the favourite shot of Tom Haynes. Clips that away beautifully through backward point for 4 runs. Lovely shot. He's looking at umpire Baldwin as if to say, I'm not entirely sure why we're still out here. He goes to 33, Sussex to 81 for 1. Those brighter skies are inching towards us. But the light really, I mean, it's exacerbated by the way this is tinted glass inside the commentary box, so sometimes it does look a little darker than it actually is. And this is what happened to Sussex last week at Durham, where they lost a clatter of wickets early on. The skipper will be determined to stay there. 3 slips in place. Van der Hookton is on his way. Down the hill from the Cromwell Road end and bowls, and Haynes is at it again, and that's going to be 4 more. 2 wide from Tim Van der Hookton. David Lloyd looks towards the ground as if to say that really wasn't a great ball. 2 boundaries to Haynes. He goes to 37. Sussex are 85 for 1 in the 13th over, so they're going along at 13 sixes, or 13 sevens will be 91. So they're virtually 7 and over Sussex are going along at here.
Yeah, they're really speeding along. We're getting onto it.
Well, I guess what it is doing is getting close, Sussex ever closer to, not having to follow. If indeed it got that far, in goes Van der Hookton. Oh, that's a good delivery. That every now and again there's this cracking delivery which Tom Haynes gets beaten outside the off stump, and now umpire Lungley at the far end is again having a look at the light meter. 1 minute to the update. As Tom Haynes surveys that leg side boundary. In comes Van der Hookton, bowls to Haynes, played into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. The umpires having a look at each other. Going to go for our final update of the day. Well, the umpires didn't exchange glances then, and in fact that blue sky is coming this way, slowly, little by little. So it might well be we're going to get some a bit more cricket, but Sussex 85 for 1. Alistair Orr, the man out for 45. Now, who's going to come on to bowl? We're going to get some spin, I think. I think AJ Patel is coming on.
Yeah, Patel's trying.
Probably trying to get in quite a few more overs before, potentially.
There's 14 overs remaining in the day. And I'm not sure whether this is a change in force by the light. I don't think so. Or maybe David Lloyd is just trying to take that out of the hands of the... here we go for the update. Yeah, we finish on Thursday night. That will be the end of the season. Surrey, of course, are already county champions. They've had a difficult day up at Old Trafford. Surrey 106 for 4, a rain-interrupted day. That in reply to the Lancashire total of 512. Here at Hove, Glamorgan racked up 533 for 9. Centuries for Chris Cook, who made 141, and the Indian 23-year-old Shubham Gill, who made 119. 3 wickets for Brad Curry, 3 wickets as well for Jack Carson. Sussex in reply are off to an absolute flyer. They're 86 for 1. Tom Haynes is on 37. Alistair Orr, though, has just got out LBW to Michael Hogan for 45. The other breaking news at Sussex this afternoon is the news from the BBC that the Sussex head coach Ian Salisbury is not part of the business. He hasn't taken a charge of a first team match since mid-August. It's understood the 52-year-old has been placed on gardening leave over the handling of the Sussex off-spinner Jack Carson. Castle. More on that story on the BBC Sussex website. Meanwhile, the floodlights on here at Hove. We've got another 13 overs to be bowled tonight, and Sussex are 86 for 1. As the ball is played onto the leg side, I've just dropped my pen as Tom Haynes goes to 38, the total to 87 for 1. Patel bowling is left arm spin, coming off just 2 or 3 places. In and bowls. Was that a mis-stumping? There was a bit of extra bounce there. What's the view from along the road here? Was that do you think it was a mis-stumping? It would have been a good stumping.
I think it was.
Yeah.
The way that Patel is holding this.
Yeah, there was a bit of extra bounce, and also Tom Alsop does like to get down the track to the spinners.
A bit wide.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a terrific piece of work because it bounced. I don't know if it turned, but Alsop does like to use his feet and get down the track, and even from here it looked like he was probably out of his ground. Patel, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiny steps, comes in and bowls, and Alsop this time is forward, plays to short leg, and there is no run.
1.5 minutes he bowled an over.
Yeah, it's very good. If those blue skies do come this way, we will get more play. Patel in again, bowls, Alsop forward, clips that through mid-wicket. He picked up 1, they're looking for 2 here. That might be ill-advised, and indeed they just take a single. Does Tom Alsop? So he goes to 3, 88 for 1. Now it'll be interesting to see who bowls now, whether it will be Tim van der Hoogten who's going to bowl another over, or whether it's going to be some slow bowling. Another light reading is being taken. And the umpires, I think we're coming off. Umpire Langley is coming and having a word to Paul Baldwin, and I think we are coming off.
Yeah.
That may not be the end of things, though, because there's a lot of blue sky in the distance to the north of the ground, and if that blue sky comes in this direction, we will get more play. It's very gloomy, and I'm not surprised we're going off. Sussex 88 for 1, Alsop on 3, Haynes on 38, but the umpires are staying out there, which probably tells you that they think there's a possibility of more play as well. I'm not sure whether that brighter sky is going to slip away to the north of the ground or whether it's coming in this direction, but if it comes this way, we will get some more play.
Yeah, definitely. Sussex have done really well, to be honest, to come out and get 88 for 1 off their 14 overs so far, and for the loss of 1 wicket.
Well, the Glamorgan players are on now. The ground staff are putting the covers on, which suggests maybe they think there's more likely we're going to get rain than anything else. Most of the spectators are now leaving the ground. I don't think I missed an announcement to say that's it for the day.
No, just suspended.
But the fact that the ground staff are looking at getting the covers on suggests maybe that probably 2 miles away over the downs. It's probably very nice. But the players are leaving the ground, so we can have a little break. 80, is that 88, Chloe, or 86?
Yeah, 88.
88 for 1. Tom Haynes on 38. Tom Alsop in 3. Ali Orr, the man, out for 45. We'll leave the effects mic bubbling away. This late in the day,